Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the WardiTV European League. Day 9, Round 5. All the important matches of Round 5 happening today as we figure out where players will end up, where we will be at the end of it all, and all of that goodness. Every player that has a 3-match win scoreline at the end of the day will make playoffs. Even if that's not 12, there is a possibility 13 players end with 3-match wins. Everyone that gets 3-match wins will qualify for the playoffs. The lowest seeded will just play an extra round in said playoffs. So that's what things are looking like. That's how things are going to go. How is everyone doing today? Hello and welcome. Walgran on the 67th month of resub. Good to see you. Narcosis, 6 months in a row. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Hargrey, 76, 3 months in a row. 21 in total on the Prime. StarCraft 2 on Tuesday. Hell yes, welcome all. And let's get into some StarCraft, and shall we? Get this ready to go. Let's cast some StarCraft 2. Let's do it. Alright, we got a lot of best of 3s today. I decided it would be nice for this final round of the European League if we actually just went through the entire kind of like all of the important matches. There's only 3 matches happening that will not have any impact on possible playoffs. Those 3 matches will be played another time. I'm not sure if we're even going to stream them. There's just a few best of 3s that played for money. So today we're just going to have all 9 best of 3s that have playoff/seeding implications. Starting with Jumi versus Nicorek. Full order is on Wikipedia, so if you want to hang out and check that out, go give it a look. Let's get into this. Is in the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss is going to be Jumi. And in the top left, our blue Terran player is Nicorek. So, a little bit of StarCraft 2 in. Hope you guys are ready for some games. Actually kind of looking forward to just diving in, and obviously got a lot of best of 3s to get through, a lot of StarCraft 2 to cast right here. So it should be pretty good, should be pretty fun. Excited to dive into the European League, and again, at the end of the day, we will know what the playoffs look like. We will know exactly what the playoffs look like, which is very exciting as well. Very, very fun. Do I know at what time Skillis played against MaxPax? Skillis played against MaxPax like 5 days ago. So I have no idea what time they played. Just some point 5 days ago. Hopefully that helps you. But it was while I was still in Saudi or on the way back from Saudi. So I was not around to really see it. I was meant to cast this yesterday and I completely forgot. I was not feeling great at the end of yesterday's stream. So I kind of went offline and I was like, someone was like, weren't you meant to cast this? I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I kind of was. And then I was like, well, that's nice, but yeah, I guess, yeah. So, yeah, we didn't cast Skillis MaxPax. That one was, the result is for that is on Wikipedia if you want to check it out as well. I just forgot yesterday, and yeah. So we already have a lot of series to cast today. We're going to focus on exactly that. So 9 best of 3s coming up. Jumi, Nicorek. I want to set the stage for each of these best of 3s. It was meant to be kind of in order that the first few matches were kind of the guys that are already locked into playoffs. Then we build into some of the more exciting kind of determining matches further down the line. However, that's not quite how it's played out. We had to reschedule for a couple of players. A couple of guys wanted to play later and so on. Jumi and Nicorek said they could play earlier. So Jumi and Nicorek play here, and they are at 2-2. And what that means is that at 2-2, these 2 players are neck and neck, and the winner, this is just going to be straight up, the winner goes to the playoffs and the loser is out. So this is essentially a playoff match already. The winner is into the playoffs and they get to continue their what will be a lower bracket run for these guys. The loser will be out of the competition and will not make playoffs, will only walk away with a prize money that they've earned from winning the couple of best of threes that they've won so far. So that's how the European League plans out for these guys at this point in time. After this, we'll be getting into some of the matches with players that are already qualified and they're playing for a little bit of seeding rights and still that extra prize money and so on. And then obviously as well, we come back to the other direction and so, and get a bit more into the intense matches. But everything today has playoff / seeding potential. The whole point of doing them all today as well is to make sure that we have all of those results in and processed so we can actually show you guys the playoff bracket, get that playoff bracket scheduled for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. European League action every single day this weekend. Going to be fun. Is it live? Yes, it is live. Live as a dodo many, many years ago when dodos went extinct. Yeah, that's how live it is. Couple stalkers pinging on the medevac. The initial WardiTV drop does not really go for all too much. Tank, Marines, and a Banshee on the way out. Temple Archives, the Nexus, on the way through as well. Seeing all of that continue to be brought on in. Observer on the way out as well. This Adept will shade into the natural to try and see a little bit of what is going on. A few Marines still continue to gather together. And the Nexus dropping down on that third base as Jumi just sets himself up. Of course, everything here in this group stage is still a best of 3. So like I say, this best of 3 sends one player to the top 12 or into the playoffs. The other will be eliminadoed. You might think, Wardy, eliminadoed's not a word, but it is now. Eliminadoed. When a player in a WardiTV tournament is no longer able to progress or play in a future part of the tournament. That is the official definition. You can check your Wardy dictionary. Your Ward dictionary. Ha ha ha. And both those two High Templars into an Archon, so maybe Jumi feeling the pressure of this. Push a little bit from Nicorakt. Feeling the need to perhaps prep a little for these units arriving. I mean, any tech unit is going to help a lot generally in this scenario. As that Banshee's already getting some good shots off. Obviously, Cyclone is here to potentially get a lock on as well. A couple of Zealots already starting to go down. Tank getting some good shots off. Pylon going down. The battery is just exposed. Not really in a great place, right at the front. All the units off to the right. Chrono Boost on the Robo Facility. But if we get rid of this, Pylon, that Immortal will not come out just yet anyway. That's going to take a while. There's one Zealot on the Siege Tanks right now, but that is it. The Archon does dive in for splash damage onto the Marines. Is it enough? The Immortal does get onto the tanks. One tank dead, but the other survives, and that is not good enough from Jumi, surely. Does he have the warp in potential? I don't think so. This gateway is... that gateway is going to remain unpowered, but the Robo gets depowered again, is what I really wanted to get at. The probes do pull in. Can the probes make this a good enough defense? The tank and Siege in the background. There's just not the DPS here to get rid of these Marines, and Nicorakt is going to Marine his way through. A couple of High Templars are chasing. I don't think they're going to be much use of anything. It's not like they have Storm. They kind of need to morph into an Archon if they want to be useful here. All 4 gateways in the main base are depowered. Triple Banshee is going to provide so much damage output that we really have no answer to right now. GG's, and Nicorakt will take the opening game of this round 5 of the European League, and he's one map away from the playoffs. He can sniff it on the air. Nicorakt coming through so far. And he's at an okay event, right? He lost out to Goblin and Shameless, and he's beaten Hydra and Percival to be able to be at 2-2. Jumi beaten Art and Night Phoenix, losing to ByuN and Yakov. Yakov already guaranteed playoffs. Some exciting stuff so far. Alright, we will take a couple of seconds here, guys. Get ourselves into this next round. See what the Planarinio will be. See what will happen. What is up? Oh, that's a YouTube member. Yo, what's up, Limpwald? Thank you so much for becoming a WardiTV bronze member. Love that. I saw you in chat a bunch the other day, showing the love with the membership. Freaking love that. Thank you so much for the support. It's so nice to see the YouTube popping a little bit lately. For the first time ever, when we did that Fell Krakow tournament the other day on Sunday, the long stream, 10 hours, YouTube beat out Twitch on pretty much every metric. I think at the very end, Twitch peaked higher. Actually, no, I don't even know if it peaked higher. But YouTube absolutely smashed Twitch in viewership all day. We made all of our revenue on Sunday basically came from YouTube. Freaking crazy. Absolutely freaking crazy. The top right of game number 2 of this best of 3. We're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player, Jumi, taking on the blue Terran. In the bottom left-hand corner, we've got Nicorakt. YouTube's a superior platform. You love that you can go back in the stream if you missed a bit. Yeah, me too, man. I actually do think YouTube watching for streams is actually very, very nice. Whenever there's a clean feed and I have to like watch a clean feed, I really love watching on YouTube because being able to like end the game and being like, hey, let's just quickly rewind and like look at what happened there is so cool. And then we just like click live, go back live again. We can't do that if we watch a clean feed on Twitch, you know? Yeah, there's definitely some positives, but YouTube does not quite have the same kind of community vibe. Not yet, at least, that Twitch does. So there's definitely some ups and downs to each. The best part is that we can just stream on both, and you guys can just pick whichever one you like more, you know? No need to no need to be, you know, picking and choosing or fighting over it. You guys can just make the decision that suits you guys, watch where is comfortable for you, watch where you enjoy most, and go from there. Tell you what else sucks lately is the Twitch app on there. We watch Twitch like through well, we watch Twitch through an Xbox downstairs and through like an Amazon Fire Stick thing upstairs. Man, the Twitch app sucks on both of these things. Like, it is terrible. It can't handle like quality settings. It's constantly crashing. It's super laggy. The Twitch app sucks. So we got a chance to watch a live stream on YouTube versus Twitch. If I was watching on like those devices, like if I was watching on my main PC or my phone, I think I probably still mostly am watching on Twitch. But like if I'm watching on those devices and there's a YouTube option, I'm always picking that YouTube option as well. So like I said, it's so nice just to be able to provide both of those to you guys. You guys can choose whichever is better suited for your viewing. And yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I think it's nice. Used to try and use Twitch app on a Fire Stick years ago. Awful. Yeah, it really sucks. I think what's crazy to me is that it gets better and worse almost like every few days. Like, for a few days, it'll actually be kind of just usable, and it's just fine. Like, it's nothing spectacular, but it works. And then the next day, I try and, like, back away from one stream to try and find another, and it's like, hold up, you just tried to exit a stream? We're gonna have to stop, think about it, really think about it. Nah, we don't like you exiting streams. We're gonna crash the app. And then you reopen the app, and you're still on the stream that you were trying to get out of because that was the last place you were at before it was trying to figure out what to do and crashed. So then you try and exit the stream again. It's like, oh, hold up. We don't like you exiting, and repeat the process, you know? So, so yeah, it kind of works some days, and then other days it just doesn't. It's, it's a thing, but, yeah, like I say, options are there. You guys can watch whatever is good for you guys. That's always a plus on my side. As we have our Cyclone and a handful of Marines wandering their way up to the upper right-hand side. There's a battery there, there's an Adept and a Stalker right there. We have got things gathering up as we settle ourselves down. Warp Gate is going to be clicking on through in the next couple of moments. The Adept shading forward. Cyclone locking on. Adept takes a few shots of damage. The Blink still coming online. Orbital Command Barracks both on the way up. There's just a little bit of light pressure here from Nikaract early. Those additional racks, though, definitely going to be very biocentric in this game and wanting to push the bio issue sooner rather than later. Going, not into a starport means you're, bypassing that entire layer of early game tech. So you do not have to deal with that as the Protoss, but then you do have to deal with what is, again, just faster bio units. And that can be very scary if you're not quite prepped. Obviously, you're going to be without splash damage. So it's really about having the right unit count. And harassment like this already is kind of nice, actually, from Nikaract. He's going to lose some Marines, but he's also getting rid of quite a few units here. Those Cyclone lock-ons good for a Stalker there. This other Stalker is actually the higher HP Stalker that was locked onto, but he is still getting some kills, man, and these Stalkers actually still in trouble. Just loses vision there, and probably could have had that one still. He's going to lose Cyclones here as well now, though, surely. Should do, at least. Losing most of the Marines. They actually still don't hate it, right? 11 Marines, but he forced a lot of probes off the line. He only killed 3 probes, 2 Adepts, 2 Stalkers. Resources lost does favor you as Nikaract in that exchange. I like it. The battery is completely drained of energy as well, so that's going to have to recharge over time or eat another energy recharge to kind of get back healthy again, which means that that's likely going to have some investment put onto it in order to enable the next thing as well. So I think that's also going to be a little bit of a factor. Let me just take a few moments, settling right here. So we having a little bit of a fight breaking out. A couple stores going to get pushed away. The SCVs are going to pull. Stim is done. Not a lot of Marauders, considering we're playing against the Stalkers, which is the one thing I do not love about this situation, I suppose, for Nicorect right now. I actually love what he's done so far this game. Let's see if he can truly get across the map. These tanks are going to be very important, but there are going to be charge ults shortly. We're also not too far away from seeing that Immortal production really kind of ramping up to a point which is likely going to be very valuable. As we try and push up the ramp here, a couple of Stalkers taking damage. A couple of SCVs moving through. Sentry goes down. It's a lot of Stalkers taking a lot of hits, honestly. But I would say a lot of the for this Terran army is already dissipating. Double battery at the front, tank siege up. Let's see what they can do. Straight onto the Stalkers, by the way. Bang, bang, and they are dropping. Charge not done yet, which is a big deal. That Immortal being kept alive. It survives another tank shot. That is huge. Finally, it goes down, but it absorbed a lot of the hits from the siege tanks, giving the Stalkers a chance to break free. Those Cyclones are obviously going to be very whimsical on their own at this stage, and Nicorect is going to be held off. Honestly, doesn't come out of this in a bad position overall. Has upgrades. Is missing the starport, yes, but Kajumi is a 2-base Protoss, so he's not up to 3 bases just now. Stalkers gather up. We just get settled in. Just going to be seeing the tank and the few Marines gathering together as well. And Temple Archives Forge continue to come through. Just going to lift up. Just going to go over to the tech lab. We are going to be dropping that as the factory gets set. Just seeing the storm coming through and the few High Templars still coming up as the +1 and the concussive shells continuing to come on over. Prison popping. Away we go. Just going to see those few Marines up on the high ground. Stalker's going to try and blast those backward for a little bit, so chase them away initially. Yeah, I guess the big issue for Nicorect is that, of course, at this point he gets slowed, and so Jumi does get the freedom to attack. He does get to add on that splash damage, and he's able to really put this into a much better situation for himself in total. So there is definitely a lot of positives here. There are definitely a lot of positives here for Jumi. And yeah, it might be a slow third base, but he's going to have that third base coming up and all of his tech in place. And now he can start really working on that economy. Still quite a lot of army supply here from Nicorect, but 6 gateways, we do have good warp-in potential. The only scary thing is on 6 gateways right now, you're also looking to warp in your tech units off those gateways. This is not like you're producing Colossus and then 6 gates are being used for unit production. The 6 gates have to cover your High Templar and your gateway forces. Yeah, he's using the Robo to crank out an Immortal as well, sure, but there is a little bit of fear maybe that 6 gates right now is not tons upon tons of production. The extra 2 gates coming online definitely make me feel a whole lot better. Prism makes me feel great too, because that's going to be a great opportunity for Jumi to dive on in if Nicorect is out on the map, which we know he's going to be going for. And Nicorect has to make a choice right here. Zeld's going to enter his main base. He has absolutely zero response to this. He was sending everything across the map, and I think he's not going to stop. I think he's just going to go. But if he just goes, he's going to be having to attack into storms in a desperate position. And attacking into storm when you are desperate is never a good sign. You can see all of those High Templar, man. That's not a good feeling. These tanks need to start sieging and zoning, honestly. They need to try and get some shots off. First storm is already good. There's only a couple of medevacs here as well, so it's not like we have tons upon tons of healing to kind of survive through this either. Tanks will siege once more. Cyclone stepping through. Just going to be seeing the Zealot, the High Templar. Still trying to press further onwards right now. Guardian Shield pops up to the right side. Gonna start attacking through for the moment. Tanks could target down the High Templar, which they are doing. A lot of the High Templar may not even storm. A lot of those storms came off very last second. The High Templar all dead, apart from one which is low energy. But hey, if there's a recharge, then it can get ready to storm again very quickly. Still a 20 army supply lead here for Nicorect. So liking that a lot right now. You can see the tank just going down. The Archons are going to continue to push through. The Immortals will continue forward as well. Fire will try and continue to press in. And Nicorect not looking too hot right now. Obviously, Nicorect's pretty committed. No third base behind this. And Jumi, I think, has found the defense necessary to take us to a Game 3 in our opening match of the day. And again, this is one for all the marbles for these guys in this tournament. One of their European League runs ends here. One of them will advance to the playoffs course, it's not decided in this game 2. It will be decided now in game 3 as Jumi ties this series and we get to a third map between these players. And we're going to head straight into that in just a moment. Just going to nip a round of ads on quickly, guys, and we'll get ready to go zoom. Torches going to be our map. Alright, we're going to jump into torches then. Countdown is going to complete. We're going to get this one up and rolling. In the bottom right hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be Jumi, and he's tied this series up. A playoff spot on the line here in the WardiTV European League. We've been loving this format, and this is one of the parts I was really looking forward to that we hadn't really got to talk about yet, which is when it comes down to today, this round 5 is just make or break. You win and you're in, you lose, and you get to snooze because you will not be playing the playoffs this weekend. It's fun. It's actually very fun. As we set up, bottom right side, blue Protoss Jumi. Top left, top right, red Terran player Nicorrect, as we are playing torches, so it's right side versus right side spawns. Fun map! Let's see what we get to for the wrap-up here for the conclusion of this best of 3. Assimilator coming down. Barracks is going to be right there. The refinery coming up as well. Gateway and the assimilator will continue to produce. Probe goes up the ramp. SCV will get nibbled. Nibble, 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 and another SCV comes around. I don't know why we're breaking out into song, but no worries. We'll just take it as it comes, and that probe going to get back up to the high ground. SCV will take damage again. Probe just moving. A couple of SCVs gather up. Reaper in the orbital command on the way in. Nexus and the Cybercore will continue through. The probe continues to build out. Nothing really wild just yet, right? The CC comes down. Our Protoss is going to go Cybercore, then the Nexus. Sorry, Nexus, then Cybercore. That's very allowable. That's very playable. There's really nothing too crazy about this at all just yet. No surprises for the early minutes. And if you just tuned in, it's the WardiTV European League. It's our final day of group stages playoffs this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Tune in, be here, and enjoy some SC2 with us. It's going to be absolute bangers. And again, at the end of today, we will know exactly what the playoff bracket is going to look like, which is very exciting. I'm looking forward to that a lot. It should be a ton of fun as the Marine gets there, chases the probe, and Reaper is going to go after the pylon as well. Dep going to pop out of the gateway. It's going to come chase this Reaper away, or at least try its best to for the next couple of moments. So yeah, Reaper gets pushed back. Just going to be seeing the factory coming through, the Twilight Counts and the Adept and the Warp Gate coming online. Reaper's actually in a little bit of trouble there. It does turn around for the probe, but it goes down, so it will not be able to add too much else as we see the very typical and expected Twilight Council from Jumi. No surprises on that one. Get that initial blink up or charge if you want to mix it up a little bit and be a bit more aggressive / feisty defensively. So you get those options given to you. As again, a couple of Marines continue up. The factory coming in, the orbital command coming by, a couple of additional probes, Warp Gate, Stalker, charge, and all the rest continue to come online right now. The robo facility building from Jumi at the moment. That just gets up to the high ground, trying to see a little bit of what's going on as we move in. Again, Stimpack is building, Starport on the way, add a few Marines and SCVs in there as well. Charge, Warp Gate, Gates, Robo, bit of everything continues through, love to see it. The additional Marines on the way up, that Starport about to finish, factory. Gonna give the reactor, and then of course we are gonna have Medivacs. This is charge first, so I actually kind of like what we're doing here as Nicorrect against charge first, because If he was going for a tank push, no medevacs, etc., it's just like a marine tank push early, that's where charge can really be great. Tanks do not deal well with zealots, honestly, when they're getting swamped. But this opening, where you're going to have a lot of marines in the double medevac, means you can be very mobile. There's not going to be blink stalkers to shoot those medevacs down either. And you can just pick up and run away from the zealots for a good period here. So I'm going to say that I actually kind of like this so far. Now, we do have Temple Archives on the way. Archons are going to be a major part of the army very shortly if you want them to be, as Jumi. That's going to be very good against those marines as well. So it is going to be about picking your fights carefully and having the mobility with those medevacs to pick your fights too. This is also going to be awkward. Those 4 zealots up the top side, they actually have a lot of potential to do damage, but it also means that's a lot of army supplies from Jumi that's just not here to play defense. There's only a couple stalkers and that 1 zealot in that main base. If that drop comes in from Nikarax and he just commits to this could be huge. He's going to have to repair the stim pack though. It's 11 seconds from finishing. Here come the medevacs, 2 stalkers. It's 2 adepts, not even zealots as well, by the way. Stim pack 3 seconds from finishing. It will complete. The stim pack will be done. We start a fight. 9 SCVs already went down, but we are now stimming in. We're going to overwhelm the couple of warp-ins, so that's obviously an issue. We could go after the pylon here. Oh, we're going to recall home, try and minimize the damage taken. He's already killed 17 SCVs, but the recall isn't really good enough either. Well, Nikarax needs to be careful with what he's shooting at because he just shot at the pylon, the assimilator there. And of all things to take down, the assimilator is really not it. These marines are overwhelming. 17 probes going down. That's now equal amounts of workers lost in this game. And now more lost from Jumi than there is for Nikarax. His supply is hurting because Nikarax didn't lose much army during this. Whereas Jumi lost everything apart from what? That morphing in Archon, a couple of zealots warped in at the end. That's really the deal breaker. Resources lost 2.6k to 1.3k. It's the army. 6 marines and a reaper versus 7 zealots, 2 adepts, 2 stalkers. And Jumi lost more probes in amongst all that as well. And it is Nikarax coming out of this one in a good spot. I like Jumi's plan on the back end. He's in a troublesome position. You know what saves you from bad spots a lot of the time lately? Storm. And that's exactly what we're going to go into right now. I don't blame him. It makes a lot of sense, but I'd be kind of crazy to say that I think it's going to bring him back into the game 100% because, A, it's not even done yet, and Nikarax is already pushing. I just like the idea. It's the best thing he probably can build right now. Let's see how it goes. These elves are going to jump in. Honestly, the Archon's scary because it forces you to kind of micro back heavily with the Marines, try and not be clumped up. But the Archon goes down, and now you just step the Zealots, and the Zealots are not scary in these numbers. You got rid of the Siege Tank there. That was nicely done. Maybe Nikarax could have lifted that. At the same time, it did kind of protect his Marines by the tank being a target. It gave you time to get rid of the Archon I was talking about as these Zealots just get stepped from. Nice feedback is kind of what you want, right? And now Storm is about to finish, and only having a few Marines here with Storm being done on the other side is genuinely scary. First Storm comes in, it's very good, and it cleans out a lot of those Marines. Don't get me wrong, Nikarax still has a lot, and he's streaming across the map. And the problem for Jumi is he's not necessarily going to be able to afford to just storm all the time. The couple Stalkers warp in is a brave choice, because it means that you're not going to have the power and the strength of the Zealots, but you also kind of need a little bit of something that can shoot up, and a little bit of something that has some range to it. That's the idea of warping in some Stalkers here. The Viking going to land, though, having chased the Prism away, and that's going to be pretty great on the ground, even just tanking for a little bit against the Zealots. Those medevacs are super low. New one shows up as we should be seeing some of these medevacs starting to go down. Yeah, Nikarax just going to lift up and pull away again. He did kill another 9 probes here, and as long as he continues to macro behind this, this is looking great for him. He's got a lot more Marines on the way. He's got +1 about to finish. It's going to make these fights even more one-sided. The only thing he has to be mega careful of are the Storms. Storm can 100% buy his time still here as Jumi, and that's pretty much what you've got to not just kind of play for, but completely pray for at this stage. Like, you are not in a pretty position. You are in a bad spot. You need these Storms to help you out. Prism going 10 would not be great. We're actually going to feed back. There's Storm 1. The split's pretty good here. Oh, pulls back as well. Yeah, that's definitely going to help. I mean, the couple Stalkers don't do much. The Archon can't move while morphing in, so it's going to go down as well. And the Prism trying to retreat backward. We're going to go after the Pylon now, trying to stop the warp-ins. The warp-in goes off, but it means no warp-ins for the future, and the battery is depowered, so it can't really add into this. GGG, well played. Nikarax stamps his position into the playoffs. He will play this weekend in the European League Finals. He will join an array of players who we're going to be seeing next, who have already locked in their spots, and then later on we're going to lock in a few more spots as well. As Jumi, so close, but unfortunately not close enough today. So like I say, what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to move on over to a bunch of matchups that are players that have already made it through. So we're going to see MaxPax Yakov. They are already in playoffs guaranteed. They are playing for seeding. We're going to have Shameless ByuN. Again, same idea. They're both 3-1. They're both guaranteed playoffs. Can they go further? HEROMARINE, again, about locking in that first place position. And then we're going to drop down to more of the middling matches with Geralt versus Mixu. We'll have Skillless HARSTEM a bit later on. That's another 3-in-1 matchup. But yeah, we'll get back into some more of the deciding matchups as well. There's a lot of StarCraft to get through today, so the TLDR is sit there, watch StarCraft, and don't move too much, because we really do have a lot to get through, with our next matchup being that MaxPax versus Yakov series. We'll get that started in a moment. Apparently when people log in, all of their achievements pop up, so that's fun. Let me find Yakov. Cool. Cool. Couple moments, and it's going to be MaxPax versus Yakov. Now, there should be a matchup which you look at and you think MaxPax is the favorite, and I don't think there's any crazy things to say here. You look at their runs this tournament, MaxPax has taken out ByuN, Mana, Skillless, lost to HARSTEM. And then Yakov has lost to Shameless, but he's had a good run too, and he's only played Protoss players, by the way. Lost to Shameless, but he beat Geralt, Christiana, and Jumi to now be 3-1. Like I say, playoffs are guaranteed for Yakov. With the win, he could be starting in the... with the win, he could be starting in the winner bracket rather than the lower bracket. That would obviously be a big deal, so we'll see exactly how that pans out. But for the moment, we wait and see. We will wait and see. Obviously, MaxPax looking for that win for the exact same purpose. It is a big deal starting winner bracket versus lower bracket. 1 life versus 2 lives in the playoffs is obviously a major difference, so definitely a pretty serious factor. As, I've messaged Yakov, guys. Hopefully not too long. We can get him in here and get ready to zoom on into some more StarCraft 2. Today, what is with the achievements? It's like the SC2 birthday 15th anniversary update. It's just like, congratulations, you get to see everyone's achievements again. Alright, Yakov's here just figuring out what channels he's in, or maybe he's already vetoing, so on and so forth. Cool. MaxPax and Yakov coming up, some PvZ action. We got a pretty good mix of matchups today. We've had a couple of these, European League days where the matchups were not maybe quite so hot, but I liked today's. PvZ, PvT, more TVP, then more PvZ. The end of the show is a little bit PvP heavy. 3 of our last 4 series are PvP, but again, a good mix of matchups. Obviously, we're kind of cheering on, just looking for a range of races in the playoffs as well, so I'm kind of cheering on any Terrans, any Zergs today as well. More matches we see from the non-Protoss players would be nice, just because, like I say, obviously, we're going to have a lot of PvP, I think, already guaranteed in the playoffs, so maybe cheering those guys along. As some vetoes come through, and we get set up and get ready to rumble. Shouldn't take us too much longer to get this all underway. Shouldn't take us too much longer. That's Fantasy going to be our first veto. No surprises there. How's everyone doing in the chats? Hello if you're on Twitch. Hello if you're on YouTube as well. Love to hear from you guys if you're around. Do not be afraid to pop in and say hi. Say good to always hear from you guys, so let me know what's up. Let me know how we're doing. And, yeah. Gonna be taking a moment and diving on into this this PvZ series. I think they're videoing in PMs now, so I don't know how far along they are, but the videos are being made. Progress is happening. Oh, Vita run in public, just very slowly. Alright, a couple of viewers coming in, going a little bit faster now. Oh my god, you guys are claiming all the motherships in the chat. Congratulations, your points have been spent. Great job, team. Great job. Alright, all 6 videos have actually come down, so first map picked in a moment. It's MaxPax's pick, probably means he's going to host. He hosts very quickly, can't beat this man when it comes to hosting. First map, Tokamak. There is the lobby. Alright, perfect, guys. Get everyone in here, a couple of moments, and we'll get ready to go again. After MaxPax Yakov, let's just run through the matches again. While we have a couple of moments of everyone setting up. After MaxPax versus Yakov, we're going to be going into Shameless versus ByuN, then HEROMARINE versus Mana, Geralt versus Mixu, HARSTEM versus Skillus, UTHERMAL versus Showtime, and we do wrap the day up with a little bit of a PvP bonanza in Goblin versus Art and Night Phoenix versus Christiana. Every series this evening is going to be 100% impactful on seeding and playoff position, which is obviously a very big deal. So, yes, there's a lot on the line here this evening. There's a lot on the line as we get ready to go into game number 1 of this best of 3. So, in the bottom left-hand side, we will start off with the Red Protoss player. He will absolutely come in as a favorite here. We expect him to do well. He slipped, obviously, with that loss to HARSTEM to a scoreline which was not quite expected of him, but we'll see how well he does now in the PvZ to try and bring it back and lock in a winner bracket starting position. It is MaxPax, our Red Protoss, in the bottom left. Top right, our blue Zerg player is Yakov. Oh, he's got the Young in front of his name again. What's happened, Yakov? Where did the Young went away? The Young is back. Oh, yeah. Young Yakov has de-aged once more. He's young again. As we get into this game 1, second series of the day. You got set up. Just gonna see an extractor and a gas and pool coming down. Obviously, no surprises super early on. I am intrigued as to how MaxPax plays this. Yakov can be kind of the dictator in terms of how this matchup goes. Is he going to be the aggressor? Is he going to get feisty? I do think Yakov a lot of the time has been the aggressive Zerg player in those situations, but I'm not overly convinced that he has to be. That said, I'm not sure if he necessarily wants to go and play the later game against MaxPax, who probably feels very good there too. I'm also wondering if MaxPax feels like he wants to let this even go to the later game, or if he's very happy to just kind of pressure early. The thing with MaxPax is he can pull off the, oops, I killed you while trying to macro kind of build, you know? I was trying to go late game and he accidentally died. That is something I think MaxPax can do a lot in this matchup, where he's just pressuring with the Stalkers, his movement is good, you do a little bit of harass early with the Oracles, and it just adds up to a position where the Zerg just cannot keep up with your waves of units, despite the fact that you are still setting up for a longer game. And so that's probably the approach from MaxPax here. If he's just the favorite, come in here, probably open up with the Blink, get the Stalkers onto the map, get those in action, and, you know, make use of them from the very, very get-go, as that first Adept comes shading toward the upper right-hand side. Queen is going to fire a shot off. The Adept already taken some damage. A couple of Zerglings will step through and try and capture the Adept in return. Hatcher coming up. Again, the couple of probes, the Adept and the Oracle will continue to pull on through as the warp gate coming online as well. The pylon still building, as that queen is going to be there, and those couple of adepts get chased away over to the side. Couple Lings very much so still chasing those adepts down and trying to find as much as possible drones. Ling speed continue to build up for the moment, so we continue to bring that over for now. And obviously as that finishes up, a little bit more map control available for Yakov. Next bit about finished. The Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to produce on through. We're going to get that finished up very shortly. Oh, the Adept's going to get there, and the Lings are going to try to find the Adepts. Not quite able to. Oracle activating. Just see the few Queens pushing the Oracles away for the moment. So just continue to shove that out of there for now. Adept's going to get caught, so it's nice to clean those up. And honestly, not a bad initial defense here from Yakov. 9 Lings, 2 drones. Okay, so it's not that pretty. I take it back. Get rid of the Adepts is nice. I actually thought he lost a little bit less in the process defending, but it actually has added up pretty rapidly. And that's 3 spores building just to save the drones as well, as he's a bit out of position. That's going to be money invested into those spores for a while, right? Money lost on the cancels, and mining time lost too. And the Oracle still got 2 additional drones, so once more, it is damaged by MaxPax in the early game. Already starts to just trade in his favor early on, so he's got to be pretty happy about this. Definitely think MaxPax is smiling a little bit about how things have started off at the very least. Two Adepts are going to shade once more. 9 more drones coming up. The Roach run on the way, about halfway done currently. Forge, Gateway, Blink, a bit of everything coming through. Add a few more probes on in as well. And the Adepts will continue to move to the upper right-hand side. Roach Roar not far from being done. That will finish shortly. As again, additional Lings, the Lair coming up. All of that coming by. The Adepts are going to threaten to shade through once again here. Oracle still defending overhead at the moment, as we just have, again, +1 in Blink. Continue to come about. Lair and the Overlords building as well. All of that continue to come through. The Oracle's going to activate a few more of those Zerglings, continue to come about. 18 Lings on the way, 3 Overlords coming about as well. The Lair is on its way up. Thinking level +1 coming over. Well, Adepts going to shade again. The few Zerglings still going after and trying to chase those Adepts down. And here's the Stalkers about to have their Blink. Got to set up those Stasis Wards effectively. If you run in with all the Lings and the Stasis Wards do not get popped, then you're in trouble. Good activation on the first Stasis, but it's the second Stasis that will catch. There's another one in the back as well. Problem is, now all these Lings are stuck here as well, so there's not really anything you can do with them for a few moments. And these Stalkers continue to hit the hatchery. Lings will be free shortly. Roach is on the way, but the 4th base is going down. Yakov will lose this. MaxPax will claim his target. And there's another Stasis pops. There's one more to the side that does pop off as well. I mean, Yakov is going to survive, but the damage is done. And he's going to say that when the damage looks like that, I'm playing against MaxPax. There's no point trying for a game 2. He knows that MaxPax... Oh, sorry. There's no point trying further and would rather just head to a game 2. He knows that MaxPax is significantly ahead at this stage of the game. And so he'd rather just, like I say, get into that next map rather than hanging around in a game which he knows is very much so lost. The damage is done. MaxPax had to play it out, sure, but the reality is that, like, you're building Ling Roach against someone who's already on Stalkers. You're now 3 bases against an incoming 4th of the Protoss. It makes a lot of sense sometimes just to get on out of there and get focused for the next map. Torture's going to be map 2. What's up, Kipstier? How you doing? 19-month resub. Coming on in. Thank you so much. Let's go. I'm going to run a couple minutes of ads, guys. I'm just afraid just in case these two somehow do lock into the long game. Ads might not cover it. It's just rather safe than sorry. So if you see those for a minute or so, I appreciate the support. Thank you. It does help us. It is just trying to keep those ads out from important parts of the game in comparison to, you know, if we run them, we have a little bit more control, even if we are squeezing in between the games. Go-Go's called, and Good Looks are called as well. Again, these two are both going to be in the playoffs, but there is a winner bracket spot on the line here for the winner of this match. Also, what's up, Sipship? Thank you so much for the 45-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Always here to support one of your favorite casters. Hell yeah, appreciate the kind words, mate. Glad you are enjoying. Let's get into some more SC2 for you then, as we are going to start off in the top right side. The Red Protoss, who is up 1 in the best of 3, will be MaxPax. Up against the Blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to have ourselves a young Yakov. Game 2, best of 3, coming in right now. Get this on the way. And already a probe over here, of course. This is Torches, so the gold base is a very heavily taken base on this map. This happens so much of the time. We saw it in the EWC a whole bunch. We've seen it in yesterday's WardiTV Mondays event as well. But this really is... yeah, this really is truly a build and a setup which we've just seen more and more of, which I think is a little surprising, right? Like, yeah, Zerg's taking a gold is not super unusual, but, like, this gold feels like it's got to have a little bit of trickery attached to it, and yet Zergs are continuing to take it no matter what. So even though this is becoming obvious, we're still seeing the Zergs trying to utilize it. It kind of makes you wonder if there's a little bit of something potentially at play there. From moves on the natural, just going to move about. Nexus will come online. As you have the hatch gas and pool all setting up. We get ourselves ready to start potentially saturating this gold in the near future as well. Right now, MaxPax just checking it out. Keeping an eye on it with the probe. Obviously, that probe looks to continue to gather information. If he can know just exactly what's coming his way, if he knows if there's definitely drones transferring there, like, these are all things you would love to see and get confirmation of, because it guarantees what's happening from your opponent and lets you make a lot better decisions from that point on. Drones do get transferred to said gold base. They get set up. And away we go. Nexus and the Cybercore coming up. Pylon on the way. A couple Queens, Drone, Overlord, all being added on as well. So just a little bit of everything coming through for the moment. Continue to bring that online. That probe is going to go out into the center of the map, so it's going to go straight over. Again, link speed will build, Stargate on the way up, Warp Gate added on as well. A little bit of everything just in the setup phase here for game number 2. MaxPax obviously wasted no time at all in that opening game, so see if the second map holds a similar vibe, or if MaxPax feels possibility to be a bit more feisty. The Stargate about to finish. The link speed will begin about halfway done, like I said. I mean, we're just waiting for stuff to happen, guys. PvZ early game. We do have the Adept on the other side. Apparently, our boy TKL, who I'm still on the camera of, was not looking at that just yet, but nothing really happened so far. One drone dead, and the Adept does shade in for another. And looking for more, as the Lings will be there to try and help deflect. The Queen getting good damage on this too. I mean, some lost mining time, but only one drone lost, one Adept down already. Obviously, with only one Adept remaining, it's way less effective, it's way less powerful being on the map right now, so this Adept will step up. We do have the Adept continue to move through for the moment. What's up, Kipstier? Thank you so much for the gifted sub, going out to Ty13. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. As a couple drones go down, the Oracle taking some hits. Trying to figure out if he can stick around longer. I think Yakov has done more than enough damage to this to negate any further damage from this Oracle for now. Get some, shields back, and maybe you can come back in and poke once more. But until then, I think it's fair to say that this should just be, a back-it-up scenario. Stand back and just let ourselves chill out for a few moments instead. The Lings are still actually going after the Adept for the moment. That Adept gets caught while it counts the building. There's a lot of Lings on the way right now from Yakov, I'm noticing. Only 30 drones, so it looks as though it is going to be Ling Flood time as he looks to get into the natural of MaxPax. Queens are walking as well, by the way, so they are going to provide a little bit of an answer to the Oracles. No battery on this natural. It's going to start building now, so MaxPax is not really immediately prepared for this. The Lings are going to go quickly, which I like in some regard, but it is going to give the Oracles chance to do damage without the Queen support. That's a big factor. Obviously, SimCity here can help MaxPax survive as well. The Queens will begin to fight. The Queens are an important target from the MaxPax's point of view, because if you get rid of those Queens, the Oracles can basically come in and be free defense We are going to dive in now. Only the 2 queens, 6 workers going down. You need way more than this as Yakov if you want to make this a successful attack. This is not it just yet. 9 workers is nice, but he's still down on workers overall. And the gold base I don't think makes up for the... I mean, the gold base is nice, but I don't think the gold base is going to necessarily keep you in this, because now MaxPax goes Glaives, and the gold base is going to be the #1 target of MaxPax. If he can even just force the drones to pull away from that, the eco advantage you're hoping to hold on to from there is going to slip very quickly. I mean, Yakov made a few drones, but now he's back into Queen Ling production. He does get Lings into the main. I like that a lot. The problem nowadays playing against the energy overcharge is that the oracles are always going to have energy. Like, it's so difficult to run the oracles dry, which in the past was a much more realistic way of getting set up in scenarios like this, where if the oracles have to activate multiple times, if they have to keep activating because the Lings stay aggressive, they keep finding new mineral lines to hit, then you're constantly in this situation where, like, uh-oh, my oracle has no energy, what can I do? And obviously in that scenario, yeah, you can absolutely punish that as the Zerg. It just doesn't really happen as much now. Energy overcharge really keeps those oracles healthy, and now Glaives is going to be done very shortly. You're about to be fighting Glaive to death with Ling Queen. Like, it's okay in sort of lower numbers, but obviously it's going to be nothing but a depth production here from MaxPax. You can already see, obviously, throughout this, young Yakov has lost a lot of Zerglings, and as all of those Lings go down, it's going to be a real struggle for him to get back to a Ling count that is truly helpful again, honestly. Queens move up, the Depths and Stalkers gather. We take a second as the Revelation goes down, but the Resonating Glaives is indeed done. The Bailings are super important right now from Yakov. He really needs those. MaxPax will see them. As long as he doesn't shade on top of them, he can always split away. He does limit a little bit of the movement you can make with the Adepts, but I think you just got to run in here as Yakov. He is going to run through, looking for the connections. Don't get me wrong, we hit the Adepts a little bit. They take some damage. They're going to be in the red and orange health bars, but those autumn colors don't kill themselves. They don't dry up and wash away like leaves do. In StarCraft, those health bars are going to stay there until something else gets them, and it's not sure if we have enough. The Ling's making a wrap around here. 3 Adepts still shade into the main. Mining time lost. Again, Yakov is still doing this off of a low drone count, so he has to defend and realistically go across the map and counter. But at this stage, I don't think countering with Ling Queen when your opponent has Glaives is ever really going to do enough. I really think that is a, well, kind of the major problem right now. Like, you have no good answer. Even if you do hold on, like, the counter-attacking Zerglings are just not going to get it done. They will not be what you need them to be. I think it's fair to say that this one is absolutely going the wrong way. Bit of Lingbane still continuing through. Temple Archives, Gateways, Charge coming up. Adept Stalker and try and fight through the Spore Crawler for a little bit. Drones pulling up. The Queens are going to try and fight as well. I really do think we are verging on the edge of defeat here as a couple of those Banes try to come through. Lings are still trying to connect onto the Adepts as well. This isn't really happening. Isn't really doing enough. Yeah, I think it really is fair to say that this one is becoming a GG in the making as MaxPax looks for 2-0 to gather himself a winner bracket spot in the European League. We probably expected it, right? MaxPax winner bracket, that just makes sense. But, yeah, he had that stumbling fall against HARSTEM earlier in the competition. Ended up at, 1-2 match score and has had to fight his way... 1-2? He won... Did he lose to HARSTEM second? I can't remember where he was at. He's 3-1 now, so he can't have been 1-2. He must have been 2-1, yes. He ended up 2-1 and being 2-1. Obviously put him into a couple of tougher matches, but he's been able to make it 3-1, and now looking to be 4-1 and into, like I say, that winner bracket of our playoffs starting this Friday, by the way. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, European League StarCraft 2 action. Be there, or I'll know you don't actually love StarCraft, because who the hell would miss European League? You've got eSport World Cup wants to catch up on you, say, no you don't, you have all the time in the world to do that. European League is where it's at this week, okay? Everyone knows it. Don't be the guy who misses out. What's up, Phil McJr.? Thank you so much for the 30-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the SC2 content. Thank you so much for the Prime content. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. GG's as well from MaxPax as he gets the 2-0. And that does wrap up another series. For us next, it's going to be Shameless versus ByuN. ByuN obviously will have to play European server here against Shameless, so he will be at the disadvantage. 3-1 though the scorelines for both these players. Same deal, we have a winner bracket spot on the line for the winner of this series. Yakov losing to MaxPax will still play the playoffs, but he will be in that lower bracket. 3 match wins qualifies you for a lower bracket spot in the playoffs. 4 match wins qualifies you for a winner bracket spot in the playoffs. So that's the dealio. That's how the European League Swiss into playoffs is going to work this year. And again, we will guarantee everyone with 3 wins a lower bracket spot. Everyone with 4 wins a winner bracket spot. Even if that does mean potentially some of the matches play out a little bit confusingly and so on. We will have like play-in matches to the winner bracket if there has to be a tiebreaker, essentially. So we will not let anyone with 4 match wins start in the lower bracket, for example. We will not let anyone with 3 match wins not make playoffs. That is a guarantee. This was the fastest freaking videos ever. Taka Mac going to be the opening game here. And wow, that was speed videos. Torches map 2. I haven't even been able to process what map 3 might be. Apparently it's Ultra Love. So we get Taka map 4 at game number 1. They really genuinely just sped through this. This was kind of crazy. Kinda crazy. Shameless joined us. Waiting for ByuN to join us too. Beautiful. Ready, go. I forgot we only have one other caster in here, but our players are set, so we're set. Let's do this, guys. Talk about speeding from one series to the next. Downtime? Don't think so, not today. Showtime's the only time we get today. And Showtime right now for this match 3. And Showtime will play a bit later on in the day as well. I believe that's Showtime Series 7, I believe, out of the 9 series that we cast today. So that'll be coming up in a little bit. As the Shameless ByuN best of 3 is ready to go. Tokamaka opening map. We get this underway. Let's get this started up. Let's cast some StarCraft 2. Is that okay with you guys? You guys okay if we cast some StarCraft 2? Perfect. I knew it would be okay. I feel awkward if everyone in chat is just like, nope. And I'm just like, we'll just watch in silence then. It's not happened yet. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Bottom left to start us off on Tokamak for this PvT will be the Protoss representative in this matchup. It is Shameless. He's had a pretty good run. He's had some really solid games. You know, you look at the opponents he's taken down, and I do think there's not kind of any crazy upsets. Like, he 2-0'd Yakov, 1-2 against HARSTEM, and 2-1 Scarlet, 2-0 Nicorakt. You can maybe argue Scarlet's a bit of an upset result there, but Scarlet's also in this position where we don't think she's playing as much as she used to and so on, right? So I wouldn't say Scarlet's in, like, the best form she's ever been in. So yeah, Shameless being here 3-1. It's not super crazy, and good to see him having a good run of it so far. ByuN, he beat Night Phoenix, Jumi, and UTHERMAL so far. He lost to HEROMARINE on the European server. Again, everything is on Europe for the European League. That's the only rule we have this year. The server, basically. There's no one is disallowed from playing, but you must play European server. Similarly, in a couple months' time, we're going to have WardiTV Korean Royale Season 4. This year, there will be no region locking on the Korean Royale, but everything will play on the Korean server. So that will be a major factor. Probe nibbling. SCV taking damage. As the probe pulls back over to the natural, Nexus and the probe continue to come online. Orbital Command, Marine continue to come up. Cybernetics Core on the way in as well. And we just have the SCV dropping down onto the command center. Probe is going to turn. SCV will take some shots. Damage being done already. Shots coming through. So far, so good. How's everyone feeling? How are you guys doing? How's chat feeling today? How's everyone's weeks going? It's a Tuesday evening. It's not a super exciting day of the week. It ain't a Monday. We're not near the weekend yet. But how is everyone doing? Hopefully you guys are feeling good and enjoying some StarCraft and stuff. It's good to see you all. Just having fun with me. Love to hear it. Hell yeah. I'm having some good times as well. Watching while working. Shh. Okay, shh. Don't let anyone know. The work watchers are here. Chill Tuesday. Yeah, it's a nice chill Tuesday, isn't it? I'm very looking forward to tomorrow and Thursday, though. I actually have 2 days off from streaming. And I kind of need it, man. Like, we came back from EWC straight after my travel day. We did that 10-hour stream. And then 10, it was like 11 hours, I think, overall. But we did that super long stream anyway on the Sunday. Yesterday we did Mondays, and we had a lot going on IRL because I've been gone. We're coming back, getting stuff sorted. I'm very excited for tomorrow and Thursday. Just have a couple days off, sit back, relax, and then come in full power for European League playoffs. And then the week after, Summer Championship will start. UTHERMAL's 2v2 event is on. We're going to be covering some of that in the group stages as well. It's going to be an absolute blast. Super looking forward to it. Should be great. Yeah, it really should be freaking awesome. So, yeah, loads coming up. Just a couple days off for me to power up and get right back to it again. So, Blink coming online. What's up? I am in the YouTube chat. Happy for the tournaments. Hell yeah. Don't worry, I'm going to keep you guys busy with tournaments. Like I say, Summer Championship coming up. Going to get that mixed in there. Be fun, man. The boss move is to skip EWC to prep for European League. Yes. That's what all the non-EWC players were thinking, you know? They were like, well, I didn't have to travel all the way to Riyadh to go and, you know, compete in that thing. Sit at home, prep for my final round of the WardiTV European League. I'll be unstoppable come playoffs as that medevac goes down here for ByuN. He has the Widowmine out, though, and I think this burrow is fine. He's going to go for a single probe in the end. It's not terrible, right? Medevac in the Widowmine, he gets the probe. It's not the best. Obviously, I think ByuN would rather have kept it alive and at this point and just kind of kept the threat there. But it was only one Widowmine in the first place. It's not like he had the second mine to drop off and to really extend the damage period or the threatening period as well. So, yeah. There's definitely a little bit of an idea to that as the blink continues through. The gate's coming up. Observer on the way. Probes, Assimilator all continue to build by as well. If the Starport plays Swapsies off of the Tech Lab, the Barracks will be able to take that place instead. And we just have the Tanks, Marines, Cyclone gathering onto the natural and potentially with a chance to move out down to the bottom left of the map. That's what we're going to be looking to do here over the next few moments. And we'll see what the plan will be as the Stimpack continues through. The Marines are still coming up. A couple of Stalkers get to the ramp and they are immediately going to turn it around. Observer sieges up overhead. We'll keep an eye on things. The Marines are going to get there for a little bit of a scan and a denial. I think getting rid of an Observer is nice, right? Because it means that Shameless is that much more blind as to what ByuN is doing when he's going to show up and everything. Currently, ByuN just kind of camping middle of the map with a couple tanks pre-sieged. He's got Stim +1 on the way. I don't know if ByuN really wants to push into position with these 3 tanks right now. Maybe if he sees the opening with the Banshee, he's going to get some good damage here. No battery on the natural, and I think because of that, he'll keep the Banshee between the bases rather than risking it into the main, because at the moment, he has a very good chance to come back onto the natural, realizing here that those Stalkers were in reach, though. And it does look as though a lot of this is just setting up to get in position on the left-hand side. However, Charge is not far from finishing. The good news for ByuN is that Charge is not done yet, so he will get position. The tanks are sieged. That will give him the initial edge here, but let's see what we can do as the Zeld start to charge forward. Like I say, Stim's on the way, but not done yet. The Stalkers blink into the siege tanks. Now, don't get me wrong, these tanks are getting murdered by the Stalkers, but a lot of Stalkers went down, but ByuN loses a lot. Shameless gets a good defense, and ByuN just going to GG out of the game, man. Like, he was committed to this. I don't think he was, like, all in on this, but, like, he was definitely wanting to have some units for the Stim follow-up, but he loses everything. He misjudges the scenario massively. So many Zealots. That's going to be huge for Shameless to get a map win. Oh, this could get spicy, man. Obviously, ByuN is playing the, the European server and stuff. We can talk about ping, but I would still say, honestly, with ping, ByuN is my favorite in this matchup, absolutely. And, yeah, obviously, ByuN starting in the lower bracket could be a very scary opponent. Even with that European server ping, ByuN could be a terrifying opponent for anybody in the lower bracket when we get into those playoffs on Friday. And that will be where he starts if he does not win this series, if he does not turn this around from the 1-0 deficit, sorry. What's up, UTHERMAL? 129-month resub. UTHERMAL showing you all how to get it done. Gotta cheer on ByuN here, guys. You know, just you know, it's a not a very well kept secret. ByuN is my favorite player, right? You know, I stole his Katowice card in the background there and so on. And I don't have it with me right now, but it's still upstairs in my suitcase. I'm not fully unpacked yet. But ByuN actually gave me a gift at EWC. He gave me a ByuN jersey as a thank you for all of the tournaments. I was like, ByuN, there's no jersey I'd rather have than yours. So I've got a ByuN jersey now. How freaking cool is that? Yeah, so I'm gonna do something with that. I was gonna say I'm gonna get it like, I was thinking of like framing it with his Katowice card in it as well or something, making a little display. But I'm like, I don't even know where we put that right now. Like all the walls are kind of full. But yeah, just in case ByuN wasn't already, you know, fully known as my favorite player, he's doubled it down even further now. He's bribing me with gifts at this point. Now, I don't know if this was like a, you know, Wardy, give me some good tournament seeds for once gift, or if it was like a, no, Wardy, I actually just appreciate your gift, but like, you know, whatever it was, I'll take it. He'll get all the good seeds from this point on. On the ceiling, yeah, I mean, maybe that's where we have to go at this point, just hang things off the ceiling like the Overlord. There's not a lot of room left in here, guys. It's pretty I've even stopped buying Pokemon stuff because like there's nowhere for it to go realistically at this stage. Well, okay, not completely true. There's like a couple of like Warcraft 3 figures that we could just eat out of here because it's Warcraft 3. You know, great game, but like that's not what we do. So maybe we could kind of get rid of those. There's a couple of WoW things down there I suppose we could maybe do something about as well. So yeah, I mean maybe there's a little bit of space, but like I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just like hang the ByuN jersey from the ceiling. It can just float around in the background. But then it blocks something as well, you know, like there's no winning here. You know, there's no winning here. Shameless is just taking a moment, guys. That's why we are not quite ready to go just yet. He's just now joined the lobby, though, so it's not just me yapping on. We do have players that were needing a moment before we got into the next game of this series, as Shameless takes a 1-0 lead over ByuN. Upset time? It might be. Like I say, Shameless getting us on the winner bracket would be huge for him. It would actually be a massive result, so that would be very, very cool to see. Again, Shameless, ByuN, Mana, Skillers, and HARSTEM are all players who could still grab a winner bracket seed. Only one of Shameless and Mana will be able to make it, though. Let's find out who. Sorry, Shameless and ByuN will be able to make that happen, though, because they are playing each other right now. As you can see, in the bottom right-hand side, the red Protoss player, this is Shameless. In the top right-hand side, he's in the blue. He's a Terran. He's from the Shopify Rebellion. He is ByuN. Alright, game 2. Torch is our map. Very interested as to what our plan shall be. Obviously, ByuN kind of bringing the aggression that last game, and yeah, he actually got into position absolutely fine, which is why I think he was so happy to kind of set up and siege up there. The positional part of the game was fine. It was really what he was playing against. Those Zealots made it very difficult for him to truly take a good fight, and in the end, the Banshee did not continue to do enough, and he got overrun. It was definitely a good comp from Shameless. Sometimes getting into that charge so quickly is a very worthwhile set of chrono boosts, and does a lot for you. We're pulling back down. Cybercore, Nexus, and the Assimilator all continuing up. You have the Probe continue coming along as the Nexus goes down onto the Natural. Another pylon coming into place for the moment. Command Center Factory and Reactor continue to build right here. Just going to be having the SCV production continuing as well. Chrono boosting a Stalker. Probe comes all the way over to that right-hand side. And again, that Warp Gate continuing through. Stalker still continuing to come up as well. Nexus will be building. About to complete even. Stargate now building from Shameless as well. So we get all of that on the way. Again, the factory also about to finish. Reactor about to be done. Command center also in production. Now, the starport starts from ByuN here, so we will have some form of starport tech to help us out. Is there Hellion on the way? Is there potential for this to be a medevac, perhaps? There's definitely the potential. Maybe a couple of Marines dropping. Hellions try to run by at the same time, but he actually goes Tech Lab now in the factory. So it looks like the Hellion's just going to be for a little bit of a poke and a scout, but Stalker is not what the Hellion pokes well into. Typically, the Hellion would like to see an Adept, but that's a nuh-uh just yet as the Hellion continues to chase. The Stalker will still take some damage. Phoenix Adept in the Warp Gate building up as well. A couple more probes coming out. Continue to get set up. SCVs continue to build through. Cyclone is going to be on its way as the Stalker gets all the way back down to the natural now. So right back down over there. The couple of Adepts setting up also here. Phoenix and the Warp Gate still building. Gateway on the way through. Batteries building online. And the Phoenix going to patrol on that right-hand side, figuring out what it would like to do next over the next few moments. Probe facility also in addition currently. Again, those couple batteries and the assimilator coming about. We're just going to see the Phoenix able to hit the medevac. Damage being done. And that medevac does escape away back to the top side. A few seconds left on the Warp Gate. As Marines gather, cycling a few Marines up in the main base as well. Starport moves off to the edge. Another barracks is going to be on the way up here, so second rack's coming through. Robo Phoenix still continuing to gather up. Uh-oh, that looked like a lag spike. No, yep, that is a lag spike. Oh, no! Is it me? Is it ByuN? It's ByuN. Ooh. Just in case we didn't know, the European ping was going to be a little problematic today. He's going to make a point. He's like, look how bad it is! He's actually lagging out of the game. You know, everyone talks about ping and lag spikes and stuff. Well, here you go, real life proof. I'm going overboard to show us the dealio on this one. Few seconds as we count down the final few moments here from ByuN. Oh, he's back. Is he good? I got the feeling that is still a bit of lag. So we'll take a moment here, guys, and get this one figured out and rehost. I imagine we should probably go back a second or two. Nothing really happening at the point of the game where this happens, so not really like a major issue or anything. Yo, what's up, Roesta? Let me know how you want me to say it. Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you so much. He attack, he protect, but most of all, he disconnect. Yeah. Alright, couple more guys, just gonna get the recovery going. Just inviting our players in. Roesta. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. So just getting one play to accept. When we recover from replay, guys, what happens is obviously we basically what the game basically does is it replays the replay at 8x speed to basically reset this game state to where it was. That's how the StarCraft engine works. So it's basically going to make all the same moves in the form of a replay. And like when you watch a replay, you're not actually watching like a video of what happened. It's like you're watching the sequence of commands given in the game be played out a second time. So that's what the game is going to do at 8x speed. So it takes about 30 seconds here because we're about 6 minutes in. And and then we can just resume from exactly where we are at. We turned it back a second or two just before the lag, just in case it affected some macro or anything. Especially in a moment here where there's not much else going on, I think it's fair to take it back a second or two. Everyone's fine with it, and we get ready to go. All right. Players are ready. And we can get, like I say, straight back to this. Just where we're at a couple of moments ago. Perfect. Woody, do you have a day job? Yes. By day, I cast StarCraft 2, and by night, I cast more StarCraft 2. No, I just cast StarCraft. This is my job. This is my jam. We have been full-time StarCraft 2 casting for 10 years now. That ticked over in June. A couple months ago, so that was pretty freaking awesome. We were going to do something special for it, but obviously June, building up to EWC and everything, got freaking hectic and really busy, so we didn't get to, I was going to do like a fun little celebration stream thing for it, but we never did, so typical me, had plans, didn't follow through, aye. Unbelievable. What did I work as before SC2? I didn't. I came out of university and went full-time StarCraft, basically. I've been doing this basically my entire life. So yeah, I studied. I started to do the StarCraft stuff when I started studying, basically. And then I started doing it a bit more seriously as the years went by, and then by the time my university was done, I was like, you know what, let's give it a go for a year. Let's have some fun, let's take some time out and have some fun streaming, and then 10 years later, we are still here, still casting, still making the moolah, paying the bills, running the events. Kind of a crazy journey, honestly. Nice catch on the Observer with that scan. Dustin 2 Bravo, 52-month resub, loved you at EWC. Hell yeah, thank you so much. I was quite happy with my EWC casting, so glad you enjoyed as well. Thank you so much. So I only ever worked for myself. That's very cool. Yeah, I probably lack a lot of real-world experience, but I'll just pretend that dealing with StarCraft players makes up for it. You know, you also have to deal with like co-workers like Fear Dragon. If that doesn't prepare you for the real world and the annoyances of everyday people, I don't know what does. So yeah. Hey, what's up, Dragon Force 3705? 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much for priming us up. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here's my favorite SC2 player. I actually just discussed this like 6-7 minutes ago, but it is ByuN. ByuN is my favorite. He's down a game in this series as well. Just realized the scoreboard wasn't set after he came from the resume from replay. But yeah, ByuN's my favorite player. Like I say, I just got a ByuN jersey at EWC. He gave me one as a gift, so I'm freaking hyped. Getting old has not made me kind. I mean, has getting old not made me kind, or has the extended period of exposure to you not made me kind? You know, there's two things that kind of go hand in hand, right? You know, Ravi? Like, they're kind of like hand in hand in some regard, you know? Cyclone to the left side. Getting some more shots off. There's another Observer down, so good control of the map from ByuN, taking a lot of Shameless's vision away. If he can't see what's up, that obviously makes life a lot more difficult, as he goes ByuN into Ghosts already. 3cc, flying away. Whoa, dropping the main base! Sorry, the other Observer just hasn't noticed it at all. Alright, see, it's not just me that misses things, guys. Dropping the main, 9 probes go down. Charge not done yet as well, so these Marines can kind of fight this out. The Colossus is not doing great splash damage. In fact, it's doing no splash damage initially, because it was actually shooting at like 1 Marine at a time because of the way they were lined up. The only problem with dropping against Phoenix is that there's never really an escape, and the Phoenix do completely wipe out that drop. It was a good drop, but it was expensive. You lost all of it. Drops are usually at their absolute best when you get to keep them alive, you get to turn them over for more and more value. And that obviously was not really quite the case here. As the upgrades continue through, 2-2 starting on the side of ByuN. Ghost on the way, Barracks on the way, Starport coming up, Refineries building, Reactor building. Army of ByuN just gonna grab an Observer, take that down. Now the rest of these Colossus gathering up on the bottom of the map currently, so we get everything joined together there. The Ghosts coming through, the Bio gathering joining. Still got a little bit of Zealot Stalker going to step up as well, so we'll continue to move with this as we have a little Cyclone lock-on coming in as well. Big push right now. I mean, scary moment for ByuN. Just get rid of a lot of the sentries in the front, but you got to get rid of these Zealots. And right now, the Phoenix are still going. The couple of Vikings that remain are going to get shot at. And if ByuN cannot get rid of the Colossus, then he's in trouble because that Bio Army is kind of just running for the hills right now. SCVs are going to pull in to try and be a buffer. Can we get rid of the Colossus here? He had so many Vikings in production, but they're not coming out. As 25 SCVs have fallen, it looks as though Shameless may be picking up the 2-0 in this seed into the winner bracket over ByuN. Obviously, yes, ByuN is playing European serve, but I still think this is an upset. Absolutely, especially a 2-0. As Shameless just hitting hard when he comes across the map. And ByuN regathering his units on that natural. Colossus continue to get to work. +2 attack, blink, +2 armor continue to produce. Bringing that in. Vikings get a grab. It's an observer that goes down. I mean, that's nice for ByuN, but it's not exactly saving the game for him. Who is, you know, he right now is going to be able to replace the third, but look at the red on the map. 6 bases on the way up as 2 more expansions are placed. Dark Shrine on the way up too, and Shameless is feeling good. His army already is great, and he's only looking to add to that and support it with, again, all of the bases and everything else coming online. It's all looking fantastic. So Shameless really is in a grand spot here. He's going to be catching up on upgrades very shortly too, so one of the few advantages ByuN actually had is disappearing. Okay, ByuN actually has a CC he can take to a 4th as well, so he could actually go up to 4 bases. I'm surprised he's not building SCVs in a way, because he does have the 4 orbitals, so I really feel like he maybe could have just tried to get back into the macro game. Well, Viking count is good. Colossus will go down quickly. If the Colossus die quickly enough, there is a world where this obviously can maybe go well for you as ByuN, and you can take a good fight because the splash damage isn't there. Prism heading into the main base, of course, is extremely risky for ByuN to have to deal with. Team Marine's going to get underneath. That is good enough for the cancel on the Warpin as well. It goes down. Uh-oh, this base has to lift up. SCVs will repair. We get another dive forward. The Vikings may be able to make a dive on the Colossus as the Stalkers are going to have to play the retreating game. They've already blinked back. They're going to turn for the Vikings, I think. ByuN's going to keep chasing. He knows this army is weak. He knows it's not really made for fighting right now. The Colossus, if they turn to fight, will dive very quickly to the Vikings, and ByuN is going to win this fight. Now, Zealots come in from the left-hand side. Will they make enough value out of this to kind of punish ByuN for chasing this down? I think the answer, honestly, is no, and Shameless is down to 33 army supply, and that's after a warping of Zealots that's just come through, and with the Colossus already in production. ByuN has an army supply lead right now, and Shameless also has no kind of immediate, like, oh shit button. You know, he doesn't have High Templar, Energy Recharge, bang, Storm, I'm good. He doesn't have that right now. He's been invested into a lot of things, but not that. So having to reset his kind of splash damage here is a problem. The Zealot run by might do him some favors. ByuN cannot really afford to give up much more economy. And if you buy any amount of time here as Shameless, you might just be able to put yourself in a position where this game is still absolutely okay for you. You were at an advantage. You do have some things to play with here. He's going to kill another 18 SCVs. ByuN is going to be absolutely committed. Realistically, ByuN should be able to get rid of all these bottom left bases unless the Zealot Warpin truly is good enough. Let's see. I'm not a believer right now. The Vikings on the ground is not great for ByuN because he kind of does need to keep them alive for the Colossus as well. But that's obviously difficult to justify. He needs to protect the Bio. There's the Colossus on the other side. The Vikings are all going to go down. The Bio just going to fight through the Zealots. EMP on the Stalkers. The Colossus will not chase. We're going to hunt down these Stalkers right now, but additional Zealots have just warped in. ByuN's HP bars are super, super low. The Medivacs are low on energy. We're going to lift up. We're going to boost away. We're going to try and save what we can. As ByuN has put Shameless in a weird spot. ByuN's not exactly in a great spot himself. His economy in tatters. 18 SCVs remain in the game. Is not what you want to be seeing right now. ByuN in trouble here in this game too. As the Bio gathers in the center. Third base in the front is set up as well. That gets in position. Prism on the way as Shameless tries to rebuild and re-establish control and dominance in this game too. I think Shameless is still in a great spot overall. Like, it's scary because his army was not doing much for a little bit. And maybe still his army is not exactly favored in a fight right now, but he shouldn't have to be on the map looking to take a fight right now. That said, as the warp-ins continue because he's got 60 workers, every second that passes by, every warp-in that passes by is looking very good for Shameless, and that's definitely progress being made. So let's saw Colossus. up to the top, readying an assault on this third base. Medevac boosting to the left-hand side. DT caught by the scan. ByuN minimizing some of the SCV losses right now. That is ByuN's third location that's in position right there. It's not a fourth base. It's fourth on the right side. It's not even positioned right now, so it does look grim for ByuN. Obviously, that lack of economy, all that damage taken, is now adding up when he was not able to finish the game. And Shameless survived what he had to survive in a good enough position to get the GG and a 2-0. Shameless is going to be a winner bracket player. That is an upset, and that's going to be fascinating to see how he does over in that winner's bracket. That's going to be a lot of fun to check in on, as Shameless 4-1 going to be his final result there. Again, HEROMARINE, MaxPax, Shameless are now 3 players locked into the winner bracket. We do still have Skillous and HARSTEM to fight. One of those guys will be locked in, and Mana, if he beats HEROMARINE, can also lock himself into the winner's bracket as well. Again, anyone that gets 4 match wins will go to the winner's bracket. We will add just an additional round to the winner's bracket if we need to accommodate anyone with 4 wins getting there. So that will be essentially kind of the approach. Again, not going to punish people for having same match score, same amount of match wins. We're not going to punish those guys by putting them in the lower brackets when other guys with the same match score are in the winner bracket. So we'll adjust the bracket as needed there. And that basically will come into effect on the winner bracket based on this result now, which is HEROMARINE versus Mana coming up right here. If HEROMARINE wins, Mana will not be in the winner bracket, and we will just have 4 players in the winner bracket. If Mana wins, we'll have a 5-player winner bracket. So that's the dealio. That's what we're heading into. As HEROMARINE and Mana get ready to party. Get ready to kick this off. We will get this underway. We'll just take a couple moments. I guess we'll run some ads. Makes sense. We've got to get the vetoes going here, so got that ready to go. And again, HEROMARINE versus Mana coming up in just a few moments. Hoping for Mana to cannon rush like he does on YouTube. Not sure if that's going to be the best choice against Big Gabe, but we'll see if he comes with the big strats to try and make it happen. Alright guys, give us a moment. Beautiful. I imagine they're vetoing in private. I'm gonna check HEROMARINE's stream, see if we can get some behind the scenes information. They are indeed. First map is going to be Pylon. Third map is going to be Leylines. I didn't see what map 2 is going to be in the chat on Gabe's stream, but second map will be Tokamak. Perfect. If these guys are ready, we can kick off into Pylon and get this going. Perfect. HEROMARINE Mana in this matchup. HEROMARINE, for him, this is pretty chill. He's locked into the winner bracket. Like I say, 4-0. He can go 5-0. There's still money on the line. $20 for every best of 3 win in the group stage. So there's still some money on the line for HEROMARINE. So obviously you get this. You're also going to be absolutely #1 seed if you win this as well, which is obviously huge. And that actually might be huge because right now, like, MaxPax is sitting as the lowest ranked player in the 4-win category. So, like, it's kind of a big deal as HEROMARINE to kind of win this, knock Mana down, and keep Mana out of this, and then hopefully MaxPax comes in ahead of Skillous/HARSTEM later, I guess. I think he does every time come ahead of Skillous/HARSTEM, actually. So I think as HEROMARINE, if you win this, you guarantee yourself to not play against MaxPax in the first round of the winner's bracket as well, which is obviously really nice. Hopefully he gets to play that as a winner bracket final. So in the top left-hand side, let's start this best of 3 off then. 4th series of the day here in the WardiTV European League. Our Red Protoss player from Team Liquid is Mana. taking on the blue Terran, who takes place in the bottom right side of pylon. This will be Hero Marine. Game 1, best of 3. And this series will get going. Hour and a half into tonight's stream, where after this, going to be at the halfway point pretty much. So this is Series 4. Series 5 is the halfway series. So we're a third of the way through the matches tonight. We've got plenty to come for you guys still. Again, hope you're all enjoying some European League action. Again, for me, it'll be a couple days off after this, just a reminder in case anyone didn't hear earlier. But I'll be off a couple days, Wednesday and Thursday. I might do some non-StarCraft streams and just chill a bit. And then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we'll be here for some European League action in the playoffs. And we'll be wrapping up the European League before the Summer Championship starts the week after. We're busy. StarCraft events around every single corner. Let's see where this one goes as the Reaper is on the way out. A factory will begin to build as well, so that early gas and double gas is just going to show us what we kind of expected to, which is some early tech, early investments, and Mana should not be too surprised to see this either. I wonder what Mana's last time he played against Gabe, how that's gone actually. Mana's the kind of player who actually had a big step up before EWC. Honestly, was kind of one of my dark horses to potentially qualify. It didn't work out for him, obviously it's still extremely tough, but he really did step it up a lot just before EWC. I wouldn't be surprised if I search a Ligulac and saw Mana took a map or two, or a couple series maybe of Gabe even in the last few months. Let's see. Yep, the last time they played, Mana actually beat HEROMARINE 2-1 in the Monday Night Weeklies on July. So that's actually the only time they've played this year. That's actually kind of a crazy result. Just the fact that they've only played once this year. You know, Gabe doesn't play all of the cups, right? Mana does play most of the cups, but maybe doesn't always make it very far, so they don't always naturally have that kind of meeting kind of factor, like some players do when they both play in everything. So, yeah, kind of crazy to have only met once this year, though. And yo, Raw Minodia, thank you so much for the 100-month resub! Let's see some hype in the chat for the big 100. Every day you get the anniversary of a century. Thank you so much for the 100 months. Crazy. So many people are trickling over that 100-month marker in the stream right now. And UTHERMAL was just in here with the 10-year plus resub, which is like 126 months. Well, he has 126. He's like 10 and a half. He's like, what, like, yeah, 10 and a half years already? Dude's popping off with the the resub power. Appreciate the 100. That's crazy. All adds up, guys. Again, this is a WardiTV event, and I guess I'll take a quick moment to sell out. If you enjoy this event, you enjoy the other stuff that we cover. These tournaments do not fund themselves. Without your support, we would not be able to do this. So if you are enjoying, if you like what you see, if you think it's great, consider subscribing, consider supporting, donating, cheering, etc. Even if all you can do is drop a like or a follow for free on the channel, on the video, it helps a lot as well. This really is a community effort. And I need your guys' support to keep doing this as well, because, yeah, a lot of people think that this just happens no matter what. It's just really not the case. We really do need the support. We really do need the subs. We really do need everything to keep it going. These tournaments do not run themselves. They ain't cheap. Let's do have the South segment coming to an end with our chance to see some action. The Cyclone is going to get pushed back by those Stalkers. No blink yet, so it should live. But knowing that those Stalkers are out of position, HEROMARINE can make a play. That's a guaranteed pylon, probably a guaranteed gateway as well. I don't think we defend this realistically as Mana, who has a couple Stalkers in the main already. Just to see if HEROMARINE focuses the Cybercore or the gateway when given the chance in a moment. Going to take the Marines back down to the low ground. Stalker's going to try and fight this. Blink is still not done, by the way. Guardian Shield helping a lot, taking a lot of the damage out of these Marines, and that tank it's not able to really do much either. This is actually a very good defense from Mana, being able to come in from all sides, most of them negating the damage being dealt. In the end, HEROMARINE just about gets the pylon, but it's going to come at the cost of the medevac and stranding all of these units in the main. That's a cute little battery to try and block the Marines out for a little bit, but we still lose a few probes at the end anyway, because the Marine DPS was still pretty high. Mana supply blocked off. This is maybe the biggest deal, because he's not just supply blocked, he's still supply blocked. Pylons only came down as I started this sentence, so we are really at a point where Mana is going to be without that supply available for the next few moments, and that is probably the biggest slowdown of all here. That's where the damage really adds up. It's like, it's nice to do the damages here, Rain, you know, it's nice to see what you see going down, but it's when you see that additional damage, the underlying damage that sneaks in and gets around the back of you and really punishes you for further than what this commitment was, that's when you struggle as the Protoss player. And I do think Mana will be reeling a little bit from that in the end. 45 workers apiece right now as HEROMARINE and Mana sit equal on the work account. If a Cybercore is unpowered, can you still build Stalkers? Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. You only need the Cybercore to be alive. It's the same as like if your Robo Bay is unpowered, you can still build Colossus out of a Robo facility. The only requirement for building a Stalker is that the Cybercore exists. So having that tech just enables you to then go into it, basically. So yeah, usually the only thing that needs to be powered for stuff to come out is the actual thing that the unit is coming out of. As Romson87 coming in with the fresh sub. Thank you so very much. I'm going to say sellout segment was a resounding success. +1 sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for supporting the European League and everything else here at WardiTV. Specifically, the WardiTV 2025 series. This is what this event is a part of as well. Players qualifying into the end-of-year $10,000 plus championship. Going to be a ton of fun. Loving the format I've been in the laboratory with for that one as well. So, yeah, super excited for that. Further down the line this year, it's going to be a banger, I'm sure, as the Bio trades with the Stalkers. They take some hits, they go the other way. Storm finishing, charge on the way, stim on the way, +1 attack coming online as well. A lot of this continuing through as the Marauders, the Medivacs coming up, a couple more depots, a couple of SCVs coming around as well right now as the Bio will move up the right-hand side. So a little bit of Bio starting to step out onto the map. Marine Marauder Medivac all underway here currently. Mules dropping into the third base, and we do have the Prism going to start making a move to the bottom right-hand side. It's Stalker, Zealot, Archon coming along with this for the moment. So we are getting ready to go down to the bottom side. We're getting ready to set this up. Extra Zealots warp in. Army sets for Mana, looking for the aggression here, looking for the fight. A little bit of Bio will stim in initially. HEROMARINE has a lot of units that are just further north on the map, but they're not too far away. They should be able to pull back. The first Storm, yeah, helps against the tank, but I would say that HEROMARINE is pulling away from the Storms pretty nicely. Can he continue this fight decently? A Storm on the top side. Actually, Marines and Bio units in general get through there pretty quickly. Archon going down. Another Storm that we dodged quite nicely. We run back into it, but we're not eating the full strength and the full kind of force of that Storm. HEROMARINE's losing a lot of SCVs though, now 24 down. It looks as though Mana's push here, this shove and just commitment is looking to be enough. This is not a Protoss who's set up to play a longer game. This is a Protoss who is setting up to fight here and now, and that attack is going to get it done. Despite a bit of a rough opening from Mana, he brings it back with this one big shove and gets it done. G. HEROMARINE has to tap out there, and Mana will take the 1-0 lead. Storm needs a nerf. Yeah, I mean, this is a 3-base Protoss committing on 3 bases against a Terran who's spread out everywhere as well, no? You know, like that's kind of the problem. Like, in this case, I don't know if this was Storm as much as just HEROMARINE wasn't ready for Mana to be as committed as he was. I think is maybe more of the problem. Don't get me wrong, I've been complaining about PvT a bit myself lately, but, like, I think this was a case of just Mana catching HEROMARINE off guard more than anything else, honestly. Thank you so much, Kipstier, for the gifted sub to Holy Squid 89. The Where in the World are pro players from quiz doing work in the chat. Love it. Maybe High Templar should just cost more. I do think what is kind of crazy is when you get Storm and you can just have like 6 Templars, just like bam, 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 bam. The Templars are kind of gas intensive, but like I don't know if that really stops Protoss nowadays because they're just able to have so much, and you can also cut so much else as a Protoss because Zealots really do so much work for you too. I'm no professional, I'm probably not one to really add my ideas to the mix, but I can't imagine we see the next patch not address the state of PvT, because I don't think anyone's looking at PvT and thinking, yeah, this seems fine. And I think it works in 2 ways as well. I don't think it's fine that Protoss are getting rolled by a lot of SCV pulls. But I also don't think it's fine that Protoss are kind of rolling Terrans the moment they get Stormed. They're surviving a lot of very impossible scenarios. They're having very good access to economy and tech at the same time, which it goes against a lot of the grains of StarCraft 2, right? Which is, you know, it's about choices and this and that. PvT kind of feels like you get to do everything at the moment, unless you die to the SCV pull. Right, but beyond the SCV pull, you can just kind of do everything. It's very difficult for the Terran to stop it. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the potential changes are, what the suggested changes will be. I think it'll be fun to see how that pans out. Mana top right, HEROMARINE bottom left. Couple of refineries will begin to build. 2 Riftcasters coming up. Barracks on the way. SCV producing. And get that started here as the gateway continues in as well. So a little bit of everything coming online. The probe going to nibble at the SCV on the front there as well. That SCV, the other one, coming back through, going the other way. Again, probe going to chase. The SCV will take a couple of nibbles. Let me take a couple moments ourselves just to figure out where we're going to truly go in this one. And HEROMARINE bounce back from the 1-0 deficit. He's the only player to have not lost a series in this tournament. Again, would be amazing to see him get that 5-0, advance to that winner's bracket, and just be undefeated going in. But we shall see. Cybercore is about to finish up. The next is halfway done. Add a probe, add the Cybercore, we get back on track. Stalker going to Corona Boost on the gateway, warp gate coming by. Not too much wild stuff happening just yet. So hits the Reaper. Again, Reactor coming through, Cyclone coming up. Twilight Council, the Gateway coming by, the Sentry and the Full Gate coming by as well. No surprise to see the Twilight Council coming through. See the Cyclone on the way, of course. That will pop and that will give us some action early as well, I imagine. It does give you the chance to go across the map, and it might not be right now, but it can support, obviously, in the medevac or so, which will come out of the starport soon, so you get choices. And it's even going to be used to try and deny some hallucination scouting. Hallucination gets to see the front, but that's it. I mean, okay, you actually get to see all the structures, so you kind of get to see the add-on setup, so Mana does get the info with that hallucination. Being able to get that going. Just have that blink continue to come up, then we'll get about to finish. The Reaper will be taking its move out onto the map, heading down to the bottom left-hand side, just back home. Again, medevac, WardiTV, Marine, a little bit of everything coming through for the moment, as the barracks and the orbital command continue into place as well. And yeah, Cyclone and Reaper joining together. Hallucination heading to the bottom left. We'll attempt to see what's going on. A couple of WardiTVs in the medevac. Cyclone knock on good. Hallucination chase, taken down. Not taken down, never mind. Taken down by the Marines. I knew the Marines were going to get it, clearly. I was thinking so far ahead. As the these Stalkers gather up. Those couple of mines continue to go about there, trying to see what else is going on. And there's a couple of Widow Mines going about. Siege Tank and Marines will continue to produce. The Banshee on the way. Continue to bring that over right now. Refinery coming online on the natural as well. We just see Temple Archives, Forge, Robo continue to come up. Zalt warping in, Blink coming through, again Temple Archives, Forge, the Gateway coming online here. Continue to get that going right now as we just have that Blink very much so still on the way in right now. We'll see, trying to get in a position with this push. Stalkers will try and deny it, blinking across. We've got the force field there as well. Observer giving you the vision. This is a 2-base Protoss. You don't really want to fight into the 2-base Protoss typically, but HEROMARINE still seeing the chance. The Sentry takes a lot of damage early, so that Guardian Shield, it's going to provide some value in the end because the Sentry ends up living so long after. But man, that was a very risky Sentry for a while. He actually does get killed up and brought back now. Tank going down. HEROMARINE committing to this fight. The Sentry will finally fall, and HEROMARINE is going to be set up on the front. However, only one tank remaining. The other tank already went down. The Banshee obviously here to provide some good damage output as well. Really pushing this tank up. We're going to blink into it. There's a lot of low HP Stalkers, which means that they take a lot of damage and a lot go down. So that blink for the tank is extremely expensive. Battery gets recharged That is Mana's choice on how he's going to use that energy to try and get back into this. The Banshee going down from HEROMARINE. As the damage continues, we target down the battery. Last thing we can get. WidowMine nearly gets a kill as the blinking happens again. A new siege tank showing up is actually going to go for another Stalker, but that it will be it. And Mana will hold. Considering Mana was a 2-base product when this started out, I would say that was pretty successful still from HEROMARINE. But he did lose the entire army, and that does slow you down in the future as HEROMARINE's only just now starting Stim, only just now getting into Combat Shield, right? Well, Stim's halfway done. But he's only just really getting into the rest of that biotech that should help you in the rest of this game. Because that's only really just coming up and online now. Gonna get a couple gateways down in the main base, Storm building, Prism on the way, Charge coming up. Stim combat and +1 coming through for the moment. Well, Storm is about to finish. The charge on +1 continuing to build here as well. Prism out down the right side, couple high Templars. They have the Storm, so Storm drop is a real thing. Obviously, hit a mineral line, get a couple Storms in. Could be absolutely huge. Would love to see it. Combat shield's about to complete. +1's on the way. Prism will head towards the natural here. The missile turret's in place. We'll be able to zone that Prism out a little bit. A couple depots still coming down. 1 Storm, 2 Storm. SCV's getting absolutely blasted. +1 in charge still coming up. The Immortals in production. The Nexus coming through as well. Sentry and Zealot still building as we get the couple of Medivacs continue to produce also. Concussive Shells, +1 armor, and so continuing through. Marine Marauder Medivac continue to come online. Just going to see a scan up onto that high ground. Have a little peek to see what's going on. Well, Zealots on the left. Grabbable here, and the Bio will make a good effort onto that. So HEROMARINE takes that down. Top Nexus is obviously in trouble as Mana's going to have to pull back forward, but I think that 4th is cancelled. Question will be, does HEROMARINE get away with these units? He's got 4 Medivacs. He should be able to lift and leave if he wants to. He's going to see that Mana comes in from the other side. The Prism is going to chase to try and do something. The first Storms are decent. Good. Better. I mean, he doesn't really punish Mana at all. He doesn't get rid of any of those High Templar. Now just going to stim into this mineral line. HEROMARINE is going for absolutely all of the work. There's one more Storm going down there, and finally this Bioforce will be forced to lift. I was going to say leave, but he's going to just drop into the main base instead. It's a full commitment on this army. I don't hate it. He's doing a lot with this. He already had a bit of momentum in the game as well, and I feel like trades like this are just going to keep that for him. Like, yes, he loses everything, but boy, did he get a lot. He's even getting units here at the end. He forced pretty much every single Storm out with the Templar, which means that reinforcing armies are going to have less Storms to have to consider as well. Like, this wasn't just like, bam, bam, 2 Storms and we're good. This took a lot of effort here from Mana. He lost a lot of workers in the process as well, and HEROMARINE up about 40 supply at this point in time is looking to get the close down. A lot of High Temple on the left side actually do have energy back, so HEROMARINE might need to take a moment. He has the 1 drop from before still in the main base, trying to come back in. The Stalkers are going to say no, though, and that Medivac will be forced to not drop and just retreat back to the top corner and hide for the moment. A bit more Bio just joins up there. Underneath 2 Medivacs. 7 SCVs to the Stormers. Mana trying to drag himself back in this game. Down a few workers, not ideal when the Terran also has mules on their side. 4th base nearly done from HEROMARINE. So that's going to be a potential move out in the very near future. That would be massive. As a few Medivacs finish, the Ghosts will be coming through. So the Storm, couple of Marauders taking hits already, couple Zealots taking damage as well. WidowMine still hitting those Immortals, and we continue to chase forward. Stalkers in some trouble. Immortals in some trouble. WidowMine still going off. Stalkers going down. Additional Zealots continue to warp on in right now. They're going to continue to chase on forward. Another Storm. Another 2 Storms coming through. The Archon now taking hits as well. 1 more Archon gets picked off. WidowMine's going to go good for the probes. And that's 9 workers killed. Couple more Stalkers trying to warp in. Marine Marauder Medivac coming through at the moment. Getting as much of that up as we possibly can here. Additional probes in production. Barracks on the way. Widow mines being added on. And the rest of this bioforce just continues to be brought up as well as the cannons and probes will continue to come through for the moment. So we keep that coming online. The 2-2 upgrades and the ship weapons coming up as well. He's now... HEROMARINE is 140. There's something about someone being at like 140 versus the 90 supply. It looks monstrous. Like 50 supply is 50 supply difference. I always feel like 180 to 130 is like, oh yeah, obviously the guy's ahead, but like I'm almost still a believer. It's just like I'm like, okay, upsets can happen, you know, comebacks can happen. Something about like 140 to 90 is like, oh, like the sub 100. The other guy's like closing in on maxing out. It feels like not just the number disparity, but where those numbers lie exactly just feels so bad. And mana is obviously on the negative side of that. Is I think HEROMARINE here is probably just going to max and then go again. Ghosts obviously available now as well, so we will be able to bring those ghosts across towards the upper right-hand side. We're going to try and get that going immediately here. +2 attack on the way, extended thermal lance, immortal, forge, robo facility probes continue to come up as well. Head to the upper right-hand side, a little bit of a push setting up. Warping of zealots continuing through, thermal lance +2 again, continue to come around for now. It's a nice grab on the couple of High Templar. Another storm down, Widow Mines. Full. One Stalker going down. High Templar's going to lift back up again. Oh, Pylon goes down. Cancels the warp in. GG says mana. We are getting to game 3 here in this matchup to decide who gets to play in the winner's bracket. I mean, HEROMARINE's locked in. Mana is looking for a chance to play in the winner bracket. It's a fun matchup that we have on our hands. It's going to that game 3. Hipster, another gifted sub. Gifted sub maniac here today. Thank you so much. This one going out to Zebmil. Thank you so much for the generosity. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thor is be a 10-month resub as well, guys. The subs are zooming. The recovery back towards 700 is real. It's happening. It's on its way. I mean, we're a long way off, but it's starting. You know, we're getting somewhere. Love it. Enjoy the Atlas stream just in time because the ads are on between games 2 and 3 right now as well. Love it. Love it. All right, guys. Having a good time here in the WardiTV European League tonight, getting some game 3s. I'm liking this, kind of getting a load of matches all at once as well. Like the only problem I've had with this European League format has been the 6 best-of-3s per day. Is kind of like there's been a lot of shorter streams, you know. But this one is nice. I like it. 9 best-of-3s tonight. Lots of StarCraft 2 coming through. After this, Geralt Mixu, a banger to decide who makes playoffs and who does not. That's going to be absolutely great. Well, actually, Geralt can't make playoffs. He's 1 and 3. Mixu is the 2 and 2 player who's been down paired. So Mixu with a win can make playoffs. Geralt can deny that for his $20. So there's actually some fun there as well. So yeah, that's we got more to go. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player from Team Liquid. It is Mana. As in the top right, the the blue Terran. He's not just fighting for himself, though, apparently. He's fighting for WardiTV, as Scaffler says. He will give 10 subs if HEROMARINE wins. Scaffler being the gift sub legend of the month already and looking to go even further. HEROMARINE, no pressure. But this tournament relies on you now. We are now officially a biased caster. Everything HEROMARINE does is great, and everything Mana does is OP and imbalanced and all the rest of it. Oh my god, can you believe Cross can afford a gateway, pylon, and an assimilator before the 1 minute mark? It is actually unreal. 16 out of 16, already fully saturated. He's basically completed the game before 1 minute. Isn't that just nuts? Does any other race get to play like this? No. Look at the 12 out of 16. Ignore the gases, they don't count. 12 out of 16. What is it? Look at the numbers. Hello? Hello. Alright, hello guys. Let's see what we do get as Mana's probe shows up on the other side of the map. Gonna come in, wander through, and start nibbling at those SCVs for a little bit. Creepers on the way, and a Cybercore in response from Mana. Everything just normal for the moment. No surprises just yet. Entering ley lines for this third map. Nibble, nibble. Depot goes down. Barracks in the main base going to get harassed as the probe gets nibble on the SCV there for a few moments. Why are we casting like Twitch chat word? Wow. I'll have you know I'm very comprehensible. I'm very understandable. I don't just gargle random noises and screech into the nether. I make very clarified points. This is nothing like how Twitch chat would do it. Just to clarify, okay? Is the consensus and the idea that yes, but the actual execution is way higher. Reaper to the bottom left-hand side obviously cleaned up that scouting probe, and we'll go and attempt for some information gathering over the next few moments. The Reaper heading down, sees a probe looking to build the battery, drops a grenade, turns around, gets out of there for the moment. The sentry, the warp gate, all on the way, and we do have ourselves the starport command center and the Widow Mine producing as well. SCV also in production for the moment. And that Twilight Council is just going to start up to give us the tech choice of mana. No surprises on that one. Another Reaper hopping through, gonna get ready for the two comboed to be heading down to the bottom left. A little Granado. I'm gonna just whack away as well. Just pull back. Again, the Twilight Council halfway done. The battery is continuing to produce right now. Command Center still building on the natural. Hey, what's up, Moron? 33. Wardy, once again, incredible casting at EWC. My favorite is when you and Roddy cast together. Yeah, me and Roddy had some really fun casts. I was super happy I got put with Roddy for the semi-final Classic Solo. I actually, out of all the matches that day, I'm actually really happy I got Classic Solo. To me, that's a really cool match. It's a semi-final between two players who absolutely both could have gone to the grand finals of a world championship for the very first time. But it's such a cool best of 7, you know? Like, Cyril, Kira, I'm like, kind of feel like I know what's happening. Third place match is like, yeah, you know, it's not quite as cool. Never going to get to cast the grand final. I was really happy getting the Classic Solo semi, so. And even better that we got to do with Roddy. What else did me and Roddy cast? We casted another really cool series, a TVP at some point, I think. Yeah, we got to cast something else that was also a bunch of fun. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but yeah, we had a fun time there as well. Day 1? I don't think it was day 1. I think it was day 2. Just can't think of what it was. I want to say like Cure versus a Protoss, but I really don't know. Oh, probes are dying! Probes are dying! Probes are dying! Oh my god, is that just 2 Reapers hopping in for 6 probes? 7, 8? What's going on? Oh, those Widow Mines as well. Ah. Boom. 8 workers going down. I missed the drop. I did miss the drop, yeah. See, this is the non-EWC experience where, you know, the observers don't see everything. 8 workers is kind of huge, though. That's a massive start. Everything coming around the bottom. Temple Archives coming through. Probe, Stalker, Battery continuing to come up for now. We'll see the Marine Marauder tank stim pack all continuing in as well. As you just see the hallucination getting chased back. Good tank shot onto the Stalkers. You'll see the hallucination back up to the high ground and going to provide the blink in. Tank is going to hit the Stalkers right off the bat. We'll see Stalkers trying to get a little bit of something done, but what I don't love is if any Stalkers are going down here, and now probes are going down on the other side as well as the Raven Order turrets show up. 4 workers killed already, and that's a drained battery as well, so yeah, not exactly ideal. This is really not a feels-good scenario right now, is it? For mana. He's in a pretty tough spot. Now, he is getting to Storm. He's going to have a lifeline, but that Storm really is the one thing he has. He has no third base just yet, so his economy is terrible compared to usual expectations. He's not in a great place. He's really had a rough start to this game, and it's going to be difficult to follow up from here, but we'll see maybe if he can pull it off and get it done. Charging that Storm continue through. +1 attack, stim pack, and combat shield all build on the side of HEROMARINE, so that continues to come online as well. As the bio gathers up, the tank gets set. 2 tanks in total on the natural. Will join up for the moment. Make it a 3rd one from the main base. Bring that down to low ground, and we already have the 3rd CC building. So the additional barracks are just setting up for the 3 base economy. As Stim is done, moving across the map against Stalkers is never super fun. It's kind of a weird moment because HEROMARINE does not really want to stim. He doesn't want to take all that HP off the units. But you kind of, you know, a stim would do a lot for you otherwise. The Raven just surviving and getting 1 more order turret down for 2 more probes. Obviously saw the High Templar as well. He's very aware of where mana is going to. He can obviously dictate his choice of play from here based around what he now knows of mana, which is pretty much everything that mana's got. You know, he knows that it's been a later third. He knows that it's been High Templar. So at this point, I don't think HEROMARINE is looking to rush across the map. Instead of Ghost Academy coming down and probably just taking your third base in a very stable and safe manner is probably the absolutely correct decision. Just getting into a very nice stable position and then kind of working through this from here. +1 attack coming through. Medevac Broader in production. Prism continues through as well. Continue to get that set up. There's a couple High Templars and a couple of Zealots warp in on the natural. So that will come by. See the Orbital Command coming down onto the third base, and a little bit of bio will stem across over to the front as well. Stalker moving into the middle of the map. The Prism is going across. Next, a couple High Templar just warp in and going to morph straight into the Archon. Again, probes and pylons continuing through. The army of HEROMARINE is through the center, by the way. If you're mana right now, you probably love this, because this is HEROMARINE is going to be a little bit out of position. Okay, well, this is now even more interesting. Widowmines and tanks just need to siege up and fight, I think, as, ooh, we're going to jump for the Raven. Anti-Arm Missile goes down on a lot of the gateway forces. Oh, HEROMARINE gets crushed at the start of this. Yeah, mana was really the initiator there, and uh-oh, HEROMARINE in some trouble. There's a lot more bio coming through. A couple of the tanks going to get saved. The problem is none of the mines, none of the tanks really got to properly fight in that last one. That Stalker tries to blink into self. The mine gets absolutely annihilated. There's a lot of storms still remaining, so mana still has a chance. I think if HEROMARINE had continued across the map, this could have actually still been very good for him, but would have provided an opportunity for mana. Mana making the most of what obviously was a really bad start for him is now going to have some chances, perhaps. Guardian Shield pops up, Widowmine's Burrow. There are some EMPs available soon. Widowmine's doing an okay job initially. What is the EMP going to go on to? It's kind of weird. We don't really have a good target initially. EMP is underneath the Prism for a second. There goes the Guardian Shield. 2 storms are very nice. We're going to dive on through here. He says, let's take out those High Templar. That last storm came off a High Templar that was full energy, so that could have been more. But do we not have any anti-air? We do not. We can't target down the Prism yet. Gets rid of that Archon at least. The Zealots are trying to overwhelm. The problem is Mana's lost all of his High Templars, so all of the tech units are gone, so this is an extremely expensive attack. And for all the SCVs that he killed, he's still down in workers, down in upgrades. Mana was super committed. He was nigh on all in fact. And he is in trouble right now as these Marines are going to get the Prism. Recall will be no good as HEROMARINE stamps Mana's hopes out of this Game 3. And Mana, he will be in the playoffs, but he will not be starting from the winner bracket if he loses this game. And that obviously just means one less life to play with. That lower bracket is going to be dangerous, man. Like, there's going to be a lot of very good players in that lower bracket of the playoffs. And Mana is going to have to start his run down in that lower bracket. HEROMARINE looking to get the only undefeated run of the Swiss group stage. He will be 5-0 if he closes this game out from that 50 supply lead. 145, 148 to 99. Upgrades in his favor. Tech online. He's got the ghosts. There's a lot of storms from Mana. There's a lot of storms have to carry a lot of weight in this upcoming battle as HEROMARINE's going to see no fourth base. It's already, it feels good for him. Mana's going to be across the map while HEROMARINE is also across the map. So HEROMARINE, I think, is close enough home already now where he just commits back and just fights this army and cleans it up. Bunker board a lot of time for him to close the distance. Attacking up the ramp's a little scary because of the storms. HEROMARINE is kind of just saying that he has enough to attack through them anyway, though, and it's basically only High Templar left now anyway. Oh my god, it actually is only High Templar. The Stalker's not going to do much. Widowmines are trying to chase through. The final storm comes down. The Archons are not going to do much of anything, and that is going to be GG. HEROMARINE with the 2-1 victory. 5-0 in the Swiss group stage. Congrats to HEROMARINE, and he will be first place of the Swiss group. He'll come into the tournament or the winner bracket with the best possible seed. GG. Yo, what's up? Loco with the raid. Welcome all you Locovians to the channel. How you doing? Thank you so much for low-zing it up. Hope you're all feeling good. Welcome with casting WardiTV European League. He has just saw a pretty cool ending between HEROMARINE and Mana. A game that kind of went off the rails for Mana early, but hey, some excitement when it starts off like that is always great at the end. Thank you so much as well. Mickey Verrick's coming in with the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much for the support on the bits. The Scavler delivering on the HEROMARINE victory with the 10 gifted subs, going out to Impress EM, Chris0911, Tonkan83, Deadpool JRX, DM Dragonar, Chika DDD, Loco Pepe CL, Kilgur, NV Ping, and Nate Diggity with the 10 gifted subs. Beautiful. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the bids. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. We are going to go into our next matchup here as it's Mixu, it's Geralt, and this is back to do or die for one of the players. Unfortunately for Geralt, he's out. He lost to HARSTEM, Yakov, and Art. He's at 1 and 3. He cannot make playoffs. He's the only player playing today who can't make playoffs despite the result. But he got paired up from the 1 and 3 score to Mixu, who's 2 and 2. So for Mixu, this series is super important. If he wins, he's in the playoffs. If he loses, he is not. Geralt, will he take Mixu down with him? Will he drag him down for the ride in the non-playoff selection of players? We will find out here very soon. As we had some videos, we'll get hosted up and we'll get ready to head into this next matchup. Guys, I'm just going to run some ads. I know a lot of you just joined us, but obviously it makes sense to run ads now while we get videos going rather than having them end up playing during the game. So if you end up in those ads, I'll see you on the other side. We do have more great StarCraft coming up, though. We've still got 5 best of 3s coming your way. Mightiest Chicken with the gifted sub to Arox SC2. Thank you so much for the generosity of a gifted sub. We're popping off today, guys. We are popping off today. It's busy, busy, busy. What's going on? Hello. Thank you so much, and welcome to the WardiTV European League. Couple of videos starting up, so it'll probably be about a minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes, somewhere in that capacity, depending on exactly how long it takes them to video. Away from jumping into this, I'm going to take a quick step away, guys, just while the ads are up and the videos happen, so I'll be right back. Let's take a minute, and I'll be with you guys again in just a sec. Alrighty. Videos are nearly done. We're a map away from having all the videos completed, and we'll be able to kick this off. What's up, John on the YouTube? Hello, and how are you doing? How's everyone feeling? Some Tuesday evening StarCraft. We're at about 1,000 viewers. Love to see it. And we've got a couple hundred on YouTube as well. So much you joined us today, guys. If you're tuning in, you want to support freely, consider liking and subscribing if you're on the YouTube. That goes a long way. That always helps out a whole bunch. And of course, you can support on the Twitch channel as well by subscribing. But that's not what I was talking about. It's actually talking about following. I was doing the free ways to support. Following, and also just being a viewer. Keep on being right there in chat. And you also just support the stream for free. Viewership goes a long way. It's the hidden currency on Twitch. Viewership is power. Power is money. And money is StarCraft 2 tournaments. It's the way of the world. Talking map going to be map 1. I was wondering if we were going to get someone else to host this, but it looks like it'll be me. Usually Mixu and Geralt host, but today they're not. Taking the day off hosting, that's fine. I'll host my tournament. I'll do some mild admin work. Yo, Zepmouth, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. How you doing, everyone? And welcome if you are in this list. Goblin SC2. Wow, you must be a newcomer around these parts. Not seen that name before. Getting the gifted sub alongside Creative2 or Creativity or Creativite. Honestly, I should just give up. I should have just gone with the first one, pretended it was going to be perfect. Also going out to Caronte268, Robbie, God, Calaver, and B-Bean. Thank you so much for the generosity of the gifted subs. Thanks for the great content. No, thank you for making it happen. Again, these events don't happen without you guys. I'd give you the whole sob story, but I already did give the sob story not so long ago, so I'll leave it for now. But TLDR, these tournaments are powered by you guys. You guys support the stream. We put on more tournaments. You guys get to watch more StarCraft, and the cycle continues. Ready. 2 players. Readied. That means we got a best of 3 on our hands. Mixu fighting for his playoff life. Geralt with $20 in his eyes. There is money for winning this series. It's only $20, but hey, $20, a best of 3. You know, it ain't bad. I'm not going to try and pretend $20 is the make or break of these guys' career or anything like that. But there is a reason for Geralt to win this. There is a reason for him to deny Mixu his playoff access. And also, you're Geralt, right? Like, you don't want to be the guy. You know, if you look at the other guys who are like 1-4, like Geralt doesn't want to be down there. He doesn't want to be labeled as a 1-4 player in the European League. Geralt wants to have a final result here that is a little bit more. He wants to look as though he's the guy that just missed out on playoffs, not the guy that had a disastrous season, right? So there's a little bit of a Ligulac points, a little bit of money, a little bit of pride on the line. Yeah. A big money, but even bigger glory. Exactly. I love that way of describing it. That's exactly what we got going on in this series. As in the bottom left, he is the only player today who will not have any chance of making playoffs. He is already at 3 losses. He cannot get to the 3 wins needed. But fighting for all the other things previously mentioned, it is Geralt. And he battles against the blue Zerg in the top right, who does have playoff aspirations. Mixu still has that hope alive in him. And God, would it be good to have another Zerg in the playoffs. So I will be biased, and I will say, let's go, Mixu. Let's get another Zerg in here. His results, 1-2 against Skillers, 0-2 Scarlet, but bouncing back from 0-2 down to 2-1 Fiant and 2-1 Hydra, bringing him to this 5th and final match. I would say that generally, I don't expect Mixu to win here against Geralt. I think Geralt is the favorite. I think the scores of these guys, if they were flipped around, you know, Geralt was 2-2 and, you know, Mixu was 1-3, I'd be like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. But I would also say it's fair to say that, honestly, like, Geralt probably played some tougher opponents as well, overall, maybe. I think that's the way that Swiss works. Not everyone plays the exact same set of players, right? So, yeah. This obviously has not been Geralt's tournament, obviously not been the result he's looking for. But like I say, maybe he can finish off on a high here in this European League round 5 off of the Swiss group stage. Nothing too much to comment on in terms of the actual gameplay and builds for the first few moments. It's just a hatchery. Obviously, the probe came across the map, which means you do block the hatchery. That 3rd base location gets taken instead by Mixu, so that's exactly what he goes for. The Cybernetics core coming up as well. That's halfway done. The assimilator pylon building also, so we continue to bring all of that up just for the moment. Couple lings, couple queens, drone as well, continue to come on over for the moment. So we get all of that coming through just for now. Are there bets? Ooh, you guys want bets? If I put the bets up, you have to remind me to shut the bets when the series is done, okay? Okay, because I'm terrible at remembering to do this, so that's the deal. You have 2 minutes to waste your channel points or to win glorious channel points. Go. Go wild. I'm always happy to put up the bets, guys, as long as, if you guys just... I just don't remember to do it a lot, to be honest. I should really try and do it more frequently. Quite frankly, so yeah. Hey, what's up? Dazed and Confused, 35-month resub, all of them in a row. Have some money? Okay, you know what? Sure. I will accept. Thank you so much for the 35-month, nigh on 3-year resub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting as the couple of Adepties gonna step their way toward the upper right-hand side of the map. Stalker, Warp Gate, Probes, Oracle, all coming up. 8lings on the way. Mixu prepping to deal with some of this adept pressure, getting some of his lings ready. Ling speed a little further out. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to deal with for the first few moments. Adepts will shade. Actually, that's a good shade for Mixu because that forces the Adepts away from a mineral line. So they're not going to be nearby and able to kind of just go wham, bam, thank you, and take down a drone or two with them. Geralt is looking good on Sunday. Yeah, Geralt did look pretty good on Sunday. It's kind of sad not to see him take like an extra series, take another step further. He has some good games. That's kind of Geralt all over, though. You know, Geralt oftentimes is playing these matches, doing very well, and I feel like Geralt is so often so close to just being that little bit better. I feel like Geralt's also a guy who Geralt has a very weird playstyle to me, because to me, I see Geralt as someone who's always aiming to play longer games. But then he does get aggressive, but I feel like he gets aggressive in such weird kind of ways that I still don't even think of him as like a guy that like all-ins the opponent and stuff a lot. But he does bring out those more aggressive builds. It's very interesting how your kind of your perspective or view of a player like that can really be kind of melded and molded. Very interesting, as we do just have a few Zerglings gathering on the low ground here. Twilight Council and Forge will both continue to come online. A couple of additional gates coming up. The Nexus about to complete. Oracle's looking to activate. Queen's actually getting a really good chase down of those Oracles. Evolution Chamber coming up, about to finish. 13 drones, Lair, Overlord, all continuing through right now. The +1 attack upgrade coming about, the few additional probes coming in, add a gateway onto that as well. As the few adepts are going to go after the Zerglings, and the Zerglings do end up getting chased up that left-hand side. So the Lings get chased up the left, the +1 attack upgrade coming through. A couple extra gates, a few additional probes, gain a little bit of everything. Continuing in for the moment. A few Zerglings continue out over to that right-hand side. And the Queens will stand in and fight against those Adepts for a couple of moments. Ling's going to get a wraparound on these Adepts as well, so it's another nice catch. Multiple Adepts going to get cleaned up here already. And there's a couple of Oracles looking to see what more they can do as they continue to linger and lurk overhead. And a little bit of cleanup. What's up, HEROMARINE with the raid as well. Welcome, everybody. Hope you guys have enjoyed the Gabe stream. And thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. Obviously, we are here casting the tournament that Gabe was just playing Mana in 10-15 minutes ago. Finished up that series. Stuff going on. Oracle's getting killed. Oh, that Oracle's super low. I was going to say, it's not going to stick around and die, right? But, like, he's sticking around longer than I thought he would anyway. Yeah, so hello and welcome, everyone, from the Gabe stream. Good to see you guys. Welcome. This is the WardiTV European League. It's our final round of the group stage today. Players are looking for their last chance to get into the playoffs or finalize their seeding and so on. Every match you see today has playoff implications. And yeah, we got this, and then like 4 more best of 3 still to go or something like that. So yeah, sit back, welcome. Good to see you guys. And hope you guys are doing well. EWC chess is over today. I actually watched the chess stream for a little bit earlier. I'm not a big chess player necessarily. I have played a little bit back in my day. I'm not super good or anything, right? But I was just really interested to see how like I actually watched like the opening show and stuff. I was really interested to see how chess translated to like basically the same show that we did last week with StarCraft. You know, it's very surreal, kind of actually watching these like this big chess show taking place. It's like, hey, I was sat on that couch doing StarCraft analysis last week, but like, hey, I was stood on that stage not like 4 days ago or something, you know. So it was, it had a little bit of like surrealness to it. I was like, just genuinely curious what it looked like. I also wanted to see what they have Tyler 1 stage hosting, and he's stage hosting with Stanstorm, who was stage hosting with Rachel last week. And I was like, I really wanted to see how this went down. It was actually pretty good, to be honest. It was actually very, very solid. So I yeah, pleasantly surprised. Hope Chess does well, man. I know it's not quite the StarCraft that we love, but it's very cool to see it at EWC. As long as it's not taking StarCraft's spot, it's very cool to see it at EWC, okay? Because you see the Lings. Continuing about, the Oracles activating, a few Lings taking damage for the moment. The +1 missiles, Bane speed, Hydra speed coming up as well. We get an Lurker Den coming up too. Infestation Pit producing. Extractors and Creep Tumors continue to produce. And again, the +2, Storm and Charge, all on the way. Stargate as well for Geralt. This game is really just developing into a long one, which I'm not super shocked by, right? You've got Mixu, who is a player who, yeah, I think sometimes wants to all in, but I don't think he's afraid to kind of play the longer game either. And I told before, Geralt to me is always someone who's looking to play the longer game in the PvZ, or honestly, most matchups. Like, Geralt is the kind of guy who will end up on the Stargate units. He will end up playing the super late stages. The longer the game goes, I do typically think I prefer kind of Geralt in the longer game than I do Mixu. Mixu, Geralt has been the guy that has broken into the European pro scene and really made a stamp in that and made a name for himself in the EU pro scene, where Mixu has more so been the guy that's been a challenger to the pro scene, You know, he's been in the tournaments, he's been in some of the bigger events, but he's never made that kind of bigger performance. He's never really pressured beyond kind of participating in the group stages. So it is definitely got to be a Geralt kind of favored series, but like I say, Mixu not being afraid of going into the later stages of the game. You know, this is a matchup that these guys have known about for a good few days now as well. They know they're going to play each other. And there's definitely that opportunity to prepare a little bit as well, right? Where you know who your opponent's going to be, you know who you're going to be up against. There's a pretty big factor to that for sure, as these Lings are going to play the wraparound on the Zealots, and the hatchery is going to be protected, so good job by Mixu. Hive coming up. I mean, Geralt is just not slowing down at all himself. Mothership on the way, the Tempest count is obviously increasing as well, so that's all looking beautiful and fantastic for now. The additional lurkers just getting morphed in here as the Banelings continue to produce as well. Add a Hive on, Overseer coming online. We just have ourselves +2 attack and so coming up, +1 air weapon, still being brought in with everything else. Ling, Hydra on the map. The Sorgers actually just blinked across the gold base up to the top side. Gonna knock down these rocks and recall out of there. A couple of Sorgers get left behind, unfortunately. Obviously, everything that gets recalled gets taken away, no problem. We obviously absorb a couple of Banes on those already dead Stalkers. That was not ideal. Kind of push at the front first. Ace Swords have come down. Storm's coming in defensively. If these Lurkers can siege in position, that's always a concern. That Storm's beautiful. Hits so many of the Hydras. Do we have enough support for the Lurkers? Like, the Lurkers are going to do mega damage here, but if there's not enough up in the front, those Lurkers are obviously going to be in a ton of trouble, and you can just see the Lurkers are not killing things quickly enough. The Hydras took too much damage. No Lings there to really kind of buffer and buy time either. And that's, I think, honestly the biggest issue. Now 22 new Hydras on the way. Those were also Lurkers with none of their upgrades, so they took a very long time to burrow. They took a very long time to be in position. They didn't have the max range. It was kind of a weird time for Geralt to, like, for Mixu to attack. Like, I kind of get it, because I kind of look at the situation, I'm like, okay, yes, you know, this is a moment where your Lurkers are first on the field, they feel powerful, your opponent's getting, you know, answers to Lurkers up, so maybe you want to do something, but doing something and losing all those Lurkers is obviously not ideal. And now you just lost the top left base, you do not want to lose the far right base. Geralt with some good army movement, as soon as he's threatening the right side and Mixu responds to it, he's back up to the top with the main army. I'm not sure if we have a good answer to the main army. Storms are going to be so threatening to all of these Hydras that this high Hydra count is genuinely going to be, I think, in a little bit of trouble, honestly, if we're just not careful here. Let's see. As we try and come through, Storms are available, right? Like, we've got a couple High Templars in here, drops the Time Warp. He's just waiting for his moment, and now Geralt turns around and fights us. 13 drones going down, and I do not know if Geralt is really going to slow down in this game. Mixu kind of needs a moment to breathe all of a sudden. He just comes off of that attack, which then obviously was a bit butchered, was not really it. And now Geralt feels to be in full control of the game. Looks like we're diving. A few Lings come in, forces the Mothership to cloak, but meanwhile the Tempests are sat in the skies and they are just dominant, shooting at anything they see. They've obviously got that major range advantage over everything here, and they can just keep on chipping away at armies. And Geralt just throws a few more units to the right side, trying to keep some attention there. Hatchery on the top left cancelled again, or killed off even, not even cancelled. Corruptor's coming through. That's what Mixu needs, is a bit more of a proper answer to this. But look at the bank accounts. Mixu has already broken the piggy bank. Geralt has been saving up, and he's on a very nice plan in that regard. The High Templar do get caught a little out of position there, but they still get some okay-ish storms off, considering. Like I said, Geralt just needs to spend his money. He might just be waiting a little bit to figure out, hey, what do I want to spend it on? What am I expecting? I think right now, more of the same is still absolutely fine. A bunch of Archons, obviously having more storms available would be huge. I love the stack defense investment, right? Make sure these bases are extremely safe. I also like that Mixu recognizes, like, hey, this might be one of my few opportunities. Like, I just had an okay-ish fight. Let's maybe try and get across and get some work done. He actually gets rid of a lot of the stack defense here, if nothing else. The Archons against these Hydras currently are not exactly the best. Thanes do get stormed to death. They will not do too well. There's still not really the answer for the Tempest here, because we're really reliant on the Corruptors showing up to help with those. They're off to the left-hand side. Currently looks as though they just got a pick off on the mini-map, but they really need to fly in over here. What is big is that we got rid of most of the anti-air outside of the Tempest, so if there ever was a time for the Corruptors to be able to win a fight, this would be it. There's not going to be any Archons. There's going to be very few Storms to help out. Like, this is absolutely go time for the Corruptors. They're going to dive through. That Mothership is going to go down, but it comes at the cost of a lot of the Corruptors. Stalks coming in to protect. And yeah, this was very disjointed from Mixu. It's funny because I feel like this game feels very competitive, but then I look down at the bank again, I'm like, oh yeah, Geralt can actually just warp in tons of units and just win the game right now. If he just spent his cash, this would not be competitive in the supplies, and it already isn't, as 160 to 130 turns into the current way of being. Basta joins up, the few Hydras will move across the right side, we continue to press forward. couple of changelings expire underneath, or broodlings, whatever that was. I think broodlings from the hatchery, right? Yeah, so a couple of broodlings expire underneath. The Hydra's going to open up some rocks here and try and create a passageway. But you are a 4-base Zerg against a 5-base Protoss. Those numbers don't add up. Yeah. A brave game from Mixu to kind of say, okay, Geralt, I will play the macro against you, but I think definitely gives us an idea of a game 2. And if we get there at game 3, that maybe Mixu needs to be a bit more of the guy who's mixing it up. Mixuing it up, maybe. And kind of just making this a little bit crazier in general. Just actually making this like a different situation as Tempest continue to gather around. Everyone joining in on the bottom side currently. Results going after those drones. Damage being dealt. Those ults on the right, they're going to get that hatchery also. Okay, we're making some plays right now. Some work is coming through. And +3 air weapons coming online, the +1 shields coming through. Batteries, cannons all coming up. Additional corruptors coming in. 17 drones dead here. I mean, Mixu's just kind of reeling in this one, unfortunately. I think we are at a point of probably no return. The economy's doomed. The army's not exactly ideal. It's not big enough either. I think it really is fair to say that this one is looking a little bit grim on the side of our Zerg player. Geralt's floating so much. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's also just because he knows he's got the kind of structures to warp in at any point too. I know it's not as much now, but like, I think a little bit of it was like he's just like double checking what he wants to keep on building. Like, a lot of these fights happened on the Zerg side of the map, which means that as Geralt, you don't need to necessarily be building instantly because you have time to figure out what to rebuild. There were probably points he could have built a bit sooner. But he clearly had an army that was still competitive despite what he was floating initially, right? Lurkers are burrowed, Hydras are flying. Geralt also just has an absolute, you know, fortress of stack defense on all of these external bases. There's a little bit of harassing the main base of Geralt. Corruptors will go for some caustic sprays and they're just going to say it's not worth it. Stalkers are getting kills. Six is just going to type out game. He got kind of bled out in this one. Like, there wasn't even really kind of one big epic fight. There was a couple of engagements. I guess there was some bigger fights, but it kind of felt like the story was kind of decided over, you know, a longer period of time as GG gets called. And we will be looking for game number 2 of this best of 3. As soon as I can find the maps, Incorporeal and Ley Lines, just because people are logging in and achievements are going crazy. Everyone is broadcasting all of their achievements on people's friends list the moment that they log into StarCraft 2 at the moment, so not ideal. Not ideal. Mixu in the lobby, waiting for Geralt to join us for game 2 of this BO3. Again, after this, we're actually going to be diving into a little bit of PvP, I believe. HARSTEM taking on Skillus, a matchup that's going to be the final battle for the winner bracket slots. I think we also already know, by the way, too. So, basically, the TLDR is that the winner of HARSTEM and Skillus will play HEROMARINE in the winner bracket, and Shameless will play MaxPax, because I'm pretty sure map score can't bring HARSTEM or Skillus above MaxPax, which will be our way of determining just exact seeding. So I think that's going to be what that bracket looks like. HEROMARINE already 2-0'd HARSTEM once in this tournament. Obviously, like I say, HARSTEM and Skillus will decide that final winner bracket slot. The other will play from the lower bracket in this contest. Ready, Deadly Donkey Kitten. Wow. I would love to see what Donkey Kitten looks like, especially a deadly one. Thank you so much for the gifted sub going out to StarCraft Co-op, dude. Thank you so much for the generosity and supporting the stream and the European League as we kick into Game 2 of Series 5 tonight. Again, after Skillus versus HARSTEM, we also have UTHERMAL taking on Showtime for a spot in the playoffs. Goblin versus Art as they look to have their playoff hopes realized, and Night Phoenix versus Christiana will close out the evening with one final playoff spot on the line between those two as well. This is round 5. This is where all the action is at. This is where everybody gets their playoff hopes dreams made, crushed, and whatever else. I mean, we should have gone full EWC, man. I'm going to start writing people's names on pieces of paper and just ripping them up as they get eliminated. It's not quite as epic as the Key Crush, but, you know. Same vibe. Same vibe. Take a moment as the probe has done its job again, forcing that hatchery to the third base location. I don't think there's anything really too surprising about our early moments here. Again, Garrett looking for that glory and that extra prize money, even if you cannot make the playoffs. Get victory cards. The loser has to autograph the winner's card, and the tourney winner ends up with the names of the fallen. If I had to autograph the winner's card after they beat me in the series, I'd just be like, "You suck. Your race is terrible. I hate it." It's like, sorry, that's my signature. This in this day and age. Yo, Limpwild with the upgrade. Became a member earlier, upgrades to gold. Ay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Is really do just take a moment or so of not much really happening in this PvZ, to be honest. PvZ. I mean, not much really happens early in the game, so. Incorporeal is a map. This one's been kind of a fun map. Very fun if you get later, because this middle of the map's so interesting. Like a forward base for each player, but actually genuinely kind of hard to attack into. It's a very narrow, ramp up there unless you go very far left, which then exposes your far right base as well. You have the power of the watchtower, but you can't move through the watchtower either, right? So it actually creates for some pretty dynamic later games if we get to that sort of stage. It's obviously not always a guarantee. There's this probe heading home, and it's replaced by the Adept on the map currently, but not getting too aggressive. We'll shade forward. There is a second Adept on the way, so we can join that up with the first eventually, as long as this first one does stay alive long enough. That is the plan right now, as the Adept shades, and a couple of Zerglings will begin to go after the Adept as well. So the Adept getting chased a little bit. Stargate about to finish up here. One Oracle on the way. Warp Gate building, and a few more drones, lings, and everything else coming through. The ling speed will finish up very shortly. All those Adepts will make their way to the watchtower. Not too much done by the Adepts. One drone, one ling. A little bit of chaos, but both Adepts are still alive, right? So, yes, it may not have been total chaos like these Adepts can sometimes find, but it is enough to then say, hey, look, I got some done, and I'm still alive, so these Adepts are still a threat in the future. They're still something I can play with. And now the Oracle is out as well, so we have ourselves another way for harassment to come into this game from Geralt. Can afford to activate onto that ling, because in this day and age, you have energy recharge, and so the energy feels endless. In the past, activating for one ling there's a little bit of it feels bad, but nowadays, yeah, energy recharge really just lets you activate multiple times, and you still have energy to harass across the map as well if you want it, right? Or if you want to go across the map, which typically you do. So yeah, that option really does remain open to you, as the Adepts are shading, by the way, into the main base on the other side. They're going to go for some drones, just going to target those down. One drone, two drone, going to make it 3, looking for 4. We can make it 4, but that should be the end of this harassment, but not bad at all. 2 Adepts down. They killed 5 drones and 1 ling in the end. Obviously, 4 of these drones come in later than what you might usually expect the first 2 Adepts to sacrifice for, but I mean, the fact that they got 4 is definitely very nice. The lings will get a probe in return here, and we'll continue to try and harass once again the Oracle's turn around. To me, this is almost the bigger issue, right? Is that you've managed to keep the Oracles at home as Mixu, and yet you've taken damage anyway. I guess that's kind of the thing, though, because you kept these oracles at home because of the lings, but the lings being over here left the adepts a chance to get into the mineral line, and so damage was done anyway. So, yeah. Any which way, Geralt has found the way to get damage on this one. He has done a very good job of running off with these lings and coming back through. Like, he is genuinely making it look difficult to keep these oracles active, which, like I was just saying, usually that's not the case in this day and age. The problem is it's triple oracle, and we find an opening for 7 drones across the map as Mixu's playoff hopes might just be getting pulsar beamed into little particles that are going to float off into the air and not be one single thing enough to be in the playoffs anymore. That was a great analogy until it wasn't. Let's just pretend it stopped at a good point as the triple oracle gathers up. Damage is done early, man. That's a lot of drones now dead. That's what, 11 drones dead in this game? 12 drones dead in the game. Lings still going down. Yeah, I mean, Geralt is loving this. As Blink comes up, Stalker's on the way. Mixu is just spamming the drones, but the more he has to stop and spam drones, the longer it takes him to get to that drone count he wants to cut at. The longer it takes you to get there, the less time you have mining at peak mining efficiency, which means the less time you have to pump units, or the less money you have to pump units against the Stalkers. So it does mean that this Stalker pressure is then empowered by the success of this opener. It's still only lings on the map. We're building a missile upgrade, but only lings on the map means that these oracles will continue to protect these Stalkers nicely. And right now we're losing overlords as well. Mixu's not in fear of being supply blocked, but they're still overlords you're going to have to rebuild, and I love that we're getting these. I love the focus on them instead of just instantly focusing the hatch. I think that's absolutely spot on. Ideal. Love it. Oracles will peel out over to the left side. Again, +1 attack, and the blink will continue through. Stalkers and adepts continuing to build and gather up for the moment. The unit's still in the main base. The oracles are going to dive through to the natural expansion, by the way. 1 drone, 2 drones. Spore cancelled. Damage being done. Oracle's having a good old time. We got a couple more kills there. 3 drones going down. 4 drones going down. Not bad at all. And +1 and blink continuing through for the moment. +1 missiles. Roach Speederino. Roach Lane Queen all on the way up. Templar Archives and Gateways will continue to build through right now. The Nexus is on its way. And Blink is finally done, so these Stalkers are going to be a little bit more powerful. Mixu is at 61 workers. As Roach Speed and +1 finishes, he's got one plan in mind, and that is to go, go, go. And moments like this where these Stalkers are not expecting Mixu to have quite so much is maybe problematic. The Oracles will help out. The Stasis Ward helps out massively as well as Geralt gets a chance to play Getaway from a pretty tricky situation. I actually felt like Mixu had a chance to kill quite a bit there. Good crisis management from Geralt is going to retreat home with honestly very few losses considering the situation. All you have to do here as Geralt is defend. Voidray on the way, he's just like, cool, I'm going to build anything I can that will help. And Voidray right now is, like, if you've got the money, use it. You know, Voidray may not be the best unit to have typically in these scenarios, but hey, it's better than having nothing at all. It's better than that money sitting in your bank and just not being used at all. Because a Voidray will eventually do damage over time, right? 4th base probably can be given up. I don't know if we need to fight there necessarily as Geralt. You can see the Queen's coming across the map too. Everything from Mixu as he looks to try and close out Game 2 and stay in this tournament. That pause! Oh, that's not the timing. The hype's building. The caster is excited. Everything is ruined until it's not. We're back. The hype is kept, and the Roach Ravager Queen looks to keep pushing through. The Lings here to support as well as Stalkers go around that right side, looking to cut this off. Mixu looking to stay in the European League 2025. Ravager Bar's coming down. He tries to work on the pylon at the front, gets rid of that, but there's still a pylon in the back here as well. Stalkers are fighting the Lings. The Oracle out of energy. Is that good enough for Geralt, who is now supply blocked, by the way? A little bit of a problem there, perhaps, as the Roaches will continue to do their thing in the natural. Feels like these Stalkers over here, though, are a little bit too good, and they're just finding too much. The +1 is here for these Stalkers as well, and Mixu is going to get out of here. Geralt is going to get the 2-0. He is going to eliminate Mixu from playoff contention, and Geralt gets the victory here. 2-0, advancing to a 2-3 scoreline, which is not good enough for Geralt. And, you know, I low-key love it. Like, it really sucks for Mixu, but I do low-key love that Geralt, he can't make playoffs. It's like, Mixu, you're going down with me. We're both going to sink in this ship together. Disaster. 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 Alrighty, guys. It is going to be some PvP up next, as we are going to get HARSTEM, we are going to get Skillers, we are going to get the boys in-game very shortly, and kick off into that. We have got Ellie here, our resident expert on... What matchup are you an expert on today, Ellie? On Protoss, she says, just on Protoss, do you have any words of wisdom for the chat? Based on your thoughts on anything you want to talk about, Ellie. You go wild. One sec, guys. I'll get translator in here. All right, Ellie is saying Protoss is a pretty fun matchup. No, Ellie, Protoss is just a race. It's not a matchup. Like, panic. Huh. I might have been hired for a job I do not know how to do. Abort! Okay. Ellie is, she did her best. Protoss is a good matchup is what we take away from that interview. And always good to know. Unstoppable Pork, thank you so much for the 33-month resub. Can Doggy play next round? Look, I don't know if Protoss is at that point of gameplay where we can just put the dog in to compete with these other guys. I think we might need a few more buffs still. Few more buffs still needed. She's an expert in food. I have no food. She's clearly not an expert. She's coming to the wrong place. Ain't no food here. What's up as well? Oh no, I said thank you, Unstoppable Pork. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to do. I was going to click the ad button. See how nice I am, guys? I didn't run the ads until after Ellie was gone. So anyone that doesn't have a sub doesn't miss out on the Ellie time. That is looking after your viewers, you know? Again, it's going to be HARSTEM versus Skillers. The follow-up to this will be UTHERMAL Showtime, and we end the day with a couple of PvPs. As again, this match is the last match where both players are already in the playoffs. This is still important, though. As mentioned, the winner of this enters the winner bracket. So the winner of this will go to the winner bracket. The loser will have to play in the lower bracket. So this is really already kind of a pretty big deal, right? Where, you know, you're essentially looking at this as like it's kind of your winner bracket life already. You know, like this is already kind of your winner bracket life. Because you either win and you start up there, or you lose and you start down here. So this is kind of a matchup that, you know, if this is the winner bracket round 1, this is lower bracket round 1. This is kind of like a matchup here, like winner bracket round 0. So, yeah, keep that in consideration. Both of these players were 3-0. Skillers went through Mixu, Percival, and UTHERMAL before losing to MaxPax. HARSTEM went through Geralt, Shameless, and MaxPax, forced MaxPax into that 2-1 matchup with Skillers. So, yeah. And then HARSTEM lost to HEROMARINE in what was a pretty brutal and fast series a couple of weeks ago before EWC. See what this matchup looks like here in the form of PvP. It's been aggressive from HARSTEM recently in this matchup, so we'll see what we get. It's definitely going to be our opening map. HARSTEM's been doing a lot of proxying, but it's also been proxying against a lot of players who like to expand and like to try and take that early game kind of economy. Hero, MaxPax, these kind of guys. That's why we've seen HARSTEM being so aggressive. Will Skillers come in with that same approach, or will he come in with something a little bit different to make this look differently? That is what we find out very soon. First map is picked, like I say, Persephone. Second and third map will be picked in a moment, and we will be off and away into this final match of the group stage for both these players. Again, they will both make playoffs, but who will get to start in that winner bracket? Who will start in the lower bracket? HARSTEM currently set as Terran, as much as I'd like to see more TVP. I'm going to tell him that we need to have a serious matchup here, and this must be some PvP. Ready to go real soon. Alright, countdown is done. As we jump into Persephone. Let's get this ready to rumble. Love HARSTEM, but Skillers is probably the favorite here. I think that's a pretty fair assumption. Should we get the predictions up on the Twitch side of things? See, look at me, remembering to do predictions on my own accord, guys. HARSTEM, Skillers. Look at me doing the thing. Look at me being a good streamer. Oh, the typo on the opening. GLHFG. GG. HARSTEM minus 1 point already at the opening of this game. He is the red Protoss player. In the bottom left-hand side of Persephone, from the Shopify Rebellion, of course, we've got HARSTEM. In the upper left, the blue Protoss player will be Team Liquid's Skillers. Getting that top 4 over in Krakow. It's very nearly top 3. Harstem was abusing me in the lobby chat, guys. It definitely wasn't me picking on him and taking retaliation. It was definitely Harstem just picking on me. So that's what the the caster chat is about. Hey, what's up, Sir Riggleson? Thank you so much for the 39-month resub. Welcome back. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 39 months. Super appreciate it. And thank you so very much indeed. Hell yeah. Been a load of subs today, guys. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're steaming up towards the 600 sub mark again. We are bouncing back from EWC like we're on a freaking trampoline. Yes. Like that. And not just any old trampoline, a trampoline with some bounce in it as well, you know? See some of these trampolines and they're just like, it's just like, oh, it's kind of lame. This one bounces. It bounces big. So that's the kind of bounce back we're on right now. I know what you guys are thinking. Anytime Wardy actually just tries to make an analogy, it's terrible, you know? And I know, I get it. Me too. I agree. Sometimes I just like have something good and I just lose it halfway through. It's tough, man. It's tough. Great job at EWC. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Had a great time casting. Had a great time being there. It was a ton of fun. EWC was really fun this year. Great players. Great games. Great casting team. We had a good time. We had a good time. Cybercores will finish. Robo Facility is proxied by Skillus. Skillus with the Robo in the bottom right corner. It's Harstem in this game. Double gates, but no real aggression yet. He's getting the sentry out. That's where his investment is going to now. And there's the expand. So 2-gate expand. Not as greedy as the 1-gate expand. Obviously, you will have 2 gateways of units to kind of work with here. But yeah, that Robo is in the bottom right. And it's obviously Skillus that will be saying, hey, let's do this. Let's party. Let's play the aggressive game. So Skillus looking to bring the fight to Harstem. If Harstem knows what's up and builds a defensive Robo, I love it. If he builds a Stargate, I kind of love it. If he builds a Twilight Council, I hate it. That's the situation right now. Does he recognize what's going on? Does he realize the threat? He's going to see no expansions. So that should urge him towards... I mean, he doesn't have any money to tech right now at all because he's just building sentries. He's going to have a 3rd sentry in the game soon. And Skillus is already building the Prism. There's the Robo, okay. Robo kind of had to come down here. Now the question kind of becomes, do you go Prism, do you go Immortal? I think you always have to go Immortal first in this scenario, honestly. Like, Immortal is just going to give you so much firepower. And honestly, with no Immortal up from his opponent and just being a Prism, the Immortal should be absolutely fine. As those Adepts are going to have the chance to go in if they want to. But there's units there, so we're not going to rush to it. Now Immortal on the way up from Skillus. Honestly, Harstem can give up the natural here. It's not ideal. He doesn't have to try and protect it, though, and he's not really in position either. And he just doesn't have the fighting units to protect it either right now. So he's going to come down the ramp with 1 Stalker. Fortunately, it's only really 2 Stalkers there. The Adepts are actually over toward the main with the Prism Gate taking them toward the mineral line. We don't want to sit AFK with those workers for too long. We do want to get them back mining. We do want to have that money continue to come in. That's going to be what allows you to keep on affording the defense here, as Harstem needs to start something off that Robo Facility. He has a ton of pylons, by the way. 39 over 62 supply currently. But he is desperate for a Robo unit. Without a Robo unit popping out soon, he's in trouble, man. Like, Force Field here, he's going to recall to the natural. That's scary because the Prism could maybe set up to play into the main base instead. We recall to the natural. Battery finishes now, but we just don't have the damage output to deal with the Immortal. It shows up, and I think Harstem is in a ton of trouble as Skillus is just going to take down everything on the natural right now. These probes are not doing much. The sentry's going down. Harstem is going to get the Chrono Boost on his Immortal, but it's all gone wrong. This defense is just a little bit too scrappy, a little bit too pulled apart. Not really what it needed to be. GG, says Harstem, and Skillus with the 1-0 lead. Alright, Skillus up 1-0, heading into game 2. I do not know what map 2 is, but we will double check. It didn't tell me. Maganatha. Ooh, big map. Doesn't always mean we're going to see a big game because it's PvP. Maybe it's not. Harstem said it was Maganatha. Skillus says it's not. It's Tokamak. This is where Harstem should just be like, no. It's Maganatha. Game 2. Starting up right now. Tokamak gonna be our game. And let's see if Skills can get 2-0. If HARSTEM can bring us to a Game 3, HARSTEM beat MaxPax in this event. That's why he's here, able to challenge for this winner bracket spot right now. HEROMARINE, Shameless, and MaxPax are locked for the winner bracket. The winner of this series starts in the winner bracket. The loser of this series drops to the lower bracket. Which way around will it be? As we have in the bottom left-hand side, down a game, the blue Protoss player representing the Shopify Rebellion is HARSTEM. Top right, the red Protoss. We are going to have ourselves Skillis. And 2 of our best of 3. The YouTuber? Yes, HARSTEM is the YouTuber. The one and only. Also known to play some good professional level games at some point in his career, but yes, nowadays he is the YouTuber. I love it. He would not. He doesn't hate it either, though. Like, you know what? When you're as successful as HARSTEM is on YouTube, you don't really care if people call you the YouTuber, you know? I feel like at this point of HARSTEM's career, like, he's kind of fine with that, you know? He's kind of okay about it. A couple gates coming up, assimilator on the way, probes in production. As we will have our probe in the main base. Just going to go loop around into the back of that mineral line. Probe, nibbling at the other probe. Gateway, Cybercore continue to come up and get that on the way. Probe taking some shots, damage being done. We'll just have our probe coming across the other side. A couple of gates continue through, Cybercores are on the way by. You can see the probe obviously setting up, and it is the proxy from Skillis. It's a robo again. What went wrong for HARSTEM last game? I mean, he played super sentry heavy, but then didn't really get any value out of the sentries at all. Tech structure was kind of late because of all the sentries. Gateway count or gateway unit count was late because all he built was sentries. Only to then get the robo and it was sat AFK for a while, right? It's like everything just kind of went wrong in that game for HARSTEM. I feel like he really lost his rhythm before he even found it, you know? So, going instantly Stargate here. I already like this a little bit more for HARSTEM. Stargate obviously can defend against the robo. Obviously, Void Rays can be very effective, pushing back the Prism, pushing back Immortals. There is a world where, basically against the Stargate as skills, you probably don't really want to go heavy on the Immortals. More so you want to add on a Gateway and keep on producing Gateway-based units. That would do a lot for you. HARSTEM is going to find the proxy and work against it. But yes, if you can keep on building Stalkers, you can get to a shot where you one-shot Void Rays, and that's very powerful for you. HARSTEM knows what he's up against. He's aiming for that pylon, takes a couple shots off a Stalker, will step back. He's going to go Phoenix. That works as well. This has been a popular way to defend lately against the guy who's going to be building Immortals, and this is Immortals, because Skillis never added a third gate, so he's not looking to play a Prism and a ton of Gateway units. He's looking to play a Gateway kind of Immortal push. HARSTEM's so on top of this, though, and that Stalker kill is massive. It's going to slow down a lot of the kind of the number gathering you can do right now as Skillis. HARSTEM needs to be careful. Like, chasing is enticing, but you don't want to chase so far that the Immortal shows up and starts doing work, but he's going to get that lift on the Immortal. This is huge. 4 Stalkers will get to work for free on the Immortal. No damage being done. Trading an Immortal for the Phoenix is absolutely fine, and he doesn't even lose the Phoenix. Now the Prism's going to pop out. It does give you some micro potential, but the thing for HARSTEM with this Zealot as well is he's going to be able to put good pressure onto the pylon, and if you lose power to this robo, this game becomes extremely challenging for you. He's going to let the Zealot go onto it. The Prism's not close enough to power the robo just yet either, so the new Immortal is going to be slowed, and HARSTEM is building up a good Phoenix count. The pylon went down, supply blocking Skillis as well, so that's another problem here. And this game too, it's all going wrong for Skillis as HARSTEM looking to bring it back to potentially a 1-1 scoreline. Phoenix continues to build. Zealot's on the way. Units just gather. Pylon will come down here, powering up that robotics facility. going to find the Prism. It's one of the benefits that HARSTEM has right now is that the Phoenix count builds up. We'll be able to chase the Prism a little bit. It's a one base versus one base game as well, remember, so the thing is that having a high Phoenix count here is so good, because Phoenix are so good for the entirety of this game. I was going to start finding this. I actually like the Zealot count that HARSTEM has. Forces the Guardian Shield early too is pretty darn good. What he really needs to do here is two things with the Phoenix. He needs to shut down the Immortal, stop that from doing too much. I actually don't even hate him lifting Stalkers right now, because the Immortal's hitting the Zealots. Phoenix go for a bunch of lifts at once. That does take away some of the DPS of the Phoenix. Phoenix count going down. A couple of Zealots going on top of the Immortal. Immortal starts to try and target fire down the Stalkers. The Immortal can lift into the Prism. Doesn't get there, though. Now we're going to just dive for the Prism. Warpins will come off, but that's going to be the end of the Warpins. And now you're going to have to go back to the Robo for reproduction of a Prism, as HARSTEM is going to win this war as well. GG, says Skillers. HARSTEM got on top of this early. He figured it out. The defense was good, and he ties us up 1-1 as we fight for winner bracket position in a Game 3 coming up. All right, we're heading into a Game 3. Action building, tensions building. Let's see. Magnatha map 3. Big map. Post it up, throw it down. Got our players in here and we'll get ready to go, go, go. Third map of this series on the verge of happening. Waiting for Skillers to join our lobby. Go, 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 says HARSTEM. Go, go, says Skillers. The countdown begins. And away we go. Heading into Magnatha, loading on up. We're going to be starting out in the bottom right-hand corner with the red Protoss player. This is going to be HARSTEM. And he is up against the blue Protoss in the top left. Skillers! Game 3 of the series. It comes down to this. Magnatha, our map. That was just a great catch from HARSTEM. Got the scout, found the robo, denied it. Stargate into Phoenix is a great defense against this at the moment, is what we are finding out. We've seen this a good amount lately, actually. The Phoenix defense against the proxy robos has definitely picked up a little bit of momentum in terms of how much it's being used and how much the players are starting to kind of go into it. I feel like a month ago I hadn't really seen this. Nowadays, like I say, it is becoming a much more common affair. See what our final map of this series gives us. One of these players will lock in their winner bracket playoff spot. The other will be knocked to the lower bracket before the playoffs even begin. It's been a great format. I love this round 5 day, man. Just every match has playoff implications. Everything's getting interesting. I really love it. I think it's great. I'm having a great time over here. Hell yeah. Night Phoenix Christian is already live, or you see it here. Everything will be displayed here, guys. Every single match will be here on the channel. You will not miss anything. Anything that's scheduled for today will be streamed here. Fear not. Nothing to be missed. Skillers throws the pylon down the bottom left. HARSTEM has a pylon in the middle. And so these two will look for another proxy. I think Skill's gonna robo again. HARSTEM asked me after game 2, he's like, do you think he does it a third time? And I was like, honestly, yes. My reason is that Protoss players always think they're so smart with this. You know, with this guy says like, oh, they'll never expect it, you know, the third time around. But this time HARSTEM goes for the forward Stargate. He said he thinks Skillers will do it again as well. So I wonder if this to him is like a really good like hard counter kind of style for him. I wonder if the Oracle going across the map super quickly can be very effective and maybe impactful. I guess very soon we will find out. HARSTEM will bring his own probe forward. Obviously, scouting his opponent's robo is tough. This map has a lot of positions to check. The probe is going to start looking for it, but it's going to be a long time till we see it. As the two Adepts are going to shade down as well. They might actually be able to grab the probe. Yeah, probe is en route to be hit by the Adepts. That gives HARSTEM a good idea of where the proxy is, though. Because if the Adepts are shading to the bottom, you always are going to typically shade those Adepts toward your proxy. Because you maybe need to get them there to protect it, right? So if they're not going like straight through the middle of the map to get across to the other side, I would say that that's not a bad assumption to make. First Oracle making for HARSTEM here. The Adepts not going to do much just yet. HARSTEM won't get on the way. The Immortal building from Skillus. Does HARSTEM go double Oracle, or does he just go one Oracle? Remember, he's going to have to play defense. One Oracle, he's just going to go. Battery from Skillus, non-existent. Entire main base defense, non-existent, by the way. So that Oracle is going to have huge potential as it's just going to fly in. The Stalkers are not ready yet. There's an Adept here as well. That's huge, because now you can basically one-shot the workers. Oracle is going to start taking hits. Honestly, this Adept should go and get towards this. He's going to go after a Stalker. That's a mistake. He could have had 2 more probes here. HARSTEM messes up the opportunity. Comes back in, gets a 4th kill. The Adept is still alive, by the way. The Stalkers are busying themselves with that. HARSTEM is still going to get more damage. 6 workers. My only complaint is it still could have been better, right? Because again, he really kind of decided to hit the Stalker with that Oracle for a few moments. Robo about to finish from HARSTEM. He just needs to try and buy himself some time. He's trying to hit that Stalker down in the background. Battery about to finish here. Another Stalker ready. He'll start to lose pylons though. Gateway's under pressure. Immortal needs to start. HARSTEM gets it going just before he gets supply block. Clutch moment to start that Immortal. Without that started, this would have felt terrible. Now, feels a whole lot more playable still. Remember, you still have the Oracle as a threat across the map. He would have wanted to do so much more with that Oracle, though. No doubt about it. The Stalker's getting some value here. Actually getting the Immortal hits a little bit is really nice. It's going to keep that Immortal low on shields, not regenerating just yet. Obviously, the Prism should stop a lot of this. There's the Warp in, as HARSTEM's own Immortal is about to pop. Does he go Prism or does he go second Immortal? He's got a Chrono Boost still on the Robo, not utilizing it just yet. 43 out of 55 supplies. It's not a supply block. Oracle looking to come back in. There's still 2 Stalkers there. Not going to risk the attempted Stasis Ward. The Oracle's already low HP, so that's not really worthwhile. Is there a point where it's worth just bringing the Oracle home and putting a defensive Stasis back in the main? I think there really might be a time where that is absolutely not a bad way to play this, because it makes it so much tougher for skills to go up the ramp. And yes, you can like Prism Micro it back, but that presumes you see it, you know about it. It still forces you to kind of make that play as well. HARSTEM's Oracle going to maybe come around from a different direction. Goes from the left now on the main base. We'll check on that if it moves any further forward. He's just watching for a natural, because right now he's in fear of being contained, right? And if he gets contained, he's in a bit of a troublesome spot. I also do like that he's making a Phoenix, by the way. He actually got a lot of shots off with the Immortals there. His Immortals do some serious work. Force fields are very good for Skillers, though, because HARSTEM does not have the Prism yet. He keeps both Immortals alive. He needs to go get those to a battery. Right now, he needs some healing on these guys. The batteries are up to the top. He's going to lose his Cyber Core. That's frustrating, but I don't think it's terrible, and the Prism is very nearly here. Plus, now he has a Phoenix, so he can actually lift up the Immortal. That gives the Stalkers a chance to dive forward. That Immortal will be dead. Force field on the ramp. That will force the other all back, but the Phoenix dies. The Immortal gets away on low HP. We nearly lose it. Good pickup by Skillers. Keeps it alive, keeps it going. Both the balls on the low ground. Oh, HARSTEM feels confident. Instantly goes into the Prism, lift, and Immortals across the map. Skillers is low HP with his unity. He's going to check with the Adepts. They'll not see too much. The Immortals could still be there. If Skillers commits right now, HARSTEM might be in still a little bit of trouble. Third Immortal is here. He's going to come back with the Prism. It's on its way back over. Immortals jump into the main base. The Stalker's trying to hold their own ground right now. He's going to get a lift on one Immortal. He kind of needs to hit that right here. The Prism shows up. The Immortals are going to join this fray. Good pickup micro from Skillers. 2 Immortals super low. HARSTEM's Immortals super low. He does not have a lot of Stalkers, though. The Immortals must survive this. He does get rid of one. His own 2 Immortals are hurt, and a third Immortal shows up from Skillers. The Phoenix very nearly getting rid of the Prism. HARSTEM Chrono Boost another Immortal. One more just arrived. He warps in a Zella. Can't add Stalkers in just yet. He gets the Prism. And that is absolutely massive. No warping potential, no micro potential. And that might just be the saving grace for HARSTEM on a defense here, who needs a pylon to be unsupply blocked. This game became chaotic. Did he lose the Oracle during this? No, Oracle is still alive across the map. Haven't really checked in on it. The chaos over here has been so hectic, and it's been so important to see what's going on. Oh, there's still no battery, and now there's no Stalkers either, so in we go, and the probes are pulled, and they are going to be stuck, taking a whole ton of damage. Nowhere for them to really mine from anymore. HARSTEM will secure an advantage, right? He's up in workers. Skillous' robo is on the map, which is terrifying. Because anytime your robo is on the map, that means your robo is more exposed. Your robo has the chance to be taken down. And HARSTEM has the Phoenix production, which I do think still has a role to play in a game now where Skillous is actually on a fairly low Stalker count. There's only 5 Stalkers. Like, a Phoenix is much more difficult to get rid of than before. Oh, I like what he was doing with that Phoenix. Did HARSTEM ever find the robo? No, the Oracle's looking for it. He wants to know where that is so he can try and take advantage of it at some stage. Even the Oracle, like, pulsar beaming down the pylon that the robo is on is kind of a possibility to kind of get some work done, no? HARSTEM saves the sentry. Pickup micro is good for the moment. That just shades up. Obviously, tense situation. Skillous tries to figure out what he wants to do here. He's actually going to go into a Stargate of his own, by the way, as the Revelation comes down. I like that, just keeping track of this a little. HARSTEM still has not found the robo in that bottom side. He knows where it is, though. Like, it has to be here or here. There's nowhere else he hasn't seen on the map. And he's going to go 2 Phoenix and the Oracle across the map. That's huge. Lift the two Stalkers up, and the Oracle has free reign until the Phoenix pops. 3 Phoenix, actually. He can even fight the Phoenix. I guess his Oracle is kind of low, though. Well, it's going to be a fun move. He's going to force at least another warp in. Like I say, that Phoenix can absolutely go after the other Phoenix, especially because the Phoenix wants to get rid of the Oracle, right? So it's just going to be Oracle tanking. Phoenix is going to drop back down. We can go Phoenix for a Phoenix. Don't really hate it. 5 more probes lost for Skillous. I still think that... I mean, losing the Oracle's kind of sad, but hey, it got some more damage. Nexus is on the way, so Skillous believes he's got to contain, and he can make this work. I mean, HARSTEM has a ton of Immortals. This game is obviously a little bit wild in general. I mean, losing Phoenix is kind of sad as well, because it does mean that you don't have the ability to kind of... Well, A, it's becoming a Phoenix versus Phoenix game too. HARSTEM kind of sees this, but you also lose the ability to dive on the Prism as much. HARSTEM's going to find his way out onto the map. Army supplies 47 to 42. I don't know if HARSTEM has enough to, like, run across the map. Uh-oh, Prism got left behind. You can't really come back and protect this right now, because then the Immortals are going to show up. The Stargate's going to get dove onto here. So HARSTEM's going to lose his Stargate. We're now going to recall everything, and the Prism's going to get away. The recall is good. No Stargate for HARSTEM, though, so now he's going to get out Phoenix, and that might mean that his Immortals are in trouble. HARSTEM has not built Stalkers in a long time. He's going to start expanding himself, still has the worker lead in this game. And that is extremely important to note, because he has that little bit of extra mining, but then he is also mining out of the main, so he's oversaturated. So it's like, it's important to note that he's got that worker lead, so if the natural comes up, that's a nice little advantage he gets. But it's not active yet. It's not a factor for now. There are HARSTEM's Phoenix. He's going to pop the Guardian Shield, but yeah, it's just difficult. It's 7 Immortals to 4, but again, there's not really much to kind of get rid of the Phoenix of his opponent. Guardian Shield active here, and HARSTEM is kind of sending it. He's moving forward, gets a good couple Force Shields, forces that initial liftoff. It's awkward for Skillous because you kind of have to protect this. The Phoenix are going to go after the Prism again. There's not really a lot to stop that, but the one Phoenix and the Stalker are doing their thing. At the same time, the Immortals of HARSTEM get stuck. It's pure chaos here. I think HARSTEM is losing out on a lot, though. He needs to get rid of the Prism, really. He just doesn't get that Immortal. It's super low, but this fight has gone better for Skillous. He finds the better micro, and now the Prism is in trouble as HARSTEM is going to have to type GG with the probes pulled in as well. Skillous will take the final game of this series. He gets the 2-1, and HARSTEM just didn't have the right call there to commit to the fight. Super weird game because it's starting to become a really, really... It just becomes a really weird scenario. Like, you're building Phoenix, HARSTEM loses the Stargate. It becomes, you kind of think, what is the right move at the end? I don't really blame HARSTEM for attacking because I think it is fine to attack, and I actually think we're like a little bit of micro difference away from this working for HARSTEM as well, right? Like, it's very close, and it's also tough because he gets force fielded in, so Immortals get stuck, and his Prism's back. But his Prism's in warp-in mode because he needs to get warp-ins off, so that's an advantage that Skillous really takes advantage of too. That really molds how this entire fight goes, because those Immortals getting force-fielded in just cannot be saved, whereas Skillous didn't have to. That's the defender's advantage in this scenario. They both have a Prism, but Skillous doesn't have to have his Prism in warp-in mode to warp into the fight. And I think that actually is one of the reasons why the micro is a little bit easier to focus on for Skillous and to pull off, and have that Prism kind of consistently there. And also, Skillous' Prism was not as endangered as HARSTEM's was because of the lack of anti-air. Super interesting, really deep ending to the PvP. Super cool game. And sets us up into some PvT. UTHERMAL and Showtime coming up next. HARSTEM will be in the playoffs, but he will be playing from the lower bracket. 2 losses to end his group stage run is a shame, but still makes the lower bracket. Skillers will finish off our winner bracket players, and now we have only 3 slots in the playoffs remaining, and they will be decided over the next 3 series. UTHERMAL against Showtime to decide who goes to the playoffs. Art against Goblin, and Christiana versus Night Phoenix, all coming up here in a few moments. We'll get these videos started and we'll get this underway. Get that started up, just give them their videos, and yeah, I was ranting and raving about the game still, so give them a moment to get that started up, and we'll get a bit of PvT. And we are going to end the day with some PvP, guys. I know, back-to-back mirror matchups. Everyone's kind of sad. It's, yeah, it's just the way of things. What do you seem energized? That was a killer cast, and just like everything you did at EWC. Thanks for the compliment. Yeah, well, when the games are exciting, we get excited. We've had, honestly, it's kind of a cool day, because online casting's a weird beast, but like, today's a very different kind of cast, because this is a longer tournament. We've been casting it for, 2-3 weeks, right? This is the 5th round of action. It's leading directly into playoffs, and every match today is important to kind of, get people to the playoffs. Which means that every match really has something on the line. And so, it's not just like, alright guys, it's an online daily cup, and it's like, whoever wins gets to, like, there's genuine excitement here. Like, these guys have played a few rounds, the tournament's been taking place for a while, to me, it really is like it's a day to be excited for. Like, it's a bigger tournament. Every match is important. It's cutthroat. There's no second chances anymore. And like, yeah, some of the guys are already going to be playoffs anyway, but every match having that meaning, I think, does have... It makes for a good show. It gets me excited anyway, so... A little bit more excitement than your typical, typical... And the games are also good as well, right? The games are also good. That helps too. Definitely a big positive, helping us be excitable. Incorporeal, Last Fantasy, Magnatha getting vetoed. The good games are about to end because I put you against Showtime. Bro, I didn't put anyone against anyone. Like, there's a bracket that creates the seeds. Like, I didn't decide this. I didn't want you to play Showtime. Blame Showtime for being 2-2, man. Showtime has had an up and down tournament. 1-2 mana, 2 Baby Marine, 1-2 Goblin. 2-1 Sebestas. He's really beaten who he should beat. And kind of lost a couple series who, against players who are absolutely beatable. Hence the 3-game series. But the PvP got the better of him. So Showtime in this kind of do-or-die matchup, when I think a lot of people would have expected Showtime as one of those winner bracket players up there and representing, so... I should probably take a moment to chill out a second as well. Let's take a moment to, settle, Because we might have another fun series coming up. UTHERMAL's always got those crazy builds. He was just in Krakow. I wish we got to see some more of his games. Yeah, I wish we got to see a couple more of his matches, because I joined a little bit late, so I missed some of the first matches that he played. He lost out to Skillus and stuff before I got to really see what was going on Sunday, so... Yeah. I can't find what I'm looking for. Quickly. Never mind. Alright, Tokamak going to be the opening game here. And it's going to be blessed by the Prime sub from Neon0901. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Guys, we are... What did we start the stream at today? I feel like we started the stream at like 520 subs or something. We're like 573. Today is popping off. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you're all having a good time. The road to 600 and eventual road to 700 again is real. We've got a good bit of StarCraft coming up in the next couple of weeks. So, we'll see. A lot of fun games. And I appreciate all your support. As always, the support goes a long way to us being able to run these events. These are WardiTV tournaments. These tournaments do not come out of nowhere. These tournaments are supported by you guys, and your guys' support of this channel, this stream, and everything is a big part of the reason why we can actually run these tournaments. So if you're enjoying them, consider supporting. Especially, consider checking out the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. When we get on the countdown, I'm just going to take you guys over to the Patreon quickly. We can talk about it a little bit as the players ready up. But yeah, the Patreon page, guys, something just to bring up and mention real quick. The beautiful part of this Patreon page is that if you like StarCraft 2 tournaments, 100% of pledges go directly into tournament prize pools. So you guys can, even if you don't want to support monthly, if you just want to unlock the most recent replay packs, you can do this on Patreon. And you can obviously get all the replay packs and more updates, etc. if you do support here. And like I say, the most important thing is 100% of what you pledge goes directly into tournament prize pool money. If you pledge $10, $10 will go to players. We will cover transaction fees as well. So you can literally, this is the best way for you to say, hey, I want $10 to go to a StarCraft player. That's exactly what this Patreon will do for you. So that's patreon.com/WardiTV. It is the absolute best way to support the tournament specifically. If that's what you're into, check it out. Again, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. A little transition from in-game to in-game. No logos to logos. There we go. So let's head into the top right-hand side of the map. We're going to have to do it quickly because we got proxies coming down. In the top right, the red Protoss player is Showtime. This is an elimination matchup. The winner goes to the playoffs. The loser will be out. Do or die. And we're going to try and do it with the proxy 2 racks from UTHERMAL. He's the blue Terran in the bottom left, but obviously has the barracks in the top as the aggression starts now. So UTHERMAL with the feistiness, with the aggression. I mean, he's the underdog here, and he knows it. He knows Showtime is a beast. We already know UTHERMAL likes to crank out some kind of ridiculous builds every now and again as well. Him showing up and coming in with like a proxy 2 racks, no surprise at all, and I actually love it. I think it's one of the better ways he has of potentially dealing some damage. Interesting setup, though, right? Because it's not going to be Marauders. It's going to be Marines. He doesn't have the gas yet for Marauders. He doesn't have the position to build a tech lab on the bottom barracks either. So it is just going to be Marines pressuring a natural. And Showtime throws down the Nexus anyway. The thing about this for Showtime is that when he looks at the gas, it's not quick. So he doesn't worry about this like he would worry about like proxy Marauders or so. He can probably say, okay, it looks like maybe like a proxy Reaper or like maybe a fake proxy. Like, to Showtime, this does not seem like the most concerning thing, despite the probe scout. So he throws the Nexus down anyway. What's interesting here is that the Marine count will grow quickly, and you can bunker in a great position, and this is going to be the problem, where you're going to have these Marines on the other side of this wall, and now this Nexus can be in some trouble. The probes are going to pull down here. They're going to try and fight. This is not a full wall off, so we will get free. The Marines are going to kite away. 3 Marines will 2-shot probes, and we're just looking to maximize damage, but the surround happens, and the probe surround is going to mean those Marines are not where they want to be. Unfortunately, that is going to be a quick game 1, as Showtime will get the grab necessary for a 1-0 lead in this matchup that qualifies you into the playoffs. Man, I feel like someone is going to play Showtime who was in a very good position in this group. Imagine HARSTEM, right? He's like a map away from being in the winner bracket and he loses. And then his first opponent in the playoffs could be Showtime. I'm not saying that it is, I'm saying it could be. That's kind of a little bit nuts, right? Like, that's kind of a little bit terrifying. And that's why those winner bracket matches we were talking about before have so much value. Someone like Showtime is definitely starting in the lower bracket. That much we know. And yeah, UTHERMAL just messaged me. He says, I love it when the building grid lies to me. Yeah, I thought it was kind of a block on the bottom side as well. But obviously that not being a block lets the probes come through. I wonder if Showtime knowing that wasn't a wall is the reason why he pulls the probes. And otherwise he would have dealt with it another way. So yeah, why would you go Proxy Marine instead of Proxy Marauder? It's much more of a pressure build than an all-in. Like, this is, because he takes gas behind it too, so the idea is to get to a factory, and maybe you develop into an all-in, like, you don't have to expand behind it. But it's just a different kind of proxy. Like, yes, Proxy Marauder may be the deadlier build, but the whole idea of this is it has a lot of pathways out, and also Proxy Marine, it has a lot of pathways out, and it has a lot of pathways that are probably less explored by someone as good as Showtime, right? So it's got a little bit more of a surprise factor, and it probably puts Showtime on edge. You're kind of basically trying to take away a lot of the repetition and practice that Showtime has in the matchup by basically saying, cool, I can do so many things from here. You don't necessarily know what's next. I can take away a lot of that preparation from you and try and level the series and some of the skill there and give me kind of an edge because the game's a little bit more random still. Whereas Proxy Marauder, if Showtime figures out it's Proxy Marauder, like, yes, of course, you got to know it's Proxy Marauder, you got to defend it, but Proxy Marauder is Proxy Marauder, full stop, and that is it, unless a really weird sequence of events comes down and the game gets extended or whatever. That's obviously not typically the case. So yes, is Proxy Marine the most deadly proxy available? No. But does every proxy have to be the most deadly proxy available? Absolutely not either. You know, there can be different goals and different kind of amounts to be done, to be happy with, and so on, so that's a lot to keep your mind on in that regard. Game 2 of this best of 3 as we kick off into our second game. UTHERMAL is in the upper right, and Showtime is in the bottom left-hand side as we get ourselves ready for ley lines action. No proxy racks to start this one off from UTHERMAL, so no surprises for the first few moments, as the Proby will take a chance to zip, zap, zoom up to the top right of the map. I don't know why, but I keep saying zip, zap, zoom the last few days. I don't really know why. I don't really know where it's come from. I think it's just like energetic Wardy needing to say more words as soon as possible. You know, like, I feel like we just need to say more words quickly. And apparently that's just more words that can fit, and they don't really mean anything, just, yeah, fun. Alright, game number 2 coming up. It was a quick GG from UTHERMAL. I think it is just the fact that so much of it was reliant on that being a wall, and it was not a wall. That's fine. These things happen. Those games happen. We'll see what kind of mayhem he brings up in game 2. Depth coming back, chrono boosting through. Nexus is on the way. Probe and Depth and the Wolfgate continue to come around as we get settled in early. Depth will shade, and we just have ourselves a Stalker and the Wolfgate continuing through for the moment. Continue to settle for a little bit. Zip zap zoom straight to the moon. I like that. I've been chatting about, yeah. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm reflecting my recent travels. That's been kind of busy, right? Went to Germany for home story, went to Saudi, Riyadh for EWC, went to Poland for Kalaris' wedding. After not really traveling for a while because we didn't have many offline events, it has been a hectic last few months. As 3 probes go down, the Reaper will get denied. That's 3 probes going down, a couple Stalkers right there helping out. Factory will morph for Tech Lab, Starport coming up. Again, a couple of SCVs and Marines continue through. And we just get ourselves a rolling on forward. Tech Lab will move over to the side. Factory going to drop down. Another barracks will place. Starport coming in. Swapping about. Blink coming through. Everything's pretty standard here this game, no? Honestly, for a UTHERMAL game, everything's looking weirdly normal. Some damage done right, which is nice, but honestly, not a lot to scream and shout about. Get to just be kind of chill and peaceful for a little bit as Robo Facility comes through. The blink is about halfway done. Just gonna have that blink finishing shortly again. Raven on the way up. Engineering Bay and Barracks continuing to build. Refinery over halfway down. Why in Poland for Kalaris' wedding? Because he lives in Poland. He's lived in Poland for many, many years. His wife is Polish. He's living the good life, man. Got that low tax rate. Making the PUBG money. He's a king over there. The king of Krakow. Raven and the Marines will gather in the main. We do have our charge in production. Stimming +1 on the way through, so the game just blinking to charge. UTHERMAL building a pretty standard kind of set of units right now. Nothing really too crazy just yet in what is essentially already a playoff match for these guys. The winner advances to the playoffs, the loser is out. It's, you know, essentially already single elimination at this point, so it's best of 3. Has a lot of weight on it, and Showtime currently holds the weighting in his favor with the 1-0 advantage. There's a ton of gateways from Showtime as well, so you can see where his plan is going to. UTHERMAL, you can kind of see where his plan is going to as well. Still only 2 bases. As the upgrades finish, we'll see exactly how committed he wants to be on a big old shove. Does he want to pull the SCVs? Does he want to take a third behind a move out? I'm kind of leaning towards the more we're just going to pull a crap ton of SCVs here and just go. And I'm going to be wrong, because a third CC will start in main, so we'll get that third star. This should still be a move out from UTHERMAL. Okay, it's going to be a drop. So he leaves a fair few units at home, just the double medevac drop out down the right-hand side. That will be 16 Marines heading in that direction as the Prism comes up. Hallucination going to get going. Get that started. And again, +1 combat shield, concussor shells continues to come about. Extra zealots warping in. The Immortal and the +1 attack coming through at the same time. Continue to get that going. Prism looking to head to the main. Command center building up there. The Zealots pulling all the way back. I mean, the medevacs can unload. There is another army through the center, so this is just going to be the reinforcements as UTHERMAL comes stimming across. It's a lot of Zealots, but it's a lot of bio as well, man. What gets rid of the bio here? The Zealots don't. They buffer. We need some damage, you know? I mean, UTHERMAL's going to take some shots. SCV's going down on the other side, but I think we're very much so in trouble of maybe losing more than just probes here. Maybe the game. Stalker's blink through, looking for the siege tanks. UTHERMAL will stand and fight. 1 tank remaining alive. The Zealots just eat a chunk of splash damage. They melt, and UTHERMAL is looking good. 62 to 20. Army supplies stimming through the sentries, stimming onto the third base. A few more Zealots will warp in. We're going to try and dive for some workers. The Zealots have to turn away and back up from this. UTHERMAL killing the third base right now. Remember, he's got a third base behind this himself, so he can just take that expansion and be okay. He doesn't have to end the game on these 2 bases that he has. He's going to lift up there. There's no Stalkers left, so he can get away with those. Medevacs reposition. Nexus is dead. Showtime not getting any damage done. Says GG. Let's go game 3. And we have playoff potential for UTHERMAL as he ties this series 1-1. And are we on the verge of an upset here as Showtime potentially faces elimination? Persephone Map 3 will be the deciding battlefield for these 2 players in the European League this year. Let's see what we get. Got the lobby link down. Get ready to go here. European League, one of the longest running WardiTV events. Going back a long time. Way back in the way back in the day, UTHERMAL actually ended up top 6 in the very first European League, way back when. As these guys are readying up while I give my history lesson. I had a lot of kind of European leagues back in the day. Showtime very nearly won 2020. European League lost 4-3 against Clem in the finals. That was rough because Clem had a 1-0 advantage. He beat Showtime in the upper bracket final, and it was 3-3 in the grand finals, but obviously Clem had the 1-0 advantage. And Showtime was up actually like 3-1 in that series as well, or 3-2 maybe. Showtime's the kind of guy who, you know, you might think has had the chance to win a European League before. Got 3rd place in 2021 though, losing out to MaxPax in the lower bracket. And in the upper brackets denied there in 2022. He did not make the tournament at all. And in 2023, which was the most recent European League before this one, he lost to Spirit and MaxPax in the playoffs as well. So yeah, Showtime's always been up there and competing in the long history of this tournament series. Let's see if he can survive more aggression as we have got in the bottom left-hand side. The red Protoss player, Showtime. And also in the bottom of the map, despite it being Persephone. We used to play a spawn on the same side in Persephone, but it's meant to be on the left. Well, now we've got 2 players on the bottom because the barracks are coming down, and UTHERMAL in the top left-hand side is getting aggressive for Game 3. Well, the 2 barracks get placed, the probe going up to the other side. This is the same as game 1. It's no gas on the initial setup here, so this is not a Marauder proxy, this is a Marine opening. Both those barracks coming through. Quick question, do you need to link your YouTube to your Discord to get access to the replay packs, or can you just DM someone on Discord? If you at me in Discord, I can give you the role. It is easier if you link it, if you can, because then it automates it. But if you can't do it, then just at me in the Discord and I'll set it up. And if I forget to do it, just at me again tomorrow. Please. Sometimes I forget to do things in Discord, so feel free to just at me until I get it done for you, if you need it. Alright. Marine, couple SCVs, setting up. Let's just have the bunker coming through. No expansion from Showtime this time, so interested to see what UTHERMAL's plan is when there's no expanding. He'll get this bunker up and he'll probably play just a light contain. But obviously it takes away kind of a lot of potential follow-up aggression that UTHERMAL could have done, because Showtime should just have a lot of money invested into defense. Selling the Stalker, battery will not go down. No high ground vision remaining for UTHERMAL. Yeah, I want them kind of not lose another Marine, really, because bunker's nearly done. Once that bunker is done, the Marines can jump in there and be very, very comfortable. As you see, a robo and 2 more gates. Well, that's a follow-up, because that obviously gives Showtime a lot of potential. A, it gives him busting out of this contain potential, and it gives him the ability to just go across the map with the Prism and harass. So really, Showtime can do whatever he feels is best off this. I mean, even if I'm losing my words. Even if UTHERMAL sees what's going on, there's not a guarantee as to what Showtime's plan is. I would imagine Showtime plays the bust out and then counterattack while expanding behind it. That's probably the most logical thing, rather than being like, screw it, I'm going to full commit to the one base. I mean, you probably want to break out the natural anyway, because if you leave your units... If you take everything across the map and this bunker's still here, Marines can just walk into your main, right? So, I think the most logical scenario is you just break out, he's already starting to do that, and then you have the Prism to go across the map with, maybe you get an Immortal. But yeah, the Prism especially just gives you map control here. When you're already playing a high gateway unit count, it makes a ton of sense. You've got the gateways up early to warp in from as well. UTHERMAL, if you've been looking at the production tab, has not built a command center, mind you. He's building double tech lab on double factory right now. CC just started. So he's going to start building a whole bunch of Cyclones, and he's going to try and turn this into a little bit of a mech build with his CC coming down behind it. So it's not committed on one base from UTHERMAL, as this Hellion Run Spine is going to take the attention of a bunch of the Stalkers. And yeah, that Prism has to be super careful, because obviously if double Cyclone pops out, that Prism can die very, very quickly. So definitely a little bit of something to be afraid of here as the Prism goes out over to the left. Next is on the gold base from Showtime. Hello, is this Hero? We're in Game 3, playoff lives on the line. And we got a gold base coming up. This game is getting wonky and weird already. Quick moment to say shout out to Itchion80, 4-month resub on the Prime. Fabrizi 007, 11-month resub. And Sugar Teats on the 80 months donkey. I know what you're getting at, but I feel like that's not the way you write it, but we'll go for it. Thank you for the resubs, everybody, as we have Stalkers pressing to the top. Yeah, and there's the power of the Prism. As long as the Prism doesn't go down, these units can micro. Prism's very powerful here as well, because if the Stalkers get locked onto by the Cyclones, they can break the lock-on by lifting into the Prism. The scary part is that the Prism is extremely susceptible to the Cyclones, so that is the problem. As, yep, that should be Prism lifting, saving, and as long as the Prism's far enough away, like I say, I don't think Showtime is then ever going to be too concerned, so you can kind of maintain that sort of a presence on the map still for the moment. Twilight Castle will finish. Disruptor halfway done. Battery coming up. Blink on the way. 2 more Cyclones continuing to produce right now. Another Marine on the way as well. Orbital Command is about halfway done, as our Disruptor will finish. So the Disruptor completes. We've got Cyclones moving out. Yes, EVs are going to pull with this, so we've got repair potential. Showtime sees it. Observer gets to spot it. No Blink yet. Blink is so good against the Cyclones, but without that, we have to be a little careful. Disruptor. Oh. Disruptor's genuinely kind of scary, but obviously right now, doesn't get to connect. Healing Shrine's interesting too, because obviously the Healing Shrine only heals health. It doesn't heal the shields. So, yeah, the battery here will bring the shields back up. Obviously, Showtime has to play the defense on this gold. And UTHERMAL's going to try and poke through this little choke point here. Again, Prism will break a lot of the lock-ons. This is not Magfield Accelerator for these Cyclones. They are unupgraded. SCVs and a Mule showing up. My goodness. Disrupt a shot through the acceleration zone. They get sped up as well. UTHERMAL trying to break his way through here. We're getting so close to Blink, though, and I really believe that the moment that that Blink finishes, this becomes a very difficult position for UTHERMAL. I just don't think you can fight this anymore once Blink is done. Stalkers come through. Prism and the Disruptor coming across the barracks will take some damage. Again, Blink finishing in a moment or so there. Just having a couple Cyclones still continue to produce on the side of UTHERMAL. Factory on the way. Probe, Stalker taking some damage as well. We had to just run into the main. I mean, running into the main is kind of fun, but like I say, is this already just a Hail Mary play? Because these Stalkers have Blink. You're going to start getting a bunch of probes, don't get me wrong, but UTHERMAL lost a few SCVs before this. Can these Cyclones do enough? Stalkers blink in. That's the end of the Cyclones. You know what, honestly? The economy for UTHERMAL is pretty good. 44 to 27. It's Showtime's army supply that's really good in return. UTHERMAL's army is terrible now, though. Like, 2 Cyclones are his army, plus whatever's in production, 2 siege tanks. Like, Showtime, I think, can put 2 and 2 together. Dude's pretty smart. He's been playing StarCraft a long time. It's like, you know, you just killed all the army, but lost a lot of your workers. I think a counterattack has to be printed across the forefront of his mind right now. What's awkward for losing the probes in the main, by the way, as well, is because this is a gold base. The issue that you face here as Showtime is building probes on the gold doesn't really help you resaturate the main, right? Because when you build probes on the gold base, they spawn at the gold. They don't, you know, if they're going to go all the way back to the main, that's going to be so much mining time lost for every probe built. Even more reason Showtime has to kind of look at this and look for a bit of aggression. Going to blink for that barracks kill right now. There are currently 2 siege tanks. I think Showtime sees that. There's no way he doesn't blink in for this, right? Like, you've got vision. This is not like some surprise, like, tank in the background or anything. He's going to blink for tank 1. He's going to be fairly safe about it. 2 more tanks did just siege up, and Showtime will see that. But getting rid of the tank on the low ground gives him space to work with. Now, I'm not saying go and blink on top of this next tank with 2 tanks on the high ground, but I don't hate what he's done so far. It's a good start, and he still has a lot of time to utilize this army supply advantage to his favor. Well, Zealots warp in as well. They're not going to have charge or anything, but you could try and maybe drop them forward or just run them forward as a way to kind of absorb a little bit. Get rid of another tank with the help of the Disruptor shot. Still taking hits on the Stalkers, don't get me wrong, but again, getting rid of the tanks, weakening this position gives you more of an opportunity. Knocking down the gases removes a lot of the potential to build mech units here as well. This might be a time to blink out from Showtime. I don't hate him keeping a few Stalkers there, the ones that are not in reach of the tanks still. That's definitely going to full-on blink away time because, yeah, at this stage of Showtime, I think you say, okay, I did a fair amount. Been rebuilding my workers during this. I'm taking another base. Okay, UTHERMAL's going to GG. The reason he GGs is because it's just getting better for Showtime. UTHERMAL is pinned on 2 bases. He can't really break out. And Showtime has charge on the way. He's expanding. UTHERMAL is putting 2 and 2 together. He knows where this game is going. He realizes that his army is not made to fight the longer game. And GG, like I say, it kind of makes sense. Like, it feels anticlimactic because he just leaves. And you're like, well, he's defending. But you're defending a position which gives the Protoss complete freedom in the game. You know, this is not you defending, hanging on, and the Protoss is like, no, this was everything I had. This is UTHERMAL defending, and the Protoss actually has everything they want behind it, right? So, yeah, by the time UTHERMAL can move out, he's also, to defend this, he has to build tanks, so he has no map control. And so, when you're doing that, typically, you know, then Zealots are going to win the day as well, because there's nothing to counter the Zealots, and, yeah, don't get me wrong, I know the GG timing is not the most epic, but it does kind of add up and make sense. GG's. And we get ready for more PvP, guys. The players are already vetoed and the lobby is being hosted, so we're not going to waste much time. We're going to get Goblin and Art ready to go. Showtime will lock in his playoff spot here in the European League. And it will be Goblin versus Art for our next best of 3. 2 more slots in the playoffs remain to be decided. Goblin and Art. One of those guys will get a playoff berth. Christiana and Night Phoenix. One of those guys will get a playoff berth. Showtime locks his in. Going to be one of the higher seeds, actually, in the lower bracket. So, Right now, Mana is the top seed, ByuN second seed. Showtime is going to be second seed up there with ByuN for the lower bracket games. And then Young Yakov is there as well. HARSTEM's going to have a tough matchup. HARSTEM's going to have a toughie, I think. His map score is not great. Map score is going to be what we kind of seed the players on the lower bracket by. Like, you know, we've got to pick something. It was either that, like, it was either that or, like, you could maybe argue strength, like HARSTEM being 3-0, then 3-2. That's very complicated versus just doing map scores, so. Yeah, alright, let's jump into Persephone here, guys. And let's get into our next series. Like I say, these guys were vetoed and ready to go. No time wasted between Art and Goblin as they set us off into this matchup. In the top left, Art is our Polish Protoss player. Don't count this guy out. Dude is pretty darn good. He had a decent performance at Fell Krakow the other day. Actually did better than I think a lot of people were probably expecting. He went out in the first round of the lower bracket, but he pushed Mana to 5 games. Okay, so when I say he had a good performance, he had a good scoreline in the match that he lost in the lower bracket. But I think for a lot of people, that is already a good performance for someone like Art. And I don't disagree. Like, it would have been nice to win some matches. But he showed us that, especially in PvP, he can be dangerous. Goblin has had successes and failures in PvP in this tournament. It's been an up and down tournament from him. Can he break through into the playoffs of the European League? Any more Terran matches? No. The rest of today is PvP, guys. Art versus Goblin, Night Phoenix versus Christiana are our final matches today. At the end of the day, we will have our playoff bracket decided. We will know who is playing who in that top 12. Exciting, man. Very exciting. Again, I appreciate you all joining us and tuning in. It has been genuinely a very fun day of European League. Tell you what, it has been nice to do some European timed matches as well. I've been kind of thinking of a way to maybe do like once a week, like an evening kind of time stream. Trying to figure out what to maybe put into that kind. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what to. I don't know what we could do like once a week in the European time zone. Something I'm trying to think of something like fun and interesting, but it'd be nice to kind of stream once a week on the EU time because obviously a lot of our streams come in through the day. So yeah, a lot of our streams come in kind of through the day. It's kind of like Korean, kind of Korean evening, European daytime. It'd be nice to have some more European evening stuff, but not sure what that might be. I really enjoyed doing European League. Arguably, maybe this was too much European League all at once. Maybe we should have found a way to spread European League out more, but spreading tournaments out also does it no favors, so there are ups and there are downs. There's a couple of Adepts on the way, Warp Gate on the way, Stalkers going through, Robo Facility on both sides of the map. Let's talk PvP, because obviously PvP a very fun matchup. And we have a Robo defensively in the main from Art, while Goblin plays the aggressive proxy Robo. Do not hate the idea out of Goblin, but I do like the defense already for Art. Let's see if the execution can match it. EU night stream means you as an NA can't watch, but you're watching right now. Or is today some special day where you can watch? Like I say, I'm not looking to make it happen all the time. Just kind of mix it up once a week. Like, there's a lot of people who don't get to watch us live in the European evenings. They always catch up on VODs and stuff, so I feel like it'd be nice to, again, have something just maybe even like once every 2 weeks or something, you know? I don't know. I don't know what that would be or what it looks like, but yeah. A couple of Adepties are going to drop a shade, threaten the main base. You do see a probe go down there immediately. Now working through a battery. Not going to really do much at all. Just trying to shade out of trouble there in the end, so they do end up backing away. Immortal, Warp Gate coming up, Gateway coming through. Just going to see our Prism is about halfway done. Couple more Warp-ins, Adepts coming through. That is in the Prism across the map, so that's kind of a big deal, no? Being able to kind of have the Adepts moving into this main mineral line already, 3 of them as well, so you're going to have one-shot potential for quite a while here. Goblin in some trouble. He's going to pull the trigger on attacking. It's kind of like Art's defense so far, and this kind of pressure is huge as well. The only thing I don't like is that Art obviously has his Prism over here. Like right now, just leave these Adepts, get the Prism home, and use this Prism defensively, because by God, is the micro only going to help you out, right? Like, your Adepts can do their thing already. Like, you don't need the Prism to keep supporting them. They are going to kill probes as the probes fight, but this is the problem. You do have batteries. That's going to help. You're not going to see this Immortal trying to hold on. The pylon there does not power everything on its own. Goblin in trouble, man. He's down to only 4 workers. Those Adepts have killed off pretty much everything. And at the same time, the defense is looking fine from Art. I'm crying about the Prism not being at home. It's not going to matter. GG gets called, and Art is going to take game 1. Today is a day full of potential upsets, it feels like, man. Art is powering through 1-0 up against Goblin. Again, this is an elimination match. The winner gets a playoff seed. The loser does not. And now it is Goblin down a game. What's up, Chicken Man? How you doing, mate? 32-month resub on the Prime. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. As we get game 2 ready here in a second. I don't know what the map is. These guys videoed while I was in the last series already. Incorporeal is going to be my answer that I get. So Incorporeal coming up for game 2 in the next few moments. Second map coming in a couple seconds here. Incorporeal loading as we speak. Kind of like a thing, like like a WardiTV fight night kind of thing. There's a lot of things that are already similar to that though, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to think what would be fun. We did like a once a week like evening stream. Top left, Pink Protoss 1-0 up in this best of 3, a map away from playoffs. It is Art. It'll be a very well-deserved playoff run for him if he gets there. Art, so far in this event, 0-2 Jumi, 1-2 Night Phoenix, was in a bunch of trouble, then pulled it back against Hydra, then 2-0'd Geralt. I think that's when we really started turning heads, and suddenly he was on the verge of playoffs. Goblin has been a bit more of an up and down time. He's actually had a rough run of it. 2-0 Nicorakt, 0-2 HEROMARINE, 2-1 Showtime, 0-2 Mana. Goblin has played players who the only players Goblin has played are in the playoffs. Whereas there's a possibility that everyone Art has played is not in the playoffs at the end of it all. Isn't that kind of crazy? That's definitely, like I said, this is obviously, like, every tournament has their seeding things, and some groups are easier than others. The run between these guys differently is obviously kind of wild. Kind of fun as well, though. Let's see what we get in this final game. Who win Art vs Geralt? Art beat Geralt 2-0 when they played before EWC in round 4 of this event. Cybercore, Gateway, building up, probe coming through. Gets settled down here for a couple of moments as the probies will chase each other down for a little bit. Let's see what's going on. Probes into the main base. It's Goblin with a pylon on the map, but it's not across the map, it's just near his own base still, so not really looking at any kind of proxy play or anything just yet, it seems. So we're going to get a fairly comfortable first little bit of action in this game, so nothing too shocking, surprising, or anything along those lines for now. Stargate will be coming through, finishing soon. Art only had PvPs. Well, Goblin only had PvPs, right? I guess Goblin played HEROMARINE as well. Look, there's a lot of PvPs in this tournament, you know? There's a lot of Protoss that qualified. Shock horror. Yeah, there was a lot of Protoss that took part. Stargate is about to finish. Couple sentries on the way from Art as well. That Warp Gate currently about halfway done, so Warp Gate halfway through. The Oracle starting up from Goblin. We'll get that underway as the Nexus builds on both sides of the map. And a hallucination just going to check into the main. And Oracle finishing shortly. Hallucination not going to go any further. It's a real shame just to set the hallucination there AFK, especially this is kind of a... oh my god, he was on his way over. He has no idea, which is kind of a cool opening for the Stargate Oracle to come in and maybe get some cheeky damage done. Get some work done right off the bat. Definitely feels like a good opportunity there as our Nexus placed down on the natural. There goes the Oracle up to the top side, so it's going to make its way straight through into natural/main base very shortly. He goes 2 Stalkers, 3 Sentries, and that's an immediately denied Oracle. So that gets pushed around the other way. Hallucination there to keep the Oracle pinned back. Twilight building, Probe, Stalker, Warp Gate all coming up. More Stalkers coming down. The Oracle is going to get chased away there. A little revelation. The Stalkers get caught in it. Watching a lot of hallucinations, but the important thing is there's a bit of action on the natural. This Oracle dives in. Turned around again. Obviously just the one. Gets 1 probe. Pretty good defense by Art so far. So Goblin not getting too much of a start here. The benefit for Goblin's Opening is you still have the Oracles. Did they get in and do mega damage early, put you in a great spot? No. Is there a reason you can open like this and get away with it and still be okay? Absolutely, because 2 Oracles are always going to be a threat on a mineral line. They're going to be great information gatherers. They're going to be stasis ward makers. They can obviously do so much with those. These Oracles are great units to have still. So while you're a bit behind on Blink, your worker count is even, your store count might be a bit down, the Oracles should still, over time, find value enough to justify them having been made. Maybe right now, yeah, they haven't been the best, but they're both still alive. And that, I think, is the most important part of this. 2 alive Oracles, like I say, will almost always have a good bit of potential for themselves. As the Nexus comes through, the Gateway coming up. On that left-hand side, Goblin's going to... Okay, he's just going to throw down gates. He's going for it. So while Art plays the long game, he's going to get Nexus, he's going to look for the future, he's going to look for economy. Goblin looks for the kill. I like it. We'll see if it works for him. What I don't like for Goblin is what Art is doing. He's not building a forge. He's not really building like overly into this 3rd base. You know, like his probe count isn't stupid high just yet. Like, is he going to be on less gateways? Yes, but he also just finished a Robo. Right now he's building an Observer. If he gets an Immortal on the way, I'd really like it for him, honestly, but let's see. Obviously, Stalk count will grow heavily from Goblin. Stasis wards are a factor as well. Observer's really nice, though, because it means you can get rid of some of the stasis ahead of time. Blink available right now from Art, so he has a few seconds here with that in his favor. Battery already on this 3rd location. Immortal in production. As I said, that Immortal is a big addition. If you're playing Blink versus Blink and one guy has to focus down an Immortal, that is a big commitment to work your way through. Guardian Shield pops up, and that's a major advantage to Art here defensively as well, plus the battery. Now drained of energy. If we have a recharge, I think use it on this battery 100%. Because, yeah, that would be a major factor. He does have recharge, right? Yeah, he has it. I really think you should use it here. Because A, it puts it on cooldown straight away, so it comes back ASAP. And you could just do with the energy, man. Like, you're playing a defensive game right now. Well, let's hold that thought. The Immortal in the back is not doing much. It can't get in range, which is a real shame, because you're basically still fighting Stalker versus Stalker. But Art is now up a few workers. Goblin has built a 3rd behind this, so he's not being completely committed. As the Oracles, they get through for 5 workers. Unfortunately, 1 goes down. These 2 Stalkers might have a case to kill the other one. Very close, not quite close enough. And that Oracle does just slip away. But Goblin definitely going to be done with his aggression here. Like I say, has expanded behind this. He's now on his way to charge. He looks toward the follow-up of this game. Art really needs to find a way to get this Immortal in the fight, man. Like, it's just not being able to engage so far. The other thing that Goblin's doing is the Forge, right? So he's actually starting to look toward the upgrade. That's one of the things I love that Art was not going into, because by not going into that, he wasn't overcommitting to the future, and hence in a lot of trouble against the big attack of Goblin. So now that he is going to have the Forge up Goblin, he's going to get the +1 advantage. Now you maybe wonder, is that a bad thing for Art? Yes, if he falls behind on upgrades, it is. Maybe Art has other plans. Maybe Art turns this into his own kind of attack over the map. One Stasis still here. Could actually catch some Stalkers. Will do so. Oh, that's actually really bad because Goblin's making a move up the right side. So A, Art doesn't know. And B, he's going to be stuck. Oh, no. He's going to realize it now. He saw it with a pylon out the front. So Art is now going to realize he's going to have to go and maybe initiate a base trade is the plan. It's scary, base trading, especially when Goblin's going to be able to have charge lots soon. But I guess right now you maybe just want to play purely Stalkers. Because Stalkers are going to be able to find value over time if this comes into like a full-on base trade scenario. The Oracle will go down, kind of a big deal in the base trade as well. Just get rid of Revelations and potentially extra scouting. Both players will start trading. I mean, Art has not gone toward the main. He went toward the 3rd base. I think going toward the natural would be better. There is an army there, but honestly, I don't hate if he stops and kills off a bunch of these Zealots. Like, these Zealots should not be able to trade super well, honestly. Probe's pulling in as well. Art is up in army supply. I like it for him. +1 on the way from Goblin, but Art still gets a warp in off. Goblin building a bunch of pylons already, trying to stay away from being supply block, but he's losing so many probes that probably isn't an issue. Immortal going to keep on doing some work. Can the Storks get rid of that Immortal? The fact we're coming back here to defend means this is pretty serious for Goblin. He's going to lose his natural anyway, and he's going to lose the game. Art will enter the playoffs 2-0 over Goblin. Huge result for Art. Playoffs in the European League. Gets it done versus Goblin. He recovers from 0-2 in the Swiss group stage. He was one series away from elimination, and he goes bam, bam, bam. Brings it back 3-2. Got a feel for Goblin, who played a rough schedule. Goblin's schedule is rough, but only because he was winning early as well. He took down some great players, but at the end of the day, he had to win this one versus Art, and Art is going to get it done. The PvP prevails for our Polish Protoss, who enters the playoffs. And with that, one series remains to determine who will enter the final playoff slot. Will it be Christiana? Will it be Night Phoenix? We will get this going in just a couple of moments, guys. Run up a round of ads. And get ready to go, go, go. Give me a second or two. Sort a couple things out, and we'll get into one final best of 3 here tonight. We are bang on schedule as well, by the way. A bang on schedule. We've had some banging games too. Love it. Love it. All right. And yeah, after this series, we'll have our full playoff bracket revealed. Again, Night Phoenix, Christiana, last match of the day. Who will join the playoffs? Bum, 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 bum. Alright guys, just waiting for... Actually, nobody. We're good. It's just me. The other casters have left us. It's just me. Alright. Let's go. Let's get into it, guys. One final best of 3 today. It is going to be Night Phoenix versus Christiana. In this day and age, Christiana is definitely the more... the better known player. Yeah, he is absolutely the better known player. He is the player you probably expect. Night Phoenix been around a long time, and he's good enough to challenge, so don't take anything for granted heading into this PvP. In the bottom left-hand corner, it's all up for grabs, a playoff spot on the line. Who will be the 12th player to enter the playoffs of the European League 2025? Will it be Night Phoenix, the red Protoss, in the bottom left corner of the map? Or shall it be Christiana, blue Protoss, in the top right side? Finding out in the next few moments how this will play. Trying to boost on the probes. Get this started up. See the assemblers coming down, gateways coming up. We get this rolling. Oh, sorry, just taking a moment to breathe myself. It has been some hectic games. It's our 9th best of 3, pretty much back to back to back. We've been pretty good. Shout out to all the players today. We've had pretty much no downtime. It has been go, go, go. So we've been just shoving our face into the next game straight after the previous one. Limited downtime. That's what you love to see, though. benefit of being online is that you get, you don't need to have downtime. You don't need to do anything crazy or different or any of that kind of stuff. Probe. I'm going to chase another probe. As again, a couple of adepts, a couple of stalkers continue through for the moment. Okay, building, units on the way. Again, the warp gate stalkers continue to come around just for now. Probe is going to sit in the natural. We are going to see the probes just nibbling at each other, so a little bit of nibbling. Adepts, stalkers on the way, Stargate in the main base from Christiana. I'm going to see the two stalkers here able to start pressing on the map. Going to get that probe kill. Just remove that. And of course, difficult for these adepts to do much if those stalkers are lurking on the map. They'll have to try and find a way around, maybe not get seen by the stalkers coming across. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to really happen. Yeah, I guess so. A couple stalkers still heading through. The adepts do shade. Okay, they've made it. Robo facility here from Night Phoenix. He's going to go third gateway, and then proxies a pylon, might be a proxy gateway there as well, but it does look aggressive here from Night Phoenix right off the bat. PvP really is a cutthroat matchup right now, man. As Christiana will throw down the expansion, but Night Phoenix is all about trying to kill his opponents, so Night Phoenix needs to figure this out, needs to start trying to do something about it. And again, like I say, not exactly ideal right now. As the few adepts are going to chase those stalkers away. Threatening with the shade. They're going to commit to the shade. There's two more stalkers here. I don't think Christiana knew about these extra stalkers. So that is just not a good fight. I mean, maybe we kill one stalker for two adepts? I guess it's kind of whatever. The other problem I have, I guess, is these adepts are not going to do much kind of longer in this game. These stalkers can still chase, and now they're going to be able to put pressure on this natural. Targeting down this battery as well that's about to finish, so it can't be healed by anything else. Couldn't get rid of that first battery. Keeps this natural open to attack for longer. Now the second battery finishes. Stalker count growing. Actually going to be maybe able to get a Stalker. No, gets back in range of the battery. Still have a lot of Stalker firepower though. Not quite enough to one-shot through the battery healing yet. The Stalker is low, but it will not go down. It's a lot of battery energy drained already though. It's empty. That's rough. Energy overcharge is available. Oracle on the other side defended. Two Stalkers and a battery in place. Defense is spot on right now. And yep, this is not looking good. These Stalkers are putting some work in. Again, the battery out of energy for Christiana, and his game number one is slipping away from him already. Prism can load units into the main. There is a Robo facility. Chronoboost now at the Immortal, though. If there's a defense to be made, that Immortal is going to be a big part of it. But it's going to be on its own with some probes. Already seen the shields and the barrier taken away from it. But hey, the Stalkers are taking a beating. The probes are doing their thing. Stalkers maybe need to get rid of the Immortal, or do they focus probes? I don't know what's best right now. Christiana has losing a lot at the moment, but he is up at Nexus if he survives. Maybe there is a longer-term pathway back into this game for Christiana. I don't want to say I love the idea for him. I don't think it's super likely, but there's an Immortal, there's a base advantage. The problem is there's a Prism advantage currently here from Night Phoenix, and Christiana had no mining just recently because he pulled all of those probes. They're now all in the low ground, no gas income at all. As the two probes left in the main base mine, gas will go down. And you can just dance around this army of Christiana with this Prism. A couple more units warping in as Night Phoenix will continue to put the pressure on, and a couple of hallucinations coming through. The Oracle just going to get chased away a little bit as well. Stalker's still taking damage. A couple of Zealots coming over from Christiana. Stalkers on the front are just picking their way through. Like I say, it's impossible for Christiana to be everywhere he needs to be because he's got so few units. And honestly, Night Phoenix is doing a great job of being everywhere because of the Warp Prism, doing a fantastic job with that. A few additional Stalkers coming up. Pylon will go down. Stalker blinks up, Stasis gets caught. A couple more Stalkers just going to drop down there. The Sentry's going to take some extra damage. I mean, this force field will not last forever as the Stalkers just keep warping in, man. I mean, we are letting this Immortal kind of just shove its damage onto the Stalkers for a little bit there. It will not be enough in the end, and Night Phoenix takes the opening game. Are we on the verge of another upset, maybe? Like I said, I think Night Phoenix can beat Christiana. Like, this is not the most shocking result, but Christiana is, to me, the better-known player between these two, and maybe the more expected player to make playoffs heading into a game 2. What was the results these guys to get here? Christiana beats Sebesdes, lost to UTHERMAL, and Yakov beats Scarlet. Night Phoenix lost to ByuN, beat Art, who's just made the playoffs, lost to Jumi, beat Percival, knocked Percival out of playoff contention. You know, it's been a fun run from both. In the bottom left-hand side, looking to get back in this series. Can we see one more Game 3 tonight? It's been a really awesome set of matches, honestly. The last 8 best-of-3s have been banging. We've had some upsets, we've had some great games, we've had some super close games. In the bottom left side, our blue Protoss is Christiana. Needs to win, cannot lose another map, or his playoff match hopes are alive, are going to be gone. Definitely not alive if you're losing. Whoops. The top left, Night Phoenix is up a game. Is this the last game of the night? This is the last series of the night. Yes. Let's see. Maybe we get a Game 3. Yeah, this is our final series of the day. If you just joined us, you missed a bunch, then check out the VOD. VOD available on Twitch, VOD available on YouTube. If you want to go back and watch the games, it has been a banger. Like I say, there's actually been some really good matchups. Some really, really good matchups. So I can only recommend the VOD if you're looking for some StarCraft 2 this evening. Again, playoffs for this tournament will begin on Friday. We'll begin with the lower bracket on Friday. And then on Saturday, we'll introduce some of the winner bracket players and matchups. And then on Sunday, we'll have our final day. And we crown ourselves a 2025 European League champion. We will be seeding some players into the WardiTV 2025 series, which is very exciting as well. And again, if you don't know, the 2025 series is a 25k plus series of events. So this tournament is part of it. The upcoming Summer Championship is a part of it. And all of that is kind of the idea of building into, just, you know, having events build into each other. So if you get top 2 in the European League, you get a guaranteed seed into the end of your championship. That doesn't just mean you get to play in it, you get to skip the group stages of it. So doing well in these bigger WardiTV events in the build-up to that 2025 championship is an absolutely huge factor. Obviously, you've got to be very freaking good to be able to do that in the first place. But, yeah, it's something that we've done before, and we really liked it. Bringing it back this year for our 2025 series. Excited to see how it all pans out. Excited to see how this one pans out. Robo facility down from Night Phoenix. The aggression is set in stone already from him. Christiana is going to come up with the Stalker, 2 hallucinations, and Sentry. 2 Adepts are going to show up. They might just try and go after the Sentry, honestly. Or they're just going to run by. What you can really do by running by. This is very bad for Night Phoenix, though. His Robo's going to be depowered. The second pylon has no chance of coming up. The Adepts have zero hope of doing anything. This is pretty much as much of a disaster as it can be. Like, really, he didn't... I mean, the Robo was finished as well, right? So the Robo is... You can't cancel the Robo. You don't get any money back for that. Pylon goes down. I mean, I don't know. You don't have the units here showing up for Night Phoenix to actually fight this either. Stalker gets force fielded in. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. The Adepts will help some damage in the background. Continue to pull it away. That Stalker gets jumped on again. Also goes down now. The Sentry taking damage. Oh, I do think that this one is not going to be maybe the most exciting of games, but it does look like a Game 3 maybe on the cards in the series. Great start for Christiana. The Robo is trying to chrono boost the Immortal. We put 3 more pylons down. I mean, Night Phoenix is so all in on this Robo coming online. He has no other choice. 2 more Stalkers here. Honestly, I think there's a world this Immortal still doesn't get out. Maybe that's a little bit crazy. I thought with some extra Stalkers showing up, maybe, you know, next pylon wasn't ready yet. And as the Immortal does come out, it actually can't fight this amount of Stalkers with actual micro. It will struggle. Christiana drops a force field down. He loses a Stalker. He has a Immortal of his own on the way. It's hard to really be excited for the fact that this Immortal finally came out, honestly. It's super super in trouble. Night Phoenix is super behind, and this game is kind of super over. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, nice effort from Night Phoenix. He realized he was absolutely in the bin based on the situation. And he kind of went so hard on the Robo, he gave himself maybe a chance. Even right now, he just doesn't have the damage output he needs. super reliant on the Prism Micro to save the day, but it's just unrealistic. More Stalkers fighting, the Adept and the Sentry stepping through. Mortal will turn back around onto the pylon there. One pylon going down, Prism taking a few more shots. GG gets called, and Christiana will take Game 2. We're tied 1-1. We're going to Game 3. We will finish this. And another third map. It's been a great day for Game 3s, no? What has the scores been a day? Let me find the Wikipedia page again. Today we've had 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-0. 4-4. That's not bad. Half the matches going to Game 3. How about that? That's a pretty good ratio. 50-50. I like it. I like it. We take it. I like it, and we take it. Alrighty. Are you all ready? Do you guys like what's coming up? A final map of the day? Maybe you like it for the epic part. That's Game 3. Maybe you don't like it because it's the last of the day. Either way, this is it. This is all that stands between us and closing down the stream. So thank you for joining us. Let's get into it, as in the top right-hand side, the Blue Protoss player will be Christiana. One map away from the playoffs, as is Night Phoenix in the bottom left. Who will make playoffs? Who will land short of the mark? Trying to boost on the Nexus. Assimilator coming down. Are we going to see proxies for this final game? Are we going to stick with that idea of being aggressive in the PvP, or do we have other plans perhaps? Pro pulls out over to that left-hand side. Again, the gateway is coming up from both players here currently. Double gate down, Cybercore down. Take a few moments. Probes building up. Just gonna have ourselves the pylon going between the assimilators there. Now it is the last game, yes. Now it is indeed the last game of the day. Stargate proxy from Night Phoenix. Mixing it up though, I like the mix up. I feel like some players kind of know how they like to play in PvP, and they're like, right, that's it, I'm doing this forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and it's like, you're ever gonna stop? No, like, no, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. That's the only proxy I know, it's the only proxy I live by. It's like, okay bro, chill, it's just a proxy robo, you don't have to be that excited about it. Christiana checking around the right side. Obviously proxy on the left, so Night Phoenix winning the scouting gamble game for now, so could maybe have a real opportunity with this Stargate building some oracles and getting into the mineral lines. They'll be able to combo up with a couple of the adepts as well that are beginning to move out onto the map. Hallucination gathers back together. The adepts will shade once more. You can see the two adepts fighting, Sentry taking damage. And then it's Warp Gate on the way, the Oracle building on the Stargate. A couple of adepts will continue to move along and across. Oracle done in a moment. Defense in the main, no battery. It's obviously the number one problem. Because it's not scouted, you could maybe, I was going to say, go for two Oracles, but he's going to Chrono Boost a Void Ray. He's going to go one base all in behind it. I didn't realize he had a third gate at home already. Ooh, baby, alright. A little bit of spiciness to round out the day, huh? Oracle's not going to dive the mineral line, just going to check on through. Does see those units, takes a massive volley. 3 sentries and 2 stalkers are going to hit hard, but... Okay, yeah, I think the idea is the Oracle is looking to kill the probe on the wall, but then the Adepts can shade in, but the Adepts don't really want to shade in when this many units are still here. So right now, Night Phoenix will not do much. But he is getting some damage on the battery, and of course the Void Ray is coming, so Void Ray number 1 is out, Void Ray number 2 is building, and this aggression will build up. We're on a timer, and that timer is going to be the Twilight Council upgrade. Once Blink is done, life is going to get much easier for Cristiano, a lot more value to be found from his units. When that happens, we probably have to just sit back and say, okay, you know what, that's good, that's it. There's a couple of depths trying to break up to the high ground. Probably not being used yet from Cristiano. He might just feel like he needs to focus on pure unit production right now, which is honestly not the craziest of concepts, right? What he is doing, though, is going across the map, and that maybe leaves a wide open attack path. Uh-oh. This game might get very weird very quickly here, as 2 Voids, 3 Stalkers, 3 Adepts begin to move through. Uh-oh. Now Adepts are going to get in as well. They're not going to commit, though. How much is Cristiano? I mean, Cristiano can kill the pylon and unpower all 3 gateways, though, no? I mean, 2 Void Rays are kind of powerful, honestly, at the same time. Stays on the low ground, we can fall back to that. Blink started. We're going to lose power to the gateways of Cristiano. No, we should really finish that. Pops Prismatic Alignment. We are going to see the probes running in for the surround. The Void's just going to force those Stalkers back. Does get the gates before additional warp-ins. The Stalker's trying to come in, but the Voids are super powerful, especially with Prismatic, and they're going to get another Stalker. Cristiano, no! Night Phoenix would be doing more by microing less right now. He really kind of took away some of the damage output of the Voids, but it's not going to matter. He gets rid of all the Stalkers, and Cristiano's supply is not looking pretty. Cristiano is in on the other side, but now we're going to recall. This is a scary recall, man. We're going to pull the probes. We're just going to commit. The Void Rays will get batteried back up to good HP. Force Field's coming down. Bit of mayhem. Oracle activating, doing some damage. The Sentries with the Guardian Shield will fade away. We've got some energy remaining. The probes pulled in. Obviously, the Force Field's helping against them. The problem is we've got 2 Void Rays and 5 Stalkers that need to kill him. Blink is getting close, though. It's actually very important that Night Phoenix pushes this back ASAP, because the moment Blink is done, it genuinely gets so much more difficult for Night Phoenix. I don't know if Night Phoenix can really deal with this once Blink is done, to be honest. That's rid of 1 more Stalker. Now 4 Stalkers remain. Like I say, Blink is finished, and suddenly these Stalkers can escape. Before they were stuck in the main base, now they have escape potential. 4 probes of Cristiano to the 16 of Night Phoenix, though. And if he repowers gateways and gets a few more units up, maybe even Blink will not be enough to save you here. Maybe you just build another Void Ray as well. It's expensive, but it might be worth. Chases that back. That is going to be a push away. Cristiano. Again, Blink always kind of gives you a bit of hope as a Protoss in these sort of scenarios, because you just know that, in theory, Blink Stalkers have almost unlimited potential. But can you... is this asking a little bit too much? Can Cristiano truly recover from this? He's going to try and probe. It's probably the right call, because he's not going to win this game quickly. He needs to kind of play for the longer game, which means probing. Moments like this are so annoying, though, because these Adepts do so much damage. Like, these probes not mine is huge. 2 probes right now is a quarter of Cristiano's economy. And it takes so much to defend these, and obviously Cristiano doesn't really have units, right? So, this is brutal. I mean, these Stalkers obviously being pulled back means they're not on the map, and that gives Night Phoenix so much more free reign to get set up as well. It's 1 more probe. Now Cristiano on only 4 workers against the 21. And his European League dreams are about to die. Night Phoenix looking to make the playoffs, and it's DGG. XDGG. Night Phoenix will make the playoffs. The upsets today are real. The end of the day with some cracking results. I love it. I love it. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. 10 out of 10. What a great set of results as we finalize our final player into the playoffs. It's Cristiano, who is eliminated, and Night Phoenix, who will advance. 12 players make the playoffs, guys, and we are going to take a quick moment here to just very quickly log in and update the bracket. So if you guys bear with me, I want to tell you what, I'm going to just get the bracket sorted on Wikipedia. If you give me guys a second, I will just run some ads, and when we come out of ads, we will reveal the bracket. Okay? And then we will see who is playing who in the playoffs. So yeah, just give me a sec. You guys can watch me awkwardly while I figure this out. Don't mind me. Just chilling. Alright, we need a randomizer on this one. Cool. That works. Cool, cool, cool. I like that, guys. And I can share you guys the bracket. I believe this is correct. Let me double check it. Live draw. It's not a draw. It's based on seeding. There's just a couple of... There was one coin flip. I'll explain the seeding rules basically in a second. Let me make sure this looks like it makes sense. Yes, it looks good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yep. Yep. Looks good. Looks good. Alright, let's show you guys the bracket. Let's see what we're dealing with for the WardiTV European League playoffs. So, the way it works, first of all, so it's just seeding based on, basically, map score. So, HEROMARINE seed 1, Shameless seed 2, MaxPax seed 3, Skillers seed 4. So, the winner bracket's super simple. HEROMARINE plays Skillers, Shameless plays MaxPax. These guys are just differentiated by map score. That's plain and simple. This is pretty much the same deal. Mana and Art are essentially the same seed, so it doesn't really make any difference. I just randomized these guys for first seed and second seed. And then same here for Showtime and ByuN, I just randomized them into position. And then Yakov and Nicorrect are exactly the same as well. So these guys, Young Yakov and Nicorrect will play ByuN/Showtime. This was a straight coin flip to decide which of these guys played Showtime or ByuN. And then HARSTEM and Night Phoenix are also tied, but we added, I have one tiny rule that I added in that was not applied until the very end here. If there's a similar seed versus a similar seed, which is these two are the same seeds, basically this is seed 1, 2, this is seed 7, 8, like they will play each other. To decide who plays who, the one thing I looked at instead of just coin flipping is have any of these guys played someone that they could potentially play between the two players they're getting coin flip between. Yes, Night Phoenix has played Art. So because of that, Night Phoenix plays Mana, and HARSTEM plays Art. Just because Night Phoenix has already played Art during the groups. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, it was going to be a straight coin flip anyway. So there's just a tiny bit of reasoning to give us a match we haven't seen throughout the tournament, basically. Otherwise, like I say, it was only going to be a coin flip. And this is what the playoff bracket looks like. So it looks like this. So we mentioned the winner bracket: HEROMARINE, Skillers, Shameless, MaxPax. And then the lower bracket will be Mana versus Night Phoenix, ByuN versus Young Yakov, Showtime versus Nicorrect, and Art versus HARSTEM. What we're probably going to do is... so we're probably on Friday going to do Mana Night Phoenix, ByuN Yakov, Showtime Nicorrect, Art HARSTEM, and then this winner match here, this lower bracket round 2. And then on... Saturday, we're probably going to do this lower bracket match, upper bracket semis, and then these two lower bracket matchups. Does that make sense? We might do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1. We actually might do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It depends a little bit, but that's the rough plan. And then the grand final day on Sunday, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. There you go. There you go. 8 Protoss seems normal. Yeah, I mean, we had a tournament that had 14 Protoss, 6 Terrans, and 4 Zergs. I mean, half the players make it to playoffs. 8 Protoss out of 14 is pretty much half, so it's not super crazy. We were missing a lot of the Terrans and Zergs in this event because a lot of them were prepping for EWC, so there's a lot more Protoss in Europe than the other races. It's just as simple as that. What's up, Stractzy, or Stractizzy? Thank you so much for the sub on the Prime. Guys, that's it for me today, though. I'm wrapping up. I'm tired. It's been a day. It's been a banger. We had some honestly really great games. I've already ran my ads while making the brackets, so I will not run any more. I will just leave you guys to have a great evening. I'm going to host... I see Zombie Grubs live. What's Siege up to? She's casting Rain or Clem. Alright, I'll let you guys go and enjoy some time with Zombie Grub. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you guys... Yeah, I will see you guys, not tomorrow, not Thursday. I'm taking a couple of days off. If I stream, it'll be non-StarCraft stuff. Otherwise, I'm taking a couple of days off, and I'll be back on Friday for the playoffs of the European League. See you guys there. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.